Chapter 951 Fengqing'er begins to fall, the tyrannical and overbearing heavenly demon phoenix clan. Beatty Sect, Beatty Tower, underground floor. Beg's 3000 Thunder Illusion body, hereinafter referred to as Beg, is currently using the beast taming technique to refine Fengqing'er. Although Fengqing'er's soul has not been erased, the progress of the ritual is a little slow under Fengqing'er's resistance. But after several months, Beg has achieved certain results in Fengqing'er's ritual. Now Fengqing'er can be controlled to switch between human form and heavenly demon phoenix form. It is estimated that after a period of ritual, Beg can completely control Fengqing'er and make Fengqing'er obediently transform into the original form and serve as his mount. During this period, after various operations by Beg, Fengqing'er was finally made into Stockholm by Beg. Although Fengqing'er was still very resistant to Beg in words. But Beg could feel that Fengqing'er's body was gradually becoming honest. On this day, Bai Ji was still using the beast taming technique to sacrifice Fengqing'er. But suddenly, Bai Ji felt a strong wave of fighting spirit coming suddenly. This made Bai Ji raise his head and look at the sky outside the tower. Although there was a thick layer of forbidden magic stone blocking it, with Bai Ji's strong mental power, he could still see the situation outside in an instant. From the perspective of mental power, Bai Ji clearly saw in the sky above the Beatty sect. A man with purple wings, wearing a black robe, and an evil face, was sneering and raising his right hand. The majestic silver fighting spirit was surging out of his right hand, condensing into a silver giant claw that covered the sky and the sun in the sky. And the fighting spirit fluctuation just now was emitted from this man. Is this the Sky Demon Phoenix clan? Although he didn't know the black-robed man, from the wings behind the black-robed man, Bai Ji could accurately see the black-robed man's body. This made Bai Ji's eyes narrow slightly. Are they coming after all? Bai Ji was not surprised at all by the arrival of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Because from what Lei Zun said at the previous Sifang Pavilion conference, he guessed that Lei Zun must want to use the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to retaliate against him. Qing'er, your clansmen seem to be looking for you. After discovering the arrival of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Bai Ji stood up, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Fengqing'er on the side. Did anyone come to see me? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Fengqing'er couldn't help but be slightly startled. Bai Ji, I said that my clansmen will definitely come to save me. Although you are a Douzun strongman, you can't afford to offend our Sky Demon Phoenix clan. I advise you to let me go quickly. Knowing that there were clansmen coming, Fengqing'er's confidence was instantly full, and she couldn't help but shout at Bai Ji. As long as you let me go, I will plead for you. If you agree to help our Tian Yao Huang clan to evolve their bloodline, you can even gain the friendship of our Tian Yao Huang clan like Feng Lei Pavilion. Although she felt that Bai Ji in front of her was hateful, for some reason, Fengqing'er couldn't bear to let her clan members kill Bai Ji. As she spoke, her position shifted to Bai Ji's side. However, Fengqing'er didn't think there was a problem, because she had her own ideas to convince herself. Although this guy was hateful and tied me here and imprisoned me for several months, he didn't abuse me much during this period. Since he was able to help Mu Qingluan's bloodline evolve before, maybe he could also help our Tian Yao Huang clan evolve their bloodline. I helped him not for myself, but for the future of our Tian Yao Huang clan. No need, it's just a Douzun level Heavenly Demon Phoenix. Your Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is too high for me to reach, and the most important thing is you, I can't bear to let you go. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a hint of amusement at Fengqing'er's words. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Fengqing'er didn't know why she didn't feel angry for a while, but her pretty face turned red inexplicably, and she was a little flustered. But before Fengqing'er could ask again, Bai Ji suddenly tore the space apart, disappeared in an instant, and left the bottom floor of the Beatty Tower. On the other side, in the sky outside the Beatty Tower. A bunch of ants, all of you go to hell. After using the Demon Phoenix Claw, the Demon Phoenix suddenly shouted coldly, and slapped the silver giant claws that covered the sky and the sun down. Thunder and lightning rolled on the huge silver claws. As the Demon Phoenix Claw slapped down, the air along the way was slapped down and turned into a shrill gust of wind, whistling and raging towards the Beatty sect below. There are enemies. When the Demon Phoenix used the Demon Phoenix Claw, the elders and disciples of the Beatty sect below also saw the movement in the sky, and they couldn't help but be horrified. Run! Feeling the vast and powerful aura of the Demon Phoenix in the sky, as well as the terrifying power of the Demon Phoenix Claw that fell from the sky, all the disciples fled in the direction of the Demon Phoenix Claw amid the elders' roars. But just as the demon phoenix was manipulating the demon phoenix claw and was about to grab it, a silver figure suddenly tore through the space and appeared on the way of the demon phoenix claw. Looking at the strong demon phoenix claw that was covering the sky and the sun, with rolling thunder wrapped around it, and was slapping down with one claw, Bai Ji directly punched it and blasted it upwards. Tianchuang Fist. As the fighting spirit in his body circulated, Bai Ji shouted in his heart and punched out directly. A dazzling ice blue light instantly burst out from the fist that was swung upward. Under the flow of ice blue light, Bai Ji's fist seemed to be instantly transformed into something carved out of ice jade. A sharp cold air that froze everything was punched out by Bai Ji, turning into a whistling cold dragon, hitting the demon phoenix claw. Crack! As the cold dragon that Bai Ji blasted out with the Tianchuang fist roared and hit the demon phoenix claw. Accompanied by a crack sound, thick ice suddenly spread from the center of the demon phoenix claw to the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, the entire demon phoenix claw was instantly frozen. Then, under the violent conflict between the cold air and the thunder fighting spirit, the demon phoenix claw that covered the sky and the sun could not help but suddenly exploded, turning into a sky of broken ice, flying around. Oh! Dozun, you are Bai Zun from the Beatty sect. Seeing that someone appeared to block his demon phoenix claw, and sensing that Bai Ji's cultivation was only a 5-star Dozun, the corners of the demon phoenix's mouth could not help but curl up a few sneers. Are you from the heavenly demon phoenix clan? After dealing with the demon phoenix claw, Bai Ji also flew up instantly and came to the sky level with the demon phoenix. He looked at the heavenly demon phoenix wings behind the demon phoenix and couldn't help but say lightly. Hey, you know that's good. I am the demon phoenix of the sky demon phoenix clan. I am here to welcome Miss Qing'er back to the clan on the orders of the clan leader. Please, Venerable Bai, hand over Feng Qing'er of our clan. Looking at Bai Ji, the demon phoenix sneered. Feng Qing'er? I have never arrested the noble Miss Feng Qing'er. Since when did the dignified Sky Demon Phoenix clan also like to believe in some rumors? This is just the words of Venerable Lei of Fenglei Pavilion. There is no evidence. Everyone knows that my Beatty sect and Fenglei Pavilion have a grudge. Venerable Lei is obviously using your Sky Demon Phoenix clan as a knife. It's ridiculous that the dignified Sky Demon Phoenix clan would be fooled. Bai Ji's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. My clan has its own considerations. No matter what, Feng Qing'er of my clan disappeared because she was driven out of the Tianshan blood pool by your Beatty sect disciples. Her whereabouts are still unknown. Your Beatty sect is primarily responsible for the disappearance of Miss Feng Qing'er of our clan. I advise you to hand over Miss Feng Qing'er of our clan as soon as possible, otherwise today, I will raise your Beatty sect to the ground. As he spoke, the demon phoenix's eyes burst into a fierce murderous intent, and his tone was extremely cold. I have always heard that the Sky Demon Phoenix clan acts tyrannically and domineeringly. Seeing is believing. Today, I have broadened my horizons. Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer at the threat of the Demon Phoenix. Although Feng Qing'er was indeed kidnapped by him, he did not leave any survivors or evidence. It was just that Lei Zun of Fenglei Pavilion forcibly determined that he did it. The purpose of this was obviously revenge. He didn't believe that the Tian Yao Huang clan couldn't see it. But because he asked his disciples to join forces with others, severely injured Feng Qing'er, and drove Feng Qing'er out of the Tianshan blood pool, which led to Feng Qing'er's disappearance. So the Tian Yao Huang clan simply made the best of a bad situation and used this as an excuse to avenge Feng Qing'er and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's really so arrogant and domineering. Chapter 952 Fighting the Demon Phoenix, the heavenly sword beheaded the holy statue. Domineering? You can think that the Duqi continent is originally a place where the strong are respected, and only the strong can make rules. And our Tian Yao Huang clan is stronger than you, and you have to accept our rules even if you don't accept them. Yao Huang didn't care about Bai Ji's words, still sneered, with cold light flashing in his eyes. Same as before, call out Miss Feng Qing'er of my clan, maybe I'm in a good mood, although you must die, but the human in the Beatty sect, I can spare his life. But if you resist stubbornly, then today you and all the humans in the Beatty sect must die. At the end, Yao Wang's eyes could not help but burst out with a fierce murderous intent, and said coldly. It seems that you have made up your mind to kill today. Hearing Yao Wang's words, Bai Ji also smiled. But in his smile, it was also full of coldness and murderous intent. The reputation of the Tian Yao Huang clan in Zhongzhou for being tyrannical and overbearing is indeed not groundless. Even if there is no evidence, the Tian Yao Huang clan is determined to kill him, and even the Beatty sect is razed to the ground. It's really tyrannical. Human, it seems that you want to resist to the end. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, the demon phoenix narrowed its eyes, and a terrifying aura like a mountain rising from the ground suddenly burst out from the demon phoenix's body and pressed down on Bai Ji. However, for this kind of pressure, Bai Ji simply activated the fighting spirit in his body and easily resolved it. Although the demon phoenix's cultivation is 8-star Dozun, it is indeed stronger than Bai Ji, but Bai Ji's burning art has devoured 8 kinds of strange fires, and the level has long been raised to the heavenly rank. The quality of the fighting spirit has almost reached the extreme, but it is only a 3-star difference, and the burning art is enough to make up for it. Then I will send you to death, human. Found that Bai Ji was unwilling to hand over Feng Qing'er. Even so, it is estimated that Feng Qing'er's disappearance may not really be caused by the Dozun in front of him, but this does not prevent Yao Huang from grinning and attacking Bai Ji and Bai Dizong. Because even if Bai Ji did not kidnap Feng Qing'er, Bai Ji had someone severely injure Feng Qing'er, causing Feng Qing'er to disappear. This fact that dared to bully their Tian Yao Huang clan is certain. And because the fact that Bai Dizong kidnapped Feng Qing'er, a member of their Tian Yao Huang clan, is already known throughout Zhongzhou. Regardless of whether the murderer is Bai Ji, for the dignity of their Tian Yao Huang clan, he must torture Bai Ji to death, and then raise Bai Dizong to the ground, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Let those who have the idea of offending their Tian Yao Huang clan give up that heart. Yao Huang / Looking at Bai Ji, the demon phoenix grinned and suddenly burst out the silver fighting spirit in his body. Amidst the sound of thunder, the silver fighting spirit in the sky turned into 2 winged sky swords, angrily slashing towards Bai Ji. Swish! However, facing the attack of the demon phoenix, Bai Ji used the 3000 thunder movements, instantly turning into a shining lightning, dodging the slash of the 2 sky demon phoenix winged swords. This is 3000 thunder movements? So this is why you have a grudge with Fenglai Pavilion. After using the fighting skill demon phoenix after the strike failed, the demon phoenix noticed the dazzling lightning produced by Bai Ji's movement, and immediately recognized the 3000 thunder movements, and couldn't help but sneer. But do you think that you can be invincible with this? The 3000 thunder movements are indeed powerful, but if this body movement is invincible, then the Wind and Thunder Pavilion would not be the 4-square pavilion. Let me show you the foundation of our heavenly demon phoenix clan. Secret method, Wind and Thunder movement. As the demon phoenix shouted coldly, a dazzling silver and green light suddenly bloomed from the wings of the heavenly demon phoenix behind the demon phoenix. Then the demon phoenix moved, and instantly turned into a black shadow with a silver-green light, shooting towards Bai Ji. Although in terms of speed, it is still a little slower than Bai Ji's 3000 thunder movements, which has reached the 3000 thunders realm, but the distance between it and Bai Ji has been very close. At least at this distance, launching a fighting skill is almost certain to hit. However, seeing the demon phoenix chasing behind, Bai Ji's heart did not fluctuate. He used the 3000 thunder movements not to fight with them, but just to lure the demon phoenix out of Beatty Peak. After all, he and the demon phoenix are both Dozun, with amazing destructive power. If they fight in the sky above Beatty Peak, even if the Beatty sect below organizes people to escape in time and there are no casualties, the buildings above will definitely suffer heavy losses. As the leader of the Beatty sect, considering the sect, Bai Ji naturally wants to take the demon phoenix away from Beatty Peak and fight in the vast mountains around where few people are. Swish! Using the 3000 thunder movements, Bai Ji turned into a ray of lightning, and in an instant, he crossed thousands of meters away, broke away from Beatty Peak, and shot towards the mountains in the distance. Escape! Where do you want to escape to? When Bai Ji shot out into the mountains in the distance, the demon phoenix that launched the wind and thunder movement couldn't help but smile coldly, and then let out a sharp roar. The holy statue of the demon phoenix, swallowing the heavens and the earth. Following the fierce roar of the demon phoenix, a powerful silver fighting spirit suddenly burst out from its body again. Amid the rolling thunder, the powerful silver fighting spirit suddenly swept into the sky, with a gust of wind and a shrill whistle, and turned into a silver phoenix flying in the air. Cry! As the silver phoenix condensed into shape, a piercing and sharp cry suddenly resounded through the sky. Under the control of the demon phoenix, the silver phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky after condensing into shape. In a gust of wind and thunder, it shot towards Bai Ji. On the way, the silver phoenix screamed, suddenly opened its mouth, and burst out with boundless suction, trying to suck Bai Ge into its mouth. Feeling the strong suction coming from behind, Bai Ge quickly circulated the fighting spirit in his body when he turned into lightning and shot into the distance. Pei Cloud Palm. As he shot forward, Bai Ge turned around and slapped out with his palm. In an instant, as Pei Cloud Palm was used, the clouds in the sky gathered quickly and merged with Bai Ge's fighting spirit, turning into a giant palm that whistled and slapped the demon phoenix statue. Thunder Break. Seeing Bai Ge's Pei Cloud Palm, the demon phoenix sneered indifferently, and with a cold shout, he directly controlled the demon phoenix statue to perform the second inherited fighting skill. Cry. As the demon phoenix shouted, the demon phoenix statue immediately raised its head to the sky and let out a sharp cry again. A dazzling lightning flashed from the demon phoenix statue's body to the demon phoenix statue's slender neck, and finally came to the demon phoenix statue's mouth. Then, in a flash of dazzling lightning, the demon phoenix statue suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a silver blue light column shining with dazzling lightning, blasting towards the giant palm of Pei Yun Palm. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the dazzling blue-silver lightning column immediately shattered the giant cloud palm. For a moment, the scattered clouds blocked the sky around. And at this moment, a three-color light ball with a diameter of almost 10 meters suddenly passed through the clouds, turned into a three-color stream of light, and shot towards the demon phoenix statue. 3-point return to the original energy. Under the cover of the scattered clouds, the three-color energy ball hit the demon phoenix statue with a lightning speed, like a stream of light. In an instant, as the dazzling three-color light burst out, a thick layer of ice suddenly spread rapidly from the position where the 3-point return to the original energy hit the demon phoenix statue. In just a moment, the demon phoenix statue was frozen. What? In the distance, the demon phoenix was shocked to see the demon phoenix statue being frozen. At this moment, in the scattered clouds, Bai Ge had taken out a magic sword, and with the activation of the sword control technique, the magic sword instantly rushed into the sky. 10,000 Swords Technique. While controlling the magic sword with the sword control technique, Bai Ge quickly pinched the seal with his hands, shouted in his heart, and activated the 10,000 Swords Technique. With the activation of the 10,000 Swords Technique, the magic sword was seen shooting into the sky. In a burst of crisp sword sounds, countless sword shadows instantly split out, so dense that they almost covered the entire sky. Heavenly Sword, Cut. After splitting the magic sword into countless sword shadows with the 10,000 Swords Technique, Bai Ge immediately launched the heavenly sword again. After a loud shout, the dense sword shadows in the sky quickly gathered together and instantly turned into a huge divine sword, emitting a sharp edge that destroyed everything, and slashed down at the demon phoenix statue in front. For a moment, in a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With the countless sword chi scattered in all directions, a huge divine sword instantly tore through the vast clouds in the sky and slashed down at the frozen demon phoenix statue below. Chapter 953 Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art vs Demon Phoenix Bell. What? Seeing the heavenly sword tearing through the clouds from the sky and slashing down at the demon phoenix statue with the power to destroy everything, the demon phoenix couldn't help but change color. What kind of fighting skill is this? Sensing the crisis, the demon phoenix immediately manipulated the demon phoenix statue, trying to make the demon phoenix statue break free from the freezing erosion of the 3-point return to the origin energy and avoid the sword slashed by Bai Ge. But unfortunately, before it could succeed, the heavenly sword, with its shocking sharpness, carrying the sky-wide raging wind and the scattered sword energy, instantly slashed the demon phoenix statue. Boom! As the heavenly sword and the frozen demon phoenix statue collided with each other, a terrifying energy wave suddenly burst out. For a moment, endless sword energy suddenly shot out from the heavenly sword and hit the demon phoenix statue, making countless pits on the frozen demon phoenix statue. And it was continuously frozen and eroded by Bai Ge's 3-point return to the origin energy, and then slashed by the heavenly sword. Although the demon phoenix statue is one of the top fighting skills of the heavenly demon phoenix clan, it can't withstand the internal erosion of the 3-point return to the origin energy and the external tearing of the heavenly sword at the same time. So, under Bai Ge's attack and the slash of the heavenly sword, with a crack sound, the frozen demon phoenix statue was immediately cut in half by a sword. After being divided into two halves, the frozen demon phoenix statue immediately began to disintegrate and eventually dissipated in the sky. But after destroying the demon phoenix statue with a sword, Bai Ge did not intend to stop. Instead, he continued to manipulate the heavenly sword and swung it out again, with a shocking edge, slashing at the demon phoenix behind the demon phoenix statue. But unfortunately, after seeing the power of the heavenly sword, the demon phoenix was not a fool. Seeing the heavenly sword slashing towards him, the demon phoenix immediately displayed the wind and thunder movement, instantly turning into a stream of light, avoiding Bai Ji's sword. After hiding to the side, looking at Bai Ji, the demon phoenix couldn't help but sneer. "Human, you are quite powerful. You can destroy my demon phoenix statue. But I was careless this time. You just took advantage of my underestimation. Next time, I won't give you a chance like this." As he said that, a monstrous momentum suddenly burst out from the body of the demon phoenix. A magnificent silver fighting spirit instantly rose from the body of the demon phoenix again, whistling and sweeping towards the sky. It was the demon phoenix preparing to use the demon phoenix statue again. "You give me a chance? It should be me who gives you a chance or not." Bai Ji was a little sarcastic about the words of the demon phoenix. Seeing that the demon phoenix was about to use the demon phoenix statue again, Bai Ji immediately controlled the heavenly sword and slashed it again. In a burst of breaking air, the huge heavenly sword, carrying the sword energy all over the sky, with a sharp power that could tear everything apart, instantly slashed towards the demon phoenix. And looking at the giant sword that was slashed in the sky, the demon phoenix, who was originally preparing to condense the demon phoenix statue again, couldn't help but look a little ugly. "What on earth is this fighting skill? It actually broke my demon phoenix statue, and it hasn't even collapsed yet. Human, you are arrogant, demon phoenix slash." Because there was no time to condense the demon phoenix statue, the demon phoenix roared angrily, and could only use the fighting spirit that burst out from its body to launch the demon phoenix slash. I saw that the silver thunder fighting spirit that burst out from the body of the demon phoenix quickly condensed in the thunder and turned into two sharp sky swords like phoenix wings. Then, under the control of the demon phoenix, the two phoenix wing sky swords suddenly slashed out, tearing the air with rolling wind and thunder, and slashed towards Bai Ji with boundless power. Heavenly sword, slash. However, facing the demon phoenix's demon phoenix slash, Bai Ji did not retreat at all, but directly controlled the heavenly sword and slashed at the two phoenix wing sky swords instantly. In an instant, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and then the heavenly sword collided with the two phoenix wing heavenly swords. In a loud bang, the sword energy and thunder in the sky suddenly burst out, surging around and destroying the large forest below. However, although the heavenly sword was extremely powerful, after beheading the demon phoenix saint statue, the heavenly sword had actually consumed most of its power. So after colliding with the two phoenix wing heavenly swords condensed by the demon phoenix slash, as the two phoenix wing heavenly swords were slashed, the sword was destroyed, and the sky sword also began to disintegrate. Only one magic sword survived, and under the control of Bai Ji's sword control, it continued to shoot towards the demon phoenix. 10,000 swords. While controlling the magic sword with the sword control technique, Bai Ji immediately launched the 10,000 swords again, splitting the magic sword into sword shadows all over the sky like rain, and shot towards the demon phoenix. Divine Sword Control Thunder True Art. While launching the 10,000 swords art to attack the demon phoenix with the sword control technique, Bai Ji began to use the real killer Divine Sword Control Thunder True Art again. As his hands continued to form seals, accompanied by waves of fighting spirit constantly released, boundless dark clouds suddenly gathered from all directions. What's going on? In the distance, the demon phoenix was still dodging the sword shadows that were split by Bai Ji's 10,000 swords art, and noticed the change in the weather. When he saw that Bai Ji was actually gathering the dark clouds around him, as if he was going to perform some amazing fighting skills, the demon phoenix couldn't help but be shocked. "Are you going to use some killer fighting skills? I won't give you a chance." Thinking of this, the phoenix immediately prepared to use wind and thunder to stop Bai Ji. However, as Bai Ji used the sword control technique and manipulated the sword shadows that were differentiated by the 10,000 swords technique, the phoenix could not get close to Bai Ji at all. Damn it! Just as the phoenix was furious, Bai Ji, who was distracted by manipulating the sword shadows that were differentiated by the 10,000 swords technique and performing the divine sword controlling thunder technique, finally gathered enough dark clouds. 9 heavens mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, guided by the sword. As the endless dark clouds above his head finally twisted into thunder eyes, and the boundless thunder continued to roar in the clouds, Bai Ji took out a magic sword again and shouted the divine sword controlling thunder technique in his heart. As the Do Chi was running, the majestic Do Chi was poured into the magic sword, and a thick blue light column suddenly burst out from the magic sword, instantly piercing through the dark clouds. Boom! Boom! Amid the deafening explosions, boundless thunder continued to roll in the dark clouds, converging towards the silver-blue light column in the center of the thunder eye. Through the silver-blue light column, it quickly poured into the magic sword in Bai Ji's hand. The divine sword and thunder control secrets that Bai Ji displayed with the cultivation of Dozun were naturally many times stronger than Nalan Yanran, who was only at the Dozone level. When countless thunders followed the light column and continued to pour into the magic sword in Bai Ji's hand, the dazzling lightning flashed on the sword body, illuminating everything around Bai Ji. And from time to time, electric snakes broke out of the magic sword, raging and dancing around Bai Ji, making Bai Ji look like Thor. Feeling the might of the divine sword and thunder controlling technique displayed by Bai Ji, the demon phoenix, who was confident of victory before, was a little anxious at this moment. He felt a fatal threat from it. But because Bai Ji used the sword control technique to control the sword shadows in the sky separated by the 10,000 swords technique, he could not get close to it for a while. Now it is definitely impossible to stop it, so he can only find another way, first seek self-protection, and then find a way to fight back. And before thinking for long, the demon phoenix quickly made a decision in his heart. Demon Phoenix Spell. After bursting out a majestic fighting spirit like a landslide and tsunami, smashing or blasting away all the sword shadows around, the demon phoenix suddenly shouted angrily, and his hands kept forming dazzling marks. As the demon phoenix shouted angrily, the silver fighting spirit surrounding it suddenly gathered and transformed into the prototype of a silver phoenix. After a sharp cry, the silver phoenix folded its wings and wrapped the demon phoenix in it. Then, dazzling silver light suddenly burst out from the body of the silver phoenix. After the silver phoenix wrapped the demon phoenix, the transformed body was constantly wriggling and deforming. Finally, it turned into a huge silver bell with a width of hundreds of meters. This is another top-secret method of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, the Demon Phoenix Bell with both defensive and offensive power. Chapter 954 Kun Phoenix appears, the power of Do Sheng. Kill. Seeing the Demon Phoenix use the Demon Phoenix Bell, hiding in the bell, standing under the dark clouds, Bai Ji's face did not change at all, but after absorbing the lightning in the dark clouds, he shouted angrily and immediately slashed the magic sword in his hand towards the direction of the Demon Phoenix Bell. In an instant, dazzling lightning burst out from the magic sword in Bai Ji's hand, almost illuminating the darkness under the dark clouds like daylight. Amidst the thunder, a thunder dragon 100 meters thick roared and was cut out by Bai Ji's sword. In the dazzling lightning and the raging lightning, it roared towards the Demon Phoenix Bell. However, because the grade was too low and the energy of the thunder absorbed by Bai Ji was too huge, just when Bai Ji released all the thunder in the magic sword, dense cracks appeared on the magic sword, and then it exploded violently. Fortunately, the magic sword Yu Lei Zhen, the last blow of the tactic, had been cut off by Bai Ji's sword. On the other side, when Bai Ji cut the thunder dragon, the demon phoenix wrapped in the demon phoenix bell also sensed the approach of danger and quickly reacted in the demon phoenix bell. Bloodline devouring soul. In the demon phoenix bell, feeling the danger approaching, the demon phoenix gritted its teeth and slashed its palm with one finger, forcing out a drop of green-red blood essence. After swallowing it into its stomach, it shouted loudly, and its hands quickly formed seals like a dazzled, and performed the secret method to improve its strength, Bloodline Devouring Soul. With the activation of Bloodline Devouring Soul, after swallowing a drop of blood essence, the demon phoenix's whole body momentum suddenly soared, directly from Dozun 8 stars to the peak of 9 stars. Demon Phoenix Bell, shake the world. After performing Bloodline Devouring Soul to improve its strength, the demon phoenix shouted loudly, manipulated the demon phoenix bell, and launched an attack. Dang! As the huge demon phoenix bell shook, only a loud dang was heard. A terrifying destructive sound wave suddenly spread out in all directions with the phoenix bell as the center. For a moment, all the trees along the way were shattered by the sound wave. And some monsters with lower strength were instantly shattered into a pool of blood mud by the destructive sound wave. After spreading all the way, the destructive sound wave finally collided with the thunder dragon cut by Bai Ji with the divine sword control thunder true art. However, it is obvious that the destructive sound wave emitted by the phoenix bell is strong, but this range attack is obviously not comparable to the divine sword control thunder true art, which is a single target attack. Bang! So, with a loud bang, after the thunder dragon and the destructive sound wave collided, countless thunders were suddenly shaken out of the thunder dragon by the destructive sound wave, and scattered and bombarded all around. Thunderbolts, some as thick as buckets, scattered and hit the ground below, smashing large tracts of trees and creating huge pits on the ground. Just like that, the thunder dragon roared and broke through the demon phoenix spell, sending out waves of destructive sound waves, and powerfully blasted towards the demon phoenix spell, and finally slammed into the demon phoenix spell. Boom! With a deafening roar, the dazzling lightning instantly illuminated the sky. Countless thunderbolts suddenly burst out from the thunder dragon's body like rain, constantly bombarding the demon phoenix spell in front of it. Although the demon phoenix in the demon phoenix spell was trying its best to control the demon phoenix spell, constantly sending out destructive sound waves to offset the thunderbolts that Bai Ge had cut off after the thunder dragon bombarded the demon phoenix spell. But the power that the thunder dragon burst out in an instant was too strong. You know, the thunder contained in the dark clouds that stretched for hundreds of miles burst out in an instant, and the power contained in it was enough to raise a forest that stretched for hundreds of miles to the ground and blast out a huge crater like a meteorite. This was not something that the demon phoenix spell cast by the demon phoenix could defend against at all. Even if the demon phoenix spell cast by the demon phoenix was also condensed by thunder fighting spirit, it was the same. Under the bombardment of countless terrifying thunders erupted by the thunder dragon, the huge demon phoenix spell finally began to crack with a series of cracks. Sounds. As the cracks spread inch by inch, they eventually covered the entire demon phoenix spell. The demon phoenix spell suddenly collapsed with a bang. Sound. After shattering the demon phoenix spell, the thunder dragon, which still retained most of its power, immediately roared and blasted towards the demon phoenix in the demon phoenix spell. But just as the thunder dragon roared and was about to hit the demon phoenix, a black shadow suddenly shot out from a distance and rushed towards the thunder dragon in an instant. Bang! As the black shadow and the thunder dragon collided, and with the black shadow's punch, the entire space was instantly shattered like glass, revealing endless darkness. And the thunder dragon also collapsed with the destruction of the space. Smash the space, this is a Dosheng strongman. Seeing that the black shadow's means of destroying the thunder dragon was to smash the space with a punch, Bai Ge couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Sure enough, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan sent more than one 8-star Dozun. In the practice of Do Chi, above the Dozone realm, every time you upgrade a realm, the spatial ability will undergo a qualitative change. The Dozone realm is to step on the void, the Dozun realm is to tear the space, and the Dosheng realm is to shatter the space. Although now, because no one has been promoted to Do Di for many years, the outside world does not know much about the specific strength of the Do Di. However, according to the information Bai Ge currently knows, combined with speculation, after reaching the Dao Di realm, the spatial ability should have another qualitative leap, with the ability to break the world barrier and open the channel to the outside world. Now, the person who came clearly showed the ability to shatter the space, and smashed the thunder dragon punch that Bai Ge cut with the divine sword to shatter the space together. This is an ability that only Dozheng strongmen have. Lord Kunhuang, why are you here? After the demon phoenix spell was smashed by the thunder dragon, the demon phoenix thought that he would be seriously injured and even die, but he didn't expect that he would be rescued. When he saw the true face of the person who came, the demon phoenix couldn't help but look shocked. The clan leader asked me to come and see the situation, because this Beatty sect is said to be related to Xingyun Pavilion. I'm on good terms with the Hua clan, and the clan leader was afraid that the Xingyun Pavilion and the Hua clan might send people to disrupt your actions, so he asked me to follow and take a look. But I didn't expect that after I arrived, the people from the Hua clan and the Xingyun Pavilion didn't come to interfere, but you are not the opponent of this mere 5-star Dozun level human. The old Kunhuang, wearing a black robe, said indifferently. Lord Kunhuang, it's because I'm too weak, please forgive me, Lord Kunhuang. Hearing Kunhuang's words, Ye Huang's face turned pale, and then he gritted his teeth with shame. After returning, study the fighting skills and secrets of the clan carefully, but you are just a mere human. Kunhuang said lightly, turning around slowly. When he turned to look at Bai Ge, a fierce and violent aura suddenly burst out from Kunhuang's body. Looking at Bai Ge, Kunhuang's old face showed a cold smile. But speaking of which, it seems that this saint hasn't had meat for a long time. Today, this human seems to be of good quality. I wonder if it can fill the gaps between my teeth for a while. Want to use me to fill the gaps between your teeth? I'm afraid I'm going to break your teeth today. Hearing Kunhuang's words, Bai Ge sneered unwillingly. Break this saint's teeth? Haha. Just relying on you, a 5-star Dozun? This is really the funniest joke this saint has ever heard. Kun Huang couldn't help but laugh disdainfully at Bai Ji's words. This saint will swallow you today. After the last evil smile, a monstrous momentum instantly burst out from Kun Huang's body. Then, a powerful fighting spirit suddenly swept out from Kun Huang's body like a landslide and tsunami, and behind Kun Huang, a dark sky demon phoenix condensed and transformed. The holy image of the demon phoenix, swallowing the sky and the earth. Following Kun Huang's sharp and hoarse shout, the dark sky demon phoenix virtual image behind it also let out a piercing and earth-shattering cry, and then the dark sky demon phoenix instantly turned into a black shadow and shot towards Bai Ji. When the sky demon phoenix virtual image shot towards Bai Ji, along with a sharp cry, a terrifying suction force suddenly burst out from the mouth of the sky demon phoenix virtual image. With Bai Ji's current body of 3,000 thunder phantoms, for a moment, he was unable to break free from the terrifying suction force of the demon phoenix saint image cast by the Dosheng strongman, and was instantly sucked towards the sky demon phoenix virtual image. It's just a human Dozun, become the resource for this deity to become stronger. Seeing Bai Ji about to be swallowed by the demon phoenix statue, Kun Huang couldn't help but open his skinny arms and laughed hoarsely at the sky. But after the demon phoenix statue swallowed Bai Ji into its body, Kun Huang's laughter suddenly stopped. What's going on? Found that after swallowing Bai Ji into its body, the demon phoenix statue didn't feel like swallowing food at all. Kun Huang couldn't help but look at the demon phoenix statue in the distance with shock. I saw, in the sky in the distance. In the mouth of the dark demon phoenix statue, silver blue lightning was constantly drilling out, converging towards a position, and soon recondensed Bai Ji's body outside. This is 3000 Thunder Phantom Body? Chapter 955 The Saint Demon Titan is still powerful, and the 8 trigrams Luo trapped Dosheng. This is 3000 Thunder Phantom Body? When seeing countless silver blue lightning bolts escape from the mouth of the demon phoenix statue, and finally regroup in the distance and transform into Bai Ji's body, Kun Huang's old face could not help but reveal a slight shock. 3000 Thunder Phantoms, this is the Fenglay Pavilion's fighting skill, it is impossible to spread it outside. You actually know the Fenglay Pavilion's 3000 Thunder Phantoms, no wonder Fenglay Pavilion hates you to the bone. As if thinking of something, Kun Huang couldn't help but sneer on his face. But do you think I can't kill your 3000 Thunder Phantoms and I can't do anything to you? As long as your body can't hide, I can't kill your 3000 Thunder Phantoms. But you can hide, but your Beatty sect can't run away. If I can't kill you, I just need to raise your Beatty sect to the ground, and that will have the same effect. He found that Bai Ji was not the real body, but the 3000 Thunder Phantoms. Kun Huang could not kill the 3000 Thunder Phantoms, but Huang Tian sent him here, so it would be best if he could kill Bai Ji. But if he could not kill him, raising the Beatty sect to the ground would have the same effect. Because the purpose of his trip was to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, to reproduce the majesty of the Tianyao Huang clan, so that Zhongzhou would not dare to have any forces or individuals dare to offend the Tianyao Huang clan. And the goal of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was the Beatty sect as a whole. The signboard of the Beatty sect was naturally Bai Ji, but the main body of the Beatty sect was the key. Only by destroying the Beatty sect and spreading the news throughout Zhongzhou could the purpose of this trip be achieved. As for Bai Ji, it would be best if he could kill him, but if he could not kill him, although it would inevitably feel regretful, it would not affect the final effect much. After all, if the Beatty sect was destroyed by their Tianyao Huang clan, Bai the Dozun Ji was completely humiliated, which was enough to show the power of their Tianyao Huang clan. After saying that, Kun Huang sneered and was ready to turn around and leave, taking the Yao Huang Saint statue to destroy the Beatty sect. But before Kun Huang left, a white figure suddenly tore through the space, appeared in the sky, and blocked Kun Huang. You want to go to the Beatty sect, have you asked me? Looking at Kun Huang, Bai Ji, who finally appeared, smiled coldly. Just now, after killing Yu Mingzi, he noticed that the 3000 Thunder Illusion body was destroyed once, so Bai Ji used the 3000 Thunder Illusion body as the coordinates and tore through the space in an instant to rush over. Hey! It's the real body! Seeing Bai Ji appear in the sky, after looking back at Bai Ji's 3000 Thunder Illusion body, Kun Huang couldn't help but exclaimed, feeling quite surprised. Are you the Baizun of the Beatty sect? You actually showed up. I thought you would hide all the time. After all, since I showed up, you are just a Dozun, so it is normal for you to hide. But I didn't expect you to come out and appear in front of me. Is this what you humans call dignity? But you are probably looking for death. Kun Wang's hoarse voice revealed a few traces of coldness, as if he had finally found his prey. After licking his lips, his eyes shot out a few traces of ferocity and greed. But since you are so proactive, I will fulfill your wish today and let you enter my stomach and become my stronger resource. After saying that, in the sharp roar of Kun Huang, the demon phoenix statue formed by the endless Do Chi behind it suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a sharp cry, and then instantly flapped its wings and soared into the sky, turning into a black stream of light, rushing towards Bai Ji like a meteor. The holy statue of the demon phoenix, swallowing the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by Kun Wang's fierce hoarse laugh, the holy statue of the demon phoenix, which rushed towards Bai Ji, opened its mouth after a sharp cry, and emitted an unimaginable amazing suction force, trying to repeat the same trick and suck Bai Ji into its body and devour him. A trifle. But looking at the holy statue of the demon phoenix rushing in front of him, Bai Ji sneered, and his heart moved directly, and a tall figure suddenly emerged behind him. Accompanied by a series of golden divine rings rising from his feet, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul suddenly grew wildly, and instantly turned into an ancient titan 600 or 700 meters high. However, the appearance of this ancient titan was a bit strange. After all, there were 3 pairs of wings, one black and one white, of 2 different colors, on his back, and he also had the characteristics of 3 heads and 6 arms. Such a titan was really a bit strange. Smash it! After summoning the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's martial soul and activating all the divine rings, Bai Ji shouted again. Under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's true body instantly stretched out a hand and summoned the clear sky hammer martial soul. Then, as golden divine rings continued to emerge and light up from the clear sky hammer martial soul, they sank into the clear sky hammer again. After all 10 divine rings were activated, the clear sky hammer martial soul instantly turned into a giant hammer that was almost the same height as the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's martial soul. After displaying the clear sky hammer's true body and activating all the divine rings, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's martial soul suddenly shouted in unison with 3 heads, and 6 hands held the clear sky hammer at the same time, and swung the hammer towards the demon phoenix saint statue that was rushing forward. For a moment, only a shrill whistle was heard. The heavy clear sky hammer, carrying a violent gust of wind and the might of smashing everything, was smashed towards the demon phoenix statue that was bursting at it. Boom! As the demon phoenix statue was hit by the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul, wielding the huge clear sky hammer martial soul. With a loud bang, the entire demon phoenix statue was instantly smashed to pieces, and directly disintegrated into raging Do Chi, sweeping around, and finally, disappearing without a trace. What kind of fighting skill is this? How is it possible? When seeing Bai Ji summon the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul, and actually smashing his own demon phoenix statue with one hammer, Kun Huang couldn't help but change his face and screamed in disbelief. But Bai Ji didn't pay any attention to Kun Huang's shock now. Because after destroying the demon phoenix statue, Bai Ji was preparing to kill Kun Huang, who was at the 1-star Do Sheng level. Strange fire, come out! Stepping in the sky, Bai Ji shouted in his heart and suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, 8 different colors of surging strange fire were released by Bai Ji, instantly turning the sky into a raging sea of fire. 8 trigrams fire method, condense. After releasing the strange fire, Bai Ji's hands began to quickly form dazzling marks. Then with Bai Ji's loud shout, the strange fire was released all over the sky, and Kaihua Temple quickly condensed and turned into 8 giant flame eggs. What is this human doing? Seeing Bai Ji released a raging sea of fire, and seemed to be about to perform some amazing fighting skills. After being shocked, Kun Huang couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Although Kun Huang's Do Sheng level cultivation, he didn't think Bai Ji could hurt him. But as an enemy, he couldn't watch Bai Ji perform such a powerful fighting skill. So, without thinking too much, Kun Huang suddenly shook the sky demon phoenix wings behind him, and instantly turned into a stream of light, bursting towards Bai Ji, ready to stop Bai Ji from performing the 8 diagrams fire method. But Bai Ji had already expected Kun Huang's behavior. Just as Kun Huang rushed out, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul beside Bai Ji also rushed out instantly, rushed towards Kun Huang, and prepared to intercept Kun Huang. Although the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul's body is huge, because the gravity field reduces gravity, the speed of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul is still amazing. After briefly controlling Kun Huang with the gravity field, it soon activated its spatial ability and was exempted from the influence of the gravity field. However, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul had already rushed to Kunhuang with the clear sky hammer, and swung the hammer to hit Kunhuang. Under the obstruction of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, Kunhuang could not get close to Bai Ge for a while. On the other side, the demon phoenix was blocked by Bai Ge's 3,000 thunder phantom bodies. The two confronted each other and could not intervene in the battle. Fire Beast, come out! Finally, the secret method of condensing the Fire Beast was completed. With Bai Ge's loud shout, 2 beams of light suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's purple gem-like eyes. In the sky, 8 giant flame eggs exploded, and 8 huge fire beasts that had not yet reached their limit broke out of their shells, emitting bursts of beast roars or cries. And as the fire beast finally condensed into shape, under Bai Ge's control, the 8 fire beasts roared or cried in an instant, and then turned into flames, bursting towards Kunhuang, and surrounded Kunhuang in the 8 trigrams. Chapter 956, Severely Injured, Miserable Kunhuang. This is. Kunhuang was avoiding the attack of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit, and suddenly found that 800-meter-high fire beasts bursting towards him, surrounded him, and then the surrounding space was instantly blocked. Kunhuang was a little surprised. Is this a battle formation? While Kunhuang was in doubt, Bai Ge had already controlled the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit to retreat quickly and escape from the 8 trigrams Luo formation. Then under Bai Ge's control, the 8 fire beasts opened their mouths at the same time and spit out burning pillars of fire towards Kunhuang, bursting towards Kunhuang. Faced with the fire pillars shooting from all directions, Kunhuang naturally could not take these attacks in vain, but instantly burst out the majestic fighting spirit in his body like a landslide and tsunami. Demon Phoenix Slash. With Kunhuang's fierce shout, the sky-high fighting spirit released from his body suddenly turned into 8 phoenix wing heavenly swords. With a burst of explosions, they slashed at the fire pillars shooting from all directions, instantly cutting through the fire pillars and shooting at the 8 fire beasts that were spewing fire pillars. Swish! 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 The demon phoenix slash performed by Kunhuang with the cultivation of Dozhung level was far more powerful than the one performed by the demon phoenix. After the 8 phoenix wing heavenly swords whistled and cut through the 8 fire pillars, they instantly cut the 8 fire beasts in half. However, after cutting through the fire pillars and then cutting the fire beasts, the phoenix wing heavenly swords could no longer hold up under the continuous burning of the strange fire and instantly collapsed in the air. However, although the phoenix wing heavenly sword cut all 8 fire beasts in half, but if it was just to kill them, it would be fine, but just cutting them in half is useless for the immortal fire beasts. Just after the phoenix wing heavenly sword collapsed, the remains of the 8 fire beasts suddenly merged into one again and recovered. Even the size of each fire beast became even larger than before it was cut. It's useless. Kunhuang was shocked to find that his demon phoenix slash could not kill the 8 fire beasts. However, after being shocked, Kunhuang soon sneered again. Since I can't kill you, I will devour you. Demon Phoenix Holy Statue, swallow the sky and the earth. Looking at the 8 fire beasts surrounding him, Kunhuang suddenly shouted and burst out the powerful fighting spirit in his body again. For a moment, the majestic fighting spirit suddenly surged out of Kunhuang's body like a landslide and tsunami. Behind Kunhuang, it condensed again, transforming into a lifelike pitch-black sky demon phoenix. Cry! After the demon phoenix statue took shape again, the pitch-black demon phoenix statue immediately looked up to the sky and once again let out a fierce cry. Then, it instantly flapped its wings and soared into the sky, like a pitch-black meteorite, shooting towards one of the fire beasts. Although it was found that these 8 fire beasts seemed to be impossible to destroy, as if they were trapped in this formation and could not leave, this formation was definitely not impossible to escape. Broken. In Kunhuang's view, any formation has flaws. That is, as long as one part is destroyed, the entire formation will fail. And the key to this formation is obviously the 8 fire beasts. As long as one of the fire beasts can be devoured, a hole in the formation will definitely be torn. At that time, it will be easy to get out. Cry! In the brutal and ferocious cry, the dark sky demon phoenix virtual image suddenly fluttered its wings wildly and shot towards the Tang snake fire beast condensed by the azure lotus earth core fire. Just as it approached, the demon phoenix statue opened its mouth and launched the swallowing of heaven and earth, bursting out an incomparable and powerful swallowing force, trying to swallow the Tang snake fire beast. But all this is obviously not so easy. Just when the demon phoenix statue wanted to devour the fire beast Tang snake, the other 7 fire beasts, including the 8th fire beast Tang snake, opened their mouths at the same time and sprayed a blazing column of fire towards the demon phoenix statue, sweeping towards the demon phoenix statue. 8 different fire pillars were sprayed at the demon phoenix statue at the same time. With the mixture of different fires, a violent explosion occurred. With a loud bang, the demon phoenix statue was instantly blown apart in the air. How is this possible? Seeing that the demon phoenix statue he controlled was swept by 8 fire pillars, and with a deafening explosion, it was instantly burned out by the raging sea of fire, Kun Huang couldn't help but scream in disbelief. The previous demon phoenix statue was smashed by the huge giant with a hammer. After all, the giant was indeed huge, and the giant hammer on his body was by no means ordinary, but why were these only 8 fire pillars able to burn my demon phoenix statue? Kun Huang was full of disbelief. Outside the Douluo formation, Bai Ji had already stretched out his hands. 8 different colors of fire were gathering between Bai Ji's hands at this moment, condensed into an 8-color fireball, and were being compressed continuously. Finally, it turned into an 8-color fireball that was only the size of a fist, as solid as a fist. Can it only be compressed here? Feeling that the 8-color compressed fireball in his hand had reached its limit and could no longer be compressed, Bai Ji couldn't help but let out a breath. Looking at Kun Huang in the Douluo formation again, Bai Ji couldn't help but grin. Douluo? I want to see how many of my compressed 8-color fireballs you, a 1-star Do Sheng, can eat. Go. Looking at Kun Huang in the Douluo formation, Bai Ji shouted in a low voice and pushed out the 8-color compressed fireball in his hand. In an instant, an 8-color compressed fireball was instantly transformed from Bai Ji's hand into an 8-color stream of light, bursting into the Douluo formation. In the 8 trigrams fire formation, because the demon phoenix statue was destroyed, Kun Huang chose to take action himself and killed a fire beast, intending to completely kill a fire beast, thereby breaking the 8 trigrams fire formation and rushing out of the 8 trigrams fire formation. But when Kun Huang killed a fire beast, the other 7 fire beasts also roared or cried, and also killed Kun Huang, not giving Kun Huang any chance. Facing the simultaneous attack of 8 fire beasts, although Kun Huang had the advantage with the powerful cultivation of the Dozheng level. But facing 8 immortal fire beasts, especially the joint attack of the 8 fire beasts, the strange fire that burst out from time to time can also burst out with a power that Kun Huang can hardly underestimate. This made it difficult for Kun Huang to break through the attack of the 8 fire beasts for a while, and he could only passively welcome the attack and be trapped in an area. At this moment, the 8-color compressed fireball released by Bai Ji finally shot into the Douluo formation and shot towards Kun Huang, who was in the center of the formation. Although the 8-color compressed fireball seemed small, the power contained in it was amazing. When it was outside the Douluo formation, Kun Huang, who was trapped in the formation, could not sense it at all because of the space blockade of the Douluo formation. But as the 8-color compressed fireball shot into the Douluo formation, a strong sense of threat suddenly surged from Kun Huang's heart, which made Kun Huang turn his head and look in the direction of the 8-color compressed fireball. Boom! At this moment, the 8-color compressed fireball shot into the Douluo formation suddenly exploded. In an instant, accompanied by a burst of 8-color light that shone through the sky and the earth, an unimaginable torrent of energy, carrying a raging sea of fire, suddenly swept over. The forest on the ground was almost completely annihilated in an instant under the impact of the violent energy torrent. Nothing was left, and even the ground was instantly turned into scorched earth. On the ground directly below the 8-color compressed fireball, even under the impact of the violent air waves and high-temperature energy blasted downward, a large area of crystallized land appeared. Under the terrifying power of the 8-color compressed fireball, everything under the entire Douluo formation was instantly turned into nothing. When the sea of fire in the sky dissipated, the Douluo formation was in the fire array, only a piece of black scorched earth with billowing smoke, crystals and various cracks was left, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Human, you are looking for death. After the sea of fire produced by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball dissipated, the 8 fire beasts around were still recondensing, but in the black scorched earth on the ground, a shrill scream that resounded through the world suddenly came. On the ground, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the sky from the ground, but it was the Kun Huang that was knocked down to the ground by the terrifying power of the 8-color compressed fireball. But at this moment, the appearance of this Do Sheng strongman was particularly miserable. Not only was his black robe almost burnt beyond recognition, but his face and scalp were even burned to reveal his white skull, which looked particularly terrifying and hideous. And on the body of this Do Sheng strongman, there were also burnt scars, revealing the wounds that were still bleeding. The feathers on the wings of the sky demon phoenix behind him were almost all burned. One of the wings even showed some signs of fracture. Looking at Bai Ji, the Do Sheng's eyes were red. While tearing his almost burned hair, he couldn't help but let out an angry and sharp roar. How dare you, a mere human, hurt me? I will make sure you die without a burial place. Chapter 957 Continuous Compressed Fireball Bombardment, 8-color compressed fireball vs Demon Phoenix Bell. Let me die without a burial place? I'm waiting, but you better come out first. Outside the Bagwaluo formation, Bai Ji heard the shrill roar of Kun Huang in the Bagwaluo formation, but he didn't care at all. Instead, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. An 8-color compressed fireball couldn't kill you. A true Do Sheng is much stronger than a half-saint like you Mingzi. But one is not enough, so I'll give you a few more. Looking at the Kun Huang in the Bagwaluo formation, which looked miserable but didn't seem to be seriously injured, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin and thought to himself. Thinking of this, Bai Ji immediately began to manipulate the 8 fire beasts in the Bagwaluo formation, which had become more powerful, to attack Kun Huang again. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned the 8-color glazed fire, and then separated it, and began to merge and compress the 8 separated fires. In Bai Ji's hands, the 8 separated fires began to condense, and quickly compressed from a diameter of more than 10 meters to the size of a fist, almost turning into a substantial 8-color fireball. Go! After compressing to the limit, looking at the Bagwaluo formation in front of him, Bai Ji suddenly shouted and pushed the compressed fireball in his hand out again. In an instant, the 8-color compressed fireball instantly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Bagwaluo formation again. When Bai Ji compressed the second 8-color compressed fireball and shot it towards Kun Huang, the Kun Huang in the Bagwaluo formation had gone completely crazy, roaring angrily, constantly bursting out monstrous black fighting spirit, suppressing the 8 fire beasts and blowing them up in turn. But it was a pity. As long as the Bagwaluo formation that had been formed around was not broken, it would be useless even if the 8 fire beasts were blown up many times. But in order to break the Bagwaluo formation, the 8 fire beasts must be eliminated, which is almost a dead cycle. Just when Kun Huang was fighting with the 8 fire beasts, the 8-color compressed fireball shot by Bai Ji turned into a stream of light again and shot into the Bagwaluo formation. For a moment, a strong sense of threat surged into his heart again, and the crazy Kun Huang's face suddenly froze, and his eyes suddenly sobered up, and he was horrified in an instant. This is. However, in the next moment, the 8-color compressed fireball shot by Bai Ji burst out again, and the dazzling 8-color light and the raging sea of fire instantly swept everything in the Bagwaluo formation again. Under the terrifying power generated by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball again, the Bagwaluo formation was destroyed again in an instant. The ground seemed to be hit hard by a huge hammer like a mountain. The whole ground was blasted into a dent, and it was charred black, full of deep cracks crisscrossing like spider webs, emitting scorching heat and billowing hot air. After the sea of fire receded, accompanied by a shrill and angry scream, the embarrassed Dozhung Kun Huang once again soared from the ground. It had been bombarded by the previous 8-color compressed fireball. This time, it was destroyed again by the 8-color compressed fireball. Kun Huang's injuries were even more serious. He was almost no longer in human form, and his body seemed to have turned into charcoal, black and extremely scary. How could such a powerful fighting skill be used so quickly and continuously? Looking at Bai Ji, Kun Huang exuded a crazy aura. While he was trying his best to stimulate the blood of the heavenly demon phoenix in his body to repair his body, he couldn't help but say to Bai Ji. He roared shrilly. In his opinion, the 8-color compressed fireball was enough to hurt a Do Sheng like Bai Ji, who was only a Do Zun. Logically speaking, it should consume a lot of Do Qi, or have great restrictions. But Bai Ji threw down an 8-color compressed fireball just a few minutes later, and he threw down another one. This is simply not in line with common sense. However, Bai Ji smiled faintly at Kun Huang's words. His 8-color compressed fireball is not a fighting skill, but can only be regarded as a secret method with a somewhat abnormal power. However, this secret method has very strict requirements if you want to cultivate to his level. Not only do you need to have 8 kinds of strange fire first, because only when you reach this number of strange fires, can you mix and compress them to burst out with the power that can severely damage Do Sheng's strong men. Then you need to have strong enough mental power to compress the mixed strange fire to his size, so that the power will be so huge. Although the power of the 8-color compressed fireball is terrifying and there is no cooling time, the training requirements are harsh enough, which is in line with common sense and can achieve a balance. I still feel confused. My fighting skill is powerful. It is reasonable that 2 consecutive fireballs should be able to seriously injure the Do Sheng. I didn't expect that you seemed to be only seriously injured. Regarding Kun Wang's anger, Bai Ji couldn't help but say lightly. Your fighting skill is indeed powerful. 2 consecutive fireballs should be enough to kill the half-saint. I admit that I underestimated you, human. But unfortunately, although there is a word of saint between the half-saint and the Do Sheng, the gap between them is no less than that between the 9-star Dozun and the peak of Dozun. Besides, I am a member of the Tian Yao Huang clan, and my body is much stronger than you humans. It is wishful thinking to want to kill my Kun Huang with these 2 small fireballs. Kun Huang showed a hideous smile on his face and said. Wishful thinking? That one is different. Since 2 are not enough, then 3, 4, or 5. Looking at Kun Huang in the Baguoluo formation, Bai Ji suddenly showed an innocent smile, and then stretched out his hand to summon another ball of 8-colored glazed fire. How is it possible? Finding that Bai Ji seemed to be able to use this amazing fighting skill, Kun Wang's face changed drastically, and he didn't care about anything else. Now he only took 2 of these 8-colored small fireballs, and it almost took his life. If he took a few more, even if he was a Dushan level Tian Yao Huang, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Demon Phoenix Slash. Seeing the 8 fire beasts around him attacking again, Kun Huang roared angrily, and suddenly burst out the vast fighting spirit in his body, condensing into 8 phoenix wing sky swords in the air, slashing at the 8 fire beasts that rushed from all sides. After performing the Demon Phoenix Slash and killing the 8 fire beasts, Kun Huang did not dare to stop, but took advantage of the time when the 8 fire beasts recondensed to burst out most of the fighting spirit in his body again. In an instant, the vast fighting spirit roared out from Kun Huang's body like an ocean, gathered behind Kun Huang, and finally condensed into shape, transforming into a pitch-black sky demon phoenix again. Cry! As the sky demon phoenix virtual image condensed into shape, with a sharp cry, the nearly 1 kilometer long pitch-black sky demon phoenix virtual image suddenly folded its wings and wrapped Kun Huang below in it. Demon Phoenix Bell! With a roar, a brilliant dark light suddenly burst out from the dark sky demon phoenix virtual image. Then, the sky demon phoenix virtual image began to wriggle and deform, and finally turned into a huge black bell that wrapped Kun Huang in it. On the black bell, there were all kinds of mysterious and complex mysterious patterns. This huge black bell was none other than the Demon Phoenix Bell, one of the strongest inherited fighting skills of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. At the same time, it has terrifying defense and powerful large-scale destructive sound wave attack capabilities. When Kun Huang used the Demon Phoenix Bell, Bai Ji finally compressed the third 8-color compressed fireball, and then pushed it hard, and instantly shot it towards the Baguoluo formation. Dang! 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 After noticing the 8-color compressed fireball shot into the Baguoluo formation and sensing the threat, Kun Huang was immediately startled and quickly manipulated the Demon Phoenix species, suddenly making a series of clang, clang, clang. Loud noises. For a moment, waves of destructive sound waves were constantly emitted from the Demon Phoenix Bell, like a wave, constantly sweeping around, and as the destructive sound waves sounded, Bai Ji also manipulated the 8-color compressed fireball to explode instantly. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by the dazzling 8-color light and the raging sea of fire, the entire Baguoluo formation was suddenly filled with the sea of fire again, and a terrifying explosion occurred. The entire ground was faintly shaking. However, through the silver eyes that could break delusion, Bai Ji discovered. In the sea of fire, the raging sea of fire and the bursting energy torrent were actually destroyed by the wave-like destruction emitted by the Demon Phoenix Bell. Blocked by sound waves. In a spherical area centered on the Phoenix Bell, the destructive sound waves like a tide actually resisted the flames and energy torrents, forming a vacuum area. Chapter 958 Phoenix Bell, broken. It actually blocked it. When Bai Ji saw that the Phoenix Bell in the 8 trigrams Luo formation kept ringing under the control of Kun Huang, sending out waves of clang, clang, clang. Of destructive sound waves, it actually blocked the raging sea of fire and energy torrents emitted by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball. Bai Ji couldn't help but be quite surprised. Since one doesn't work, then I'll give it to you until you are satisfied. Seeing that an 8-color compressed fireball couldn't do anything to the Phoenix Bell, Bai Ji immediately released the 8-color glazed fire again, separating 8 different fires. Then in his hand, he condensed and compressed a new 8-color compressed fireball again. Go! After condensing the 8-color compressed fireball into shape, Bai Ji suddenly shouted and pushed out the 8-color compressed fireball in his hand. In an instant, the 8-color compressed fireball burst out from Bai Ji's hand, turned into a stream of light, and burst into the Douluo formation in the distance. Swish! The speed of the 8-color compressed fireball was so fast that it was almost like a stream of light, and it shot into the Douluo formation in the blink of an eye. In the Douluo formation, the power of the previous 8-color compressed fireball had not completely dissipated. Kun Huang was still trying his best to control the Yaohuang bell, constantly launching destructive sound waves to resist the raging sea of fire and energy torrents. However, at this moment, Bai Ji had already created another 8-color compressed fireball and burst it into the Douluo formation. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, as the dazzling 8-color light burst out, the raging sea of fire and energy torrents suddenly swept up in all directions again with the 8-color compressed fireball as the center. In an instant, the terrifying power generated by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball burst out again, instantly destroying everything in the Douluo formation again. The ground, which was already charred black, was full of deep cracks crisscrossing on it, and it seemed as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The ground, which had already sunken in, became even more miserable under the destruction of the third 8-color compressed fireball, and the ground sank several meters again. However, Bai Ji's purpose was not to destroy the ground covered by the Douluo formation, but to kill the Kun Huang trapped in the Douluo formation. But because of the protection of the Demon Phoenix Bell, of course, the Demon Phoenix Bell must be destroyed first. However, the development of things was obviously still somewhat beyond Bai Ji's expectations. As a 1-star Do Sheng, Kun Huang's strength is somewhat terrifying. At least compared to the 9-star peak Do Zun Nether Ghost Zun who was easily killed by an 8-color compressed fireball before, this is the case. However, although Do Zun and Do Sheng seem to be only one major realm apart, if you count the Do Zun peak 9 turns and the semi-saint realm, there is a difference of 3 major realms. And Kun Huang's identity is still the Tian Yao Huang clan. As the king race among magic beasts, Kun Huang's physical fitness is obviously far superior to that of human Do Shengs of the same level. In addition, now he has also used the Yao Huang Bell, which has both offensive and defensive capabilities. With the protection of the Yao Huang Bell, it seems normal that he cannot be killed by just 1 or 2 8-color compressed fireballs. Dang! 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 In the center of the Douluo formation, the Yao Huang Bell continued to emit destructive sound waves like waves. The endless destructive sound waves were almost like substance, and they actually resisted most of the sea of fire and energy torrents. The destructive sound wave offset most of the attack, and the power of the remaining 8-color compressed fireballs was obviously unable to break through the defense of the Demon Phoenix Bell, let alone destroy the Demon Phoenix Bell and hurt the Kun Phoenix inside. Is this a 1-star Do Sheng? He is really good. Seeing that Kun Huang in the 8 diagrams Luo formation was safe for a while under the protection of the Demon Phoenix Bell and was not hurt anymore, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly. If you think you are safe like this, you are wrong. While talking to himself, Bai Ji suddenly cut his finger, forced out a drop of 8-color blood containing abundant Do Qi, and then pointed at the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Wuhan who was standing next to him. Awakening Spirit Sacrifice. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji used the forced 8-color blood drop as a medium to activate the special secret method of the Wind and Thunder Sacrifice secret method he got from Feng Qing'er, Awakening Spirit Sacrifice. As the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul was hit by the 8-colored blood drop pointed by Bai Ji, a strong momentum suddenly burst out from the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, and a trace of spirituality suddenly emerged from the dull eyes of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. Through the secret method of awakening the spirit, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul was given the ability to accept orders and simple thoughts. After the test of intelligence, Bai Ji suddenly smiled faintly and slowly stretched out his hands. In an instant, the blazing 8-color flames suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's hands, and then suddenly shrank back and gathered, and began to compress in Bai Ji's hands, condensing into the prototype of 2 8-color compressed small fireballs. Since one is not enough, then I will reward you with a few more. Looking at the Yaohuang Bell in the Douluo formation, Bai Ji grinned. While Bai Ji was making the 8-color compressed small fireballs, the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Wuhan on the other side suddenly summoned the Zushin Bao, and then 6 hands were placed on the bowstring at the same time. The 3 heads looked at the Baguoluo formation together, and after a roar in unison, they pulled the bowstring violently. With the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Wuhan, the bowstring was slowly pulled open. For a moment, the surging energy of heaven and earth suddenly rushed in from all directions and gathered towards the bowstring of the Zushin Bao. A huge golden arrow began to slowly condense into shape. When the 8-color compressed fireball in Bai Ji's hand was about to be successfully made. On the other side, the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor had already pulled the bowstring completely, allowing the huge golden arrow to completely condense into shape, and activated the 10 divine rings of the Zushin Bao. After the 10 golden divine rings were activated, after the blessing of the 10 divine rings, the golden arrow suddenly burst out with a shocking edge that tore everything apart. Go all to me! With Bai Ji's roar, after Bai Ji pushed out the 2 8-color compressed fireballs in his hand. The 2 8-color compressed fireballs suddenly turned into 2 streams of light and shot towards the Baguoluo formation. On the other side, the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Wuhan had also suddenly loosened the bowstring in his hand. For a moment, the huge golden arrow suddenly burst out, turning into a stream of light, with a sharp edge that tore everything apart, and also burst into the Baguoluo formation at the same time. Swish! 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 Whether it was the 2 8-color compressed fireballs or the huge golden arrows condensed by the Zushin Bao, they were not only extremely powerful, but also extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, they burst into the Baguoluo formation. What is going on? In an instant, as the 2 8-color compressed fireballs and the huge golden arrows shot into the Baguoluo formation, Kun Huang, who was in the Yaohuang Bell, suddenly felt a fatal threat and was horrified. Although it was unclear what was going on because he was in the Yaohuang Bell, Kun Huang still planned to respond to the strong sense of fatal threat in his heart. After all, as a Dozheng strongman, his intuition was more accurate than he could imagine, and he had saved his life several times. Blood vein devouring soul. Under the sense of fatal threat, Kun Huang gritted his teeth and cut his palm, forcing a drop of green and red blood from his body, and then swallowed it into his stomach, launching the secret method of blood vein swallowing soul to enhance his strength. This secret method is one that has no side effects. Although the strength increase is not very high, it does not have sequelae like the blood-burning secret method. It only consumes a drop of blood essence. It is just 1 drop, Kun Huang can still bear it. As the blood-swallowing soul was activated, Kun Huang's momentum suddenly soared, and he was quickly upgraded from a 1-star Do Sheng to a 3-star Do Sheng. A majestic and violent Do Qi suddenly raged from his body. Demon Phoenix Spell, shake the world. After increasing his strength with the blood-swallowing soul secret method, Kun Huang suddenly shouted angrily and used all his strength to activate the Do Qi in his body, pushing the power of the Demon Phoenix Spell to the limit. Ding! 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 For a moment, the Demon Phoenix Spell suddenly rang even more crazily. If the destructive sound waves emitted by the Demon Phoenix Spell before could only be regarded as continuous waves, the destructive sound waves emitted now are almost equivalent to violent tsunamis. However, although Kun Huang pushed the power of the Demon Phoenix Spell to its limit, it was obvious that the power of the Demon Phoenix Spell, which was enhanced by the secret method of swallowing souls with blood, was still not as powerful as the 2 8-color compressed fireballs at the same time. Boom! Boom! Then, accompanied by 2 loud noises, the brilliant 8-color light that almost illuminated the world burst out instantly, followed by an even more terrifying sea of fire and violent energy torrents. Although the destructive sound waves that the Demon Phoenix Spell now erupted were also terrifying, almost like a tsunami, whistling in all directions, and everything was annihilated wherever the destructive sound waves swept past, it was still not as powerful as the terrifying power of the 2 8-color compressed fireballs exploding at the same time. And just as the 2 8-color compressed fireballs exploded, a huge golden arrow exceeded the spread of the sea of fire at a faster speed, instantly tore through the destructive sound waves that were like substance, and instantly shot at the Demon Phoenix Spell. Clang! For a moment, a series of crisp clanging sounds broke out. As the golden arrows were annihilated inch by inch, the area on the Demon Phoenix Spell that was hit suddenly became dark after a series of crisp clicks. A few cracks appeared. And then, the raging sea of fire and energy torrents that blasted through the destructive sound waves like a tsunami also suddenly roared and swept over, instantly hitting the Demon Phoenix Spell. While knocking the Demon Phoenix Spell away, the terrifying power that erupted also caused the cracks on it to spread rapidly, and instantly spread to the entire demon phoenix spell like a spider web. Sweeping away. Under the bombardment of the raging sea of fire and the violent energy torrent, the already flawed demon phoenix spell obviously no longer had the defense power at its peak. So, after a bang, the demon phoenix spell shattered. Chapter 959 Blood Nirvana Technique, the Exploding Kun Phoenix. In the 8 trigrams fire formation. Under the terrifying power of the 2 8-color compressed fireballs released by Bai Ge at the same time, and the full-strength arrow shot by the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Wuhan summoned the Zushin Bao, the demon phoenix spell was announced to be shattered. And in the demon phoenix spell, it felt that the demon phoenix spell was about to break. Looking at the cracks that kept spreading on the wall of the demon phoenix spell, Kun Huang was suddenly shocked and angry, and couldn't help but roar in his heart. How is this possible? This saint has already used the secret method of blood-swallowing souls to raise his cultivation to the level of 3-star Dosheng. The demon phoenix spell cast by the cultivation of a 3-star Dosheng cannot be easily broken even by a 5-star Dosheng. How can such a weak human being, a mere 5-star Dozun, break my demon phoenix spell? However, no matter how shocked and angry Kun Huang was in his heart, how unbelievable it was, the facts were already in front of him, and all his words were just helpless and furious. However, as a Dosheng, Kun Huang's psychological quality was not bad. After a burst of shock and anger, Kun Huang finally accepted the reality and forced himself to calm down quickly. The attack power that could break the secret method demon phoenix spell he was now casting must be absolutely amazing. It is estimated that it will exceed the power generated by the explosion of 2 8-color compressed small fireballs that he had suffered before. He had been seriously injured by the explosion of 2 8-color fireballs. Although he hid in the demon phoenix spell for a while and recovered a lot with the help of many pills he swallowed. But if he went out now, he would face an attack that could destroy the demon phoenix spell. With his injured body now, he couldn't bear it at all and might die directly. But things are not without hope. As a top-level magic beast race inherited from ancient times, the number and types of secrets inherited by the Sky Demon Phoenix clan are extremely numerous, and there are many secrets that can greatly improve strength. Although in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, most people still use the Bloodline Devouring Soul secret to improve their strength. However, the Bloodline Devouring Soul secret is far from being the most effective secret method in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to improve their cultivation. However, it can only improve the strength of 2 or 3 stars. But compared with other more powerful secrets, the advantage of the Bloodline Devouring Soul secret is that there are no major side effects. You only need to sacrifice a drop of blood essence, and you can recover after 10 days or half a month of recuperation. But now Kun Huang is facing a dilemma, and it is obviously impossible to escape by relying on the strength enhanced by the secret method of blood-swallowing souls. Whether it is to escape from this formation or to kill the human Dozun outside the formation, Kun Huang needs a stronger strength. Damn human, you actually let this saint suffer such a loss. As a reward, this saint will not swallow you. This saint will take you back to the clan and spend the rest of his life to taste your delicious dot. Seeing the cracks on the walls of the Yaohuang bell around him, which are about to spread to the entire body of the bell, Kun Huang finally made up his mind, gnashing his teeth and said with a cold and hateful tone. Forbidden secret method, the art of blood nirvana. Having made up his mind, before the Yaohuang bell was about to be completely broken, Kun Huang finally gritted his teeth and turned his hands into claws, first slamming into his body, and then quickly forming seals with his hands dazzlingly, launching the forbidden secret method of the Tian Yaohuang clan, the art of blood nirvana. Blood nirvana, this is one of the forbidden secrets of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. After it is activated, it can not only greatly improve the strength, but also restore the body to the peak in a short time. But such a powerful effect, the side effects are also huge. Not only does it require sacrificing 70% of the blood essence in the body, reducing the lifespan by half, but before the blood essence is restored to a certain level, the strength will even drop by more than half. As a Dosheng, he is also a Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Although Kun Huang's lifespan is extremely long, no one will think that they live too long, and Kun Huang is the same. For Bai Ge, who forced himself to use the blood nirvana technique, which made him consume blood essence and even sacrifice his lifespan, Kun Huang now wants to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. In the Demon Phoenix spell, with the activation of the blood nirvana secret technique. As Kun Huang's hands were dazzling and constantly forming seals, a large amount of blue-red blood essence suddenly gushed out from the wound that Kun Huang had inserted before, and quickly spread to other parts of the body, condensing into mysterious and complex blood patterns. Under the pain of having a large amount of blood and essence drained from his body, Kun Wang's eyes suddenly turned red and his face twisted instantly, but he still clenched his teeth and refused to say a word. In order to successfully perform the blood nirvana technique before the demon phoenix spell was broken, Kun Huang endured the pain of having his blood and essence drained from his body. He could only bear it and must not be distracted. Because if he could not use the blood nirvana secret method before the demon phoenix spell was damaged, he might be killed directly by the supply outside. It was better to bear the pain than to die directly. Finally, the blood nirvana secret method was successfully activated. With the successful activation of the blood nirvana secret method, the blood veins on Kun Huang's body suddenly seemed to have life, and began to wriggle, and drilled into Kun Huang's body while wriggling. After the blood veins condensed by the blood entered the body, a vigorous life force suddenly surged out of Kun Huang's body. Under the nourishment of this vigorous life force, Kun Huang's body, which had been severely injured, suddenly recovered its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had received a sweet rain from the sky. At the same time, a strong momentum suddenly burst out from Kun Huang's body. After performing the blood vessel devouring soul secret method again, Kun Huang's strength was only upgraded to the 3-star Dozheng level. But with the activation of the blood nirvana technique, Kun Huang's momentum suddenly soared again like a balloon. From 3-star Dozheng, it soared all the way, breaking through to 4-star Dozheng, and then to 5-star Dozheng. Finally, it reached the 6-star Dozheng level, and finally stopped. Although on the surface, compared with the bloodline devouring soul secret technique, the blood nirvana technique only improved 1 star. But in fact, it is not like that. Any secret method that improves cultivation cannot be used in a superimposed manner. So the real situation is that the blood nirvana technique cancelled the effect of the bloodline devouring soul secret technique, and raised Kun Huang's cultivation by 5 stars at once, and it was a Dozheng level of 5 stars. Such a powerful effect is worthy of sacrificing 70% of the essence and blood in the body and reducing half of the lifespan to perform the taboo secret method. And as Kun Huang's blood nirvana technique was finally successfully performed, the cracks on the walls of the demon phoenix spell finally became dense and covered the entire wall. Finally, under the bombardment of the raging sea of fire and the raging violent energy torrent, it suddenly shattered. Bang! With a crisp shattering sound, the demon phoenix spell shattered violently, and the fragments instantly collapsed under the sea of fire. But when the demon phoenix spell was shattered, a figure wrapped in a thick layer of Do Chi protection that seemed to be real suddenly rushed out of the broken demon phoenix spell, tearing through the raging sea of fire, and bursting out of the Douluo formation. Isn't he still dead? When Bai Ji saw the black figure bursting out of the broken demon phoenix spell, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the previous explosion of 2 consecutive 8-color compressed fireballs, Kun Huang had already been severely injured by him. Now he smashed 2 more at the same time. Logically speaking, they should have been blown to death, so why do they still look so fierce? This is not right. Feeling something was wrong, Bai Ji carefully observed the Kun Huang that was tearing through the sea of fire and rushing towards the outside of the Douluo formation, and he could not help but discover it immediately. Kun Huang's injuries were all healed, and his momentum was many times greater than when he hit in the Yaohuang Bell before. Is this using some secret method similar to the heavenly demon disintegration? Bai Ji quickly guessed the possible reason in his heart. Although for Kun Huang, even if it launched a desperate secret method similar to the heavenly demon disintegration and burst out with amazing strength, Bai Ji was not afraid at all, because he had a trump card that would definitely defeat the enemy. But Bai Ji would not let a strong man who had the ability to threaten his life rush over without any hindrance. So facing the rushing Kun Huang, Bai Ji instantly activated the Douluo method, and recondensed the 8 fire beasts destroyed by the explosion of 2 8-color compressed fireballs, and bit towards Kun Huang. However, the Kun Huang that launched a secret method similar to the heavenly demon disintegration seemed to have a terrifying increase in strength. Facing the 8 fire beasts rushing over, Kun Huang used the demon phoenix claw, and killed all 8 fire beasts with just a few claws, and then rushed directly to the edge of the 8 trigrams fire formation, tore through the 8 trigrams fire formation and rushed out. Human, I'm going to swallow you. After rushing out of the 8 trigrams fire formation, Kun Huang, who was filled with dark and scarlet fighting spirit, could not help but roar at Bai Ji with scarlet eyes and a ferocious face. Ah! After saying that, Kun Huang screamed shrilly to the sky, and then roared violently, instantly turning into a black stream of light, and rushed towards Bai Ji at a speed faster than Bai Ji's 3000 thunder movements. Not good. Feeling that Kun Huang's speed was somewhat shocking, Bai Ji's face changed, and he rushed to the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul beside him, and at the same time manipulated the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul to summon the black tortoise shield to block Kun Huang. Under Bai Ji's manipulation, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul immediately summoned a black tortoise shield like a high wall, and suddenly intercepted in front of Kun Huang, trying to stop Kun Huang. "Get out of my way!" Facing the interception of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, Kun Huang roared with a ferocious face, and suddenly burst out with a monstrous fighting spirit in the black and scarlet. He did not dodge at all, but rushed forward and punched the Suanwu shield. Bang! With a loud bang, the Suanwu shield, which had already activated 10 divine rings, was instantly shattered by Kun Huang's punch along with the space. What? In the distance, seeing that the Suanwu shield was actually shattered by the violent Kun Huang's punch, Bai Ji, who was behind the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, could not help but be shocked. Oh my god, what kind of heavenly demon disintegration did this Kun Huang perform? How did it become so powerful? This large piece of space was actually shattered by a punch. Chapter 960 The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan's Help, Goodbye Zia Yan. Die. After smashing the Suanwu shield with one punch, Kun Huang continued to roar angrily, and rushed towards Beg with a ferocious face, as if he was determined to kill Beg. Seeing Kun Huang rushing towards him with a ferocious face, the speed was a bit scary, and he couldn't run away now. Beg immediately prepared to transform into an element to see if he could avoid this attack. But just when Beg's body began to transform into an element, a space crack suddenly tore apart between Beg and Kun Huang. Then two figures suddenly flashed out from the space crack. Little Sky Demon Phoenix, dare to hurt our friends of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. After the two figures flashed out of the space crack, seeing the situation in front of them, one of the tall figures suddenly let out a majestic roar like thunder, and then burst out instantly, and directly punched Kun Huang away. Who dares to stop my Tian Yao Huang clan from doing things? After being knocked away by a punch, Kun Huang flew far away. After stopping, he finally calmed down, looked at the tall figure with a gloomy face, and shouted coldly. However, it seemed that after a closer look, he recognized the identity of the figure, and Kun Huang's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said in surprise. You are Zhu Xian from the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. Since you know my identity, why don't you get out of here? Zhu Xian was not surprised at Kun Huang's shock, but snorted directly and shouted in a majestic and low voice. Damn it! Hearing Zhu Xian's words, Kun Huang gritted his teeth, and his face was a little uncertain. Zhu Xian, our Tian Yao Huang clan is not afraid of your Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan now. This human is suspected of kidnapping our clan members. I came here to kill him on the order of the clan leader. You Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan should not be too arrogant. Looking at Zhu Xian, Kun Huang shouted with some lack of confidence. Arrogant? Zhu Xian sneered disdainfully. We are arrogant, so what? We, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, have protected this human. Don't stretch your claws too long, or I'll chop them off. You. Hearing Zhu Xian's words, Kun Huang's face flushed, and he was furious, but he didn't dare to refute because he couldn't beat Zhu Xian. Although he raised his cultivation to the level of a 5-star dosheng with the blood nirvana technique, the strength raised by this secret method is ultimately superficial and can't be compared with a real 5-star dosheng. Although Zhu Xian in front of him is not a 5-star dosheng, he is a 3-star dosheng. Because the foundation and blood of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan are stronger than those of the Tianyao Phoenix Clan. If Zhu Xian uses the secret method to improve his cultivation will only soar to a higher level than him, not lower than him. The forbidden secret method of blood nirvana he used has a limited effect time and great side effects. If he fought with Zhu Xian, his strength might drop to half of his original level. At that time, he believed that Zhu Xian would definitely not hesitate to kill him and eliminate a powerful dosheng of the Tian Yao Huang clan. The reason why Zhu Xian did not take action now was that he was not sure of killing him. Humph! Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, you wait. Because of Zhu Xian's arrival, Bai Ji would definitely not be able to kill him, and because of the side effects of the blood nirvana technique in the future, there would be even less chance. Kun Huang was so angry, but he could do nothing about it. He could only snort coldly and say something cruel. Then he turned around and tore the space, and left here with the Yao Huang who dared not speak. Zia Yan. After Kun Huang left, Bai Ji looked at the two figures in front of him, a petite purple figure, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, the petite purple figure also turned around and looked at Bai Ji. But it was a little Lolita wearing purple clothes, with long purple hair and purple eyes, and she looked delicate and cute like a porcelain doll. This little Lolita was none other than Long Luo Ziyan, whom Bai Ji had not seen for a long time. Brother Bai. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, Ziyan turned around, her eyes narrowed into crescents, and a happy smile appeared on her face, and suddenly threw herself into Bai Ji's arms. Smelling the fragrance of the girl in his arms, feeling the girl twisting in his arms, rubbing his clothes with her pink little face, it was obvious that she was full of love and dependence on him. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly, reaching out to gently stroke the girl's soft long hair in his arms, and smiled, Ziyan, why are you here? I just heard that the Tian Yao Huang clan might come to trouble you, so I quickly brought Uncle Zhu Xian to help you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the purple-haired little Lolita in his arms puffed up her little face in anger. Really? When encountering such a dangerous thing, Brother Bai, you obviously know that you can notify us and let us help you, but you didn't. Do you think you can handle it? But today, if we are a little later, you will be in danger. Looking at Bai Ji, Ziyan puffed up her little face, her face full of unhappiness, obviously a little angry at Bai Ji's behavior. However, Bai Ji was not unhappy at all about Ziyan's anger, but felt warm in his heart. Okay, this time it's Brother Bai's fault. I'm sorry for making you worry. Bai Ji did not refute Ziyan's anger, but stroked Ziyan's purple hair while apologizing with a smile and stroking her hair. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ziyan's face in his arms suddenly turned slightly red. Although she was still a little angry, she was much better. It's good to know that you are wrong. You helped me before, and now it's finally my turn to help you. By the way, Brother Bai, I forgot to introduce you. This is Uncle Zhu Xian. He is the Dragon King of our Donglong Island and a 3-star Do Sheng level strongman. As if remembering something, Ziyan looked at the tall and majestic man standing with his hands behind his back, wearing a black and gold patterned soigné, and introduced him with a smile. Zhu Xian? Hearing Ziyan's words, Bai Ji was slightly stunned. I don't think I've heard of this name, and is there a Dragon King on Donglong Island? However, after a moment of hesitation, Bai Ji soon realized. This is probably the real situation of Donglong Island in the real Dopokangsheng world. It can also be regarded as a patch for the biggest bug in Dopokangsheng world, the leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, Huang Tian. It turned out to be Zuxuan Dragon King. Thank you for your help just now. His mind turned, and Bai Ji's face soon showed a smile, and he bowed to Zuxuan and smiled. You're welcome. You have helped Xian a lot, and you are also a friend of our Taixu Ancient Dragon. For friends, we Taixu Ancient Dragon have never been stingy with help. Besides, the Tianyao Phoenix clan originally had a blood feud with our Taixu Ancient Dragon clan. Being able to destroy their good deeds is also a very pleasant thing for us Taixu Ancient Dragon. In response to Bai Ji's thanks, Zuxuan's majestic face showed a faint smile, waved his hand indifferently, and said, no matter what, I still have to thank the Dragon King and the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan for their help. If you don't mind, please come to our Beatty sect and let us entertain the Dragon King to show our gratitude. Bai Ji still smiled. Okay, then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you, Venerable Bai. Thinking that the reason for this trip was that Ziyan wanted to see Bai Ji and talk about something, she would definitely have to stay for a while. It would be fine to sit in the Beatty sect, so Zhu Xian did not refuse but nodded and agreed. With Ziyan and Zhu Xian, Bai Ji tore through the space and returned to the Beatty sect. Above the Beatty sect, Bai Ji first made a series of thunderous sounds, informing the entire Beatty sect that he had driven away the invading enemies, and then took Ziyan and Zhu Xian into the reception hall. Dragon King, please have some tea. Ziyan, this is your tea. After taking out the fine spiritual flower tea brought back from Huazong, Bai Ji brewed a cup of tea for Zhu Xian, Ziyan, and himself, and then pushed the 2 cups of tea to Zhu Xian and Ziyan respectively, smiling and saying, good tea. After taking the tea brewed by Bai Ji, Zhu Xian thanked him and took a sip. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration. This tea is full of spiritual energy, mellow fragrance, and long aftertaste. It is really the best tea. If I am not wrong, this should be the best spiritual flower tea of Huazong, right? As expected of the Dragon King, he is really knowledgeable. Yes, this is the best spiritual flower tea of Huazong, which I just brought back from Huazong not long ago. In response to Zhu Xian's admiration, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile softly and replied. Chapter 961 News about the 3000 Flames, wait until I grow up. Is it really that delicious? It's just sweet and fragrant, nothing special. Hearing what Bai Ji and Zhu Xian said, Xia Yan beside him also picked up the teacup in her hand curiously, took a big sip of the flower tea, and then smacked her lips, and couldn't help but say suspiciously. Ha ha ha. For Xia Yan's confusion, Bai Ji and Zhu Xian looked at each other and laughed in unison. What are you laughing at? There's nothing good to drink, and it's not as delicious as pills. Seeing Bai Ji and Zhu Xian were laughing at her, Xia Yan couldn't help but get angry and said angrily. No matter how delicious it is, it's just tea. It's definitely not as delicious as pills. You have to taste it. Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Okay. Okay. Don't be angry. Long time no see. I just happen to have some pills stored here. I'll take them back for you to eat. Bai Ji took out a storage ring filled with some pills he had recently refined and smiled and handed it to Xia Yan. Thank you, brother Bai. Xia Yan was very happy to take the storage ring. By the way, do you have anything else to ask me to do? After giving Xia Yan the storage ring filled with pills, Bai Ji seemed to remember something and looked at Xia Yan and Zhu Xian and asked. Yes. Xia Yan nodded, we came to see brother Bai this time, in addition to protecting you and driving away the heavenly demon phoenix, there are indeed other things. Brother Bai, you should practice a special technique, and you really need strange fire. Xia Yan looked up at Bai Ji and asked. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Although he didn't say that he practiced the burning technique, everyone around him knew that he needed strange fire, and he didn't hide it. However, after hearing Xia Yan's words, Bai Ji understood what Xia Yan wanted to say to him, which should be about the 3000 flames. That's great. Xia Yan was a little happy after hearing Bai Ji's words. Brother Bai, I heard from Uncle Zhu Xian that an elder of our Taixu ancient dragon clan once obtained a very powerful strange fire, but because the strange fire was too weak at that time, the elder did not subdue it, and now it is obtained by Danta. However, the elder of our Taixu ancient dragon clan still left a means of control in the body of this strange fire. Danta cannot subdue this strange fire now, so it will be taken out as the final reward at every Dan conference. With your alchemy skills, Brother Bai will definitely get the opportunity to subdue this strange fire. As long as we have the help of our Taixu ancient dragon clan, Brother Bai, you will definitely be able to subdue this strange fire. Hearing Xia Yan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. With his alchemy skills, he will definitely win the championship in the Dan conference, but although the Dan conference has a relatively loose age limit, it is not convenient for him to participate in it. After all, he is a famous Dozun strongman on the mainland. But Bai Ji can cheat Xin Lan and let Xin Lan participate in the Dan conference to get the chance to subdue the 3000 flames. By then, he will have his own way to follow Xin Lan and get the 3000 flames. Thank you, Xia Yan, and the help of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. This strange fire should be the 3000 flames of Danta, I know. Bai Ji smiled and stroked Xia Yan's little head beside him, saying. I'm glad that I can help brother Bai. Xia Yan's delicate little face, as delicate as a jade sculpture, also showed a happy smile. This is the dragon seal of our Taixu ancient dragon clan. As long as brother Bai, you can print the dragon seal on the forehead of the 3000 flames, the 3000 flames have already transformed, and the form is the form of our Taixu ancient dragon. This should be very easy for you, brother Bai. Xia Yan pulled Bai Ji's hand, took out a jade bottle and dripped a dark golden blood, while drawing a mysterious and strange rune in Bai Ji's hand, and said. I understand. Thank you, Xia Yan. After the dragon seal was drawn, seeing the dark golden rune and the palm seemed to be integrated into one, turning into a tattoo-like shape, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Xia Yan and smiled. I am very happy to help you, brother Bai, but now Xia Yan should go. I heard that you, brother Bai, were in danger, so Xia Yan specially asked for leave to see you, brother Bai. Now Xia Yan should go back to continue special training. Uncle Zhu Xian and Grandpa Zhu Kun both said that Xia Yan is the heir of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, but now Xia Yan's bloodline potential has not been fully stimulated. Now Ziyan has to go back and suffer and work hard to become stronger. Ziyan must become strong enough to protect you, Brother Bai, and protect Donglong Island. Ziyan's face was a little nostalgic, but she still said, suffer. On the side, hearing Ziyan's words, Zhu Xian's face was a little dark. In order to fully stimulate Ziyan's bloodline, they spent countless spiritual materials on Donglong Island. Outsiders can't even envy her, but in Ziyan's eyes, she is suffering. However, thinking that Ziyan has been alone since she was a child, she must have been accustomed to being free. She is still young now. If she were a human, she would be less than 15 years old. It must be very uncomfortable to be trapped in Donglong Island. This made Zhu Xian sigh in his heart. In fact, he also wanted Ziyan to grow up without worries, but now the ancient Solong clan is in trouble both internally and externally. As the only heir to the Dragon King's bloodline, Ziyan must become stronger. This is Ziyan's responsibility, not only related to Ziyan herself, but also to the fate of the entire Taixu ancient dragon clan. Ah! Hearing Ziyan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh and embraced Ziyan in his arms. Like Zhu Xian thought, Bai Ji also knew that Ziyan was used to freedom in Canaan College. Being taken to Donglong Island, she must be very constrained, but there was nothing he could do. Ziyan's Taixu ancient dragon royal bloodline, and only the Taixu ancient dragon clan could fully develop her potential. However, if she was taken away by Donglong Island and learned of Ziyan's existence, the other 3 dragon islands would definitely give up. Ziyan must become strong enough to protect herself. Of course, Bai Ji also wanted to protect Ziyan, but with Bai Ji's current strength, he couldn't beat a 3-star Dosheng, let alone a 3-star Dosheng of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. Some time ago, because he had been offering sacrifices to the 3000 Thunder illusionary body, Bai Ji didn't have much time to practice. Now that the 3000 Thunder illusionary bodies have been sacrificed, it is time to practice hard and break through the Dosheng level as soon as possible. If I can perform the 8 trigrams fire separation method with the Dosheng level of cultivation, combined with the compressed small fireballs cast by more strange fires, and the more powerful holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. In this way, I should be fearless on the Doqi continent. When the time comes, I will help Ziyan get the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, and then I will copy Ziyan's bloodline, and I will be able to start studying the Do Emperor bloodline. Bai Ji couldn't help thinking. After sending Ziyan away reluctantly, Bai Ji's life returned to peace again. Maybe it was because he was afraid of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, or maybe the Yaohuang and Kunhuang had reported Bai Ji's strength to Huang Tian, the leader of the Tian Yaohuang clan. In the days that followed, the Tian Yaohuang clan never sent anyone to provoke Bai Ji again. But it might be to save his face. In Zhongzhou, the news that the Tian Yao Phoenix clan had sent out Dozheng strong men to almost destroy the Beatty sect, but was finally destroyed by the Taixu ancient dragon clan, spread unknowingly. Bai Ji believed that this news was most likely released by the Tian Yao Phoenix clan themselves. Because for the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, it has been a problem since ancient times that they cannot defeat the Taixu ancient dragon clan. The whole Zhongzhou knows that it is not shameful to have their actions destroyed by the Taixu ancient dragon clan. But if they did not show the wrath of thunder and try to destroy the Beatty sect, it would damage the strong and domineering image that the Tian Yao Phoenix clan has established in Zhongzhou for many years. So the Tian Yao Phoenix clan naturally chose to announce the news. However, this news obviously concealed many things, such as not mentioning Bai Ji's strength, but focusing all on the Taixu ancient dragon clan. The purpose is naturally to emphasize that it is not that the Tian Yao Phoenix clan is weak, but that the Taixu ancient dragon clan is too strong. As for Bai Ji, he is naturally an ordinary human Duzun strongman who has no power to resist the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Although Bai Ji sneered at the news released by the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, he did not speak out to correct it. Because with Bai Ji's current strength, he is not enough to be fearless in Zhongzhou. So he still needs to be low-key in everything, which is not bad. However, when he grows up, let alone other things, as long as he breaks through to Dosheng, he will ride Feng Qing'er to travel, which will be more slapping than anything else to the face of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Chapter 962, Train Xin Lan and get the opportunity to complete the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Since the crisis of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. In the following days, it has been very calm and there have been no waves. In the Beatty sect, everything has developed in an orderly manner. During this period of time, Bai Ji was busy with the alliance with the Hua sect and Xingyun Pavilion. The rest of the time, he has been training Xin Lan and preparing for the upcoming Dan Tower Danhui in a few years. In addition to training Xin Lan, teaching Xin Lan to refine medicine, using Bodhi seeds to help Xin Lan cheat, and using the spirit binding technique to improve Xin Lan's qualifications, Bai Ji also spent a lot of time on cultivation. Now, after a period of continuous refining and taking drugs, Bai Ji's cultivation has reached the level of 6-star Dozun. Originally, because of the crisis from the Tian Yao Huang clan, in addition to strengthening his own strength, Bai Ji also thought about strengthening the strength of the Beatty sect, that is, planning to revive the Skyfire Venerable. But thinking of the opportunity to find a Dosheng skeleton in the ancient ruins that will be opened soon. Originally, this skeleton should have belonged to Yao Chen, but Yao Chen has been resurrected by Bai Ji, so if this skeleton can be obtained, it naturally belongs to the Skyfire Venerable. For this choice, Bai Ji did not make a decision for the Skyfire Venerable, but simply told the Skyfire Venerable. In fact, that is to say, he knew that there might be a place where the skeleton of a Dosheng might be, but he couldn't go there now. I asked whether Venerable Tianhuo wanted to be resurrected with the bones of a Dozong now, or planned to be resurrected with the bones of a Dosheng in the future. The result was not Bai Ji's surprise. Venerable Tianhuo chose the latter. The reason is very simple. If he is resurrected with the corpse of a Dozong, it will take a long time to cultivate back to the peak, and it will be difficult to go further than before. But if he is resurrected with the corpse of a Dosheng, the speed of returning to the previous peak is much faster than resurrecting with the corpse of a Dozong. And because he is resurrected with the corpse of a Dosheng, he can basically go further. So Venerable Tianhuo naturally chose the latter. Although he cannot be resurrected immediately, Venerable Tianhuo has been trapped in the underground magma world of Canaan Academy for hundreds of years. Such a long time has passed. For a better future, is he afraid to wait for a few more years or even more? While Bai Ji was training Xin Lan and preparing for the Dan Tower's Danhui, Bai Ji had been waiting for many things, and finally good news came. This day, in the Beatty Tower, in the alchemy room, Bai Ji was still teaching Xin Lan the art of alchemy. On the side, Feng Qing'er, who had been finished with the ritual, had a reluctant expression on her face. She was wearing a maid outfit customized by Bai Ji, standing beside Bai Ji and rubbing his shoulders. On a table not far away, there was a plate of fruits and some tea. Ever since he went to the Sifang Pavilion to show off that day, Bai Ji liked the feeling of being served by beautiful women. Although it might be a bit corrupt, but he liked it. A great man once said, the essence of human beings is a repeater. Bai Ji deeply agrees with this. Although Bai Ji was almost fed up with such a life when he was in Douluo continent. But after living a dull life in the Dupokangsheng world for decades, Bai Ji suddenly found that he liked this feeling again. Although this cannot be regarded as repeating, it can also be regarded as an alternative repeating. This made Bai Ji feel that he might have seen through the nature of human beings. In fact, Bai Ji originally liked to be served by Han Yu and Han Shui, a pair of sisters who looked similar. Bai Ji believed that Han Yu and Han Shui would definitely be willing to be his maids. However, because Han Yu and Han Shui were too weak, they needed to practice hard. So Bai Ji could only regretfully give up the idea of letting the sisters be maids. But now there is Feng Qing'er, the maid. Seeing Feng Qing'er's cold and noble face full of reluctance every day, but her body can only honestly rub his shoulders and legs, serve tea and water, and even warm the bed. Bai Ji suddenly felt that this seemed not bad. Pay attention to controlling the fire, it's time to add the Tianxing vine. Don't merge too quickly, use the flame to stimulate the medicinal properties of the two essence liquids first. In the alchemy room, Bai Ji sat in the front, looking at Xin Lan who was working hard to make medicine in front of him. While constantly talking and guiding Xin Lan to make medicine, he occasionally ate a bite of the purple grapes that Feng Qing'er fed reluctantly. Master! Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the corridor outside the alchemy room. Bai Ji turned his head and saw Qinglin coming over. Qinglin, what's wrong, is there anything? Looking at Qinglin, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Master, there is news about the Burning Flame Valley that you asked us to pay attention to. Walking through the corridor and heading to the alchemy room, Qinglin, who was wearing a green long skirt, walked to Bai Ji's side with a gust of fragrant wind, with a smile on her delicate face, and said to Bai Ji happily. Fenian Valley is now gathering alchemists to make medicine. Master, are you going there too? Is it finally starting? Hearing Kinglan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but stand up immediately, with a smile on his face. Because he possessed the strange fire, Bai Ji had long coveted the heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes of Fanfic Valley. During this period, Bai Ji also tried to use the powerful deduction ability brought by the Mind Sword Body method and the help of the Bodhi seed to see if he could deduce the complete heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes by himself. However, in the process of deduction, Bai Ji still failed because there was not enough material reference. The Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes is a secret method created by Xiao Xian based on the family emblem of the Xiao clan. And the family emblem of the Xiao clan is already a magical power in a sense. If Bai Ji had the family emblem of the Xiao clan or other Dowdy families as a reference, he might be able to deduce it successfully. But unfortunately, he didn't, so Bai Ji could only pay attention to Fanfic Valley. According to Bai Ji's understanding, Tang Huo'er, the daughter of Tang Zhen, the master of Fanfic Valley, once suffered a backlash because of her failure to subdue the 9 Thunders Heavenly Gang Fire, and needed a special elixir called Huopu Dan to recover. For the sake of his daughter, Tang Zhen, the master of Fanfic Valley, summoned many alchemists to help refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill. He also promised to give any reward that Fanfic Valley could give to those who helped to successfully refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill. It was because of Xiao Yan's help that he was able to turn the tide and forcibly refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill when the Fire Bodhisattva pill was almost defeated. Finally, he got Tang Zhen's consent and learned the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Bai Ji planned to copy Xiao Yan's situation and take Xiao Yu with him. To see if Xiao Yu could also learn the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, and then let Xiao Yu replace Xiao Yan to get Xiao Xian's inheritance. The 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire were created by Xiao Xian, who was a member of the Xiao clan, and Xiao Yu was a member of Xiao Xian's clan. Because the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire were lost, it was okay for him to take Xiao Yu back to inherit the ancestors' inheritance, right? Bai Ji touched his chin and thought to himself. But by then, he should also have a legitimate identity. It seems that he needs to talk to Xiao Yu about how to cooperate if something unexpected happens. A few days later. Zhongzhou Central Region, Scorching Fire Mountains. This is a mountain range composed entirely of countless scorching volcanoes. At first glance, all you can see is black and red. The black is obsidian formed by the condensation of volcanic magma, and the red is naturally the flowing magma. In countless craters, thick white smoke is rising above them, and billowing hot air is constantly emanating from the crisscrossing cracks on the craters, making the entire scorching fire mountain range filled with extremely high temperatures. In this hot mountain range, ordinary people can't survive at all. But this is the headquarters of the Burning Flame Valley among the 1 tower, 1 hall, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions in Zhongzhou. Originally, due to the harsh environment, basically no one would visit the Scorching Fire Mountain range except the people of the Burning Flame Valley. But recently, because the master of the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Zhen, summoned high-level alchemists from the outside world. So recently, many people have come to this mountain range. On this day, 2 more streams of light burst from afar and entered the Scorching Fire Mountains. They were a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes and a heroic woman with a pair of slender legs and a beautiful face. The people who came were none other than Bai Ji and Xiao Yu. A few days ago, they decided to go to the Burning Flame Valley and find a way to get the 3 mysterious changes of the heavenly fire. The next day, Bai Ji set off with Xiao Yu. They tore through space all the way from the northern region of Zhongzhou, and flew to get there. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Scorching Fire Mountains where the Burning Flame Valley of the central region was located. Chapter 963 Arriving at the Burning Flame Valley, the shocking power of the strange fire. Finally here. When they arrived in front of the Scorching Fire Mountains, they looked at the endless red volcanoes in front of them. On the layer of solidified obsidian covering the volcanoes, the hot magma was still surging in the crisscrossing cracks. Finally reaching the destination, Bai Ji couldn't help but stop and chuckled. Standing in front of the blazing fire mountain range. Looking around, at the end of the site, there are 2 extremely majestic red mountains next to each other. With Bai Ji's eyesight, he can see it clearly. On the stone tablet at the foot of the 2 red mountains, a few large characters are engraved in a flamboyant style, Burning Flame Valley. Let's go, we're almost at Burning Flame Valley. After saying something to Xiao Yu beside him, Bai Ji immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Burning Flame Valley. Seeing Bai Ji continue to fly forward, Xiao Yu also tried hard to flap the flying fighting skills that had just been integrated not long ago, and followed Bai Ji, flying all the way to the front of Burning Flame Valley. Before Bai Ji and Xiao Yu landed, a red figure flew up from below. At the same time, a loud shout came, "Stop, this is Fenyan Valley, who are you coming?" When the red figure flew into the sky, it turned out to be a big man wearing red clothes, with a cultivation strength of Dozong level, and should be an elder of Fenyan Valley. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Looking at Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, when he saw that Bai Ji was so young, he could already step on the void, obviously a Dozong strongman, the elder of Fenyan Valley flashed a trace of surprise in his eyes, but he couldn't help asking in a deep voice. But obviously, he didn't recognize Bai Ji. Although in Zhongzhou, whether it is Beatty sect or Bai Ji's name, it has basically spread, but not many people have actually seen Bai Ji. If it was in the north region where Beatty sect is located, it might be okay, but this is the central region of Zhongzhou. Although Bai Ji's appearance is very recognizable, as an elder of Fenyan Valley, which is also a top force. Under the self-esteem, even if he knows the news of Bai Ji, it is 9 out of 10. Obviously, they would not pay too much attention to Beatty sect and beg like some small and medium-sized forces that hope to please Beatty sect and beg. So when they first met, they did not recognize Beg. And Beg came this time to help Tang Zhen, the master of Fenyan Valley, refine the fire Bodhi pill and obtain the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire in Fenyan Valley, so he would not reveal his identity as soon as they met. This felt a bit embarrassing, after all, the other party was also a top force. But the most important thing is that Beg was eager to be humiliated after entering Fenyan Valley. It would be best if he was humiliated by the people of Fenyan Valley. In that case, he, a distinguished Dozun, lost his status in Fenyan Valley, and Fenyan Valley would feel rude. When the other party was in the wrong, Bai Ji would be much better to propose conditions. And when the time comes, he will pretend to be very low-key. The other party will not think that he is doing it on purpose, but will only think that he is really low-key. Maybe someone will ask Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu was just brought to Zhongzhou by Bai Ji from Canaan College, which is located in a corner of Duqi continent, not long ago. This is like a country bumpkin entering a big city. Now he has come to the famous Fenyan Valley. Naturally, he is very nervous and can't be high profile. "This elder, we are here in response to the call of Gigu to help Gigu refine pills." Facing the elder of Fenyan Valley, Bai Ji bowed and chuckled. "Are you an alchemist?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder of Fenyan Valley couldn't help but look up and down at Bai Ji, and found that he couldn't see through Bai Ji's strength. Although Bai Ji is a bit young, he looks like he is only about 20 years old at most. But to be able to reach the Dozong level at such a young age, he must be an extraordinary genius, and it is not impossible for him to become an alchemist with good alchemy skills. So the elder of Fenyan Valley did not start to despise and sneer at Bai Ji, but pondered for a while and asked, "This young master, are you here to help with the alchemy in response to the call of our Valley Master?" "I thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Valley Master. But please forgive me for being presumptuous. Our Valley Master wants to refine 7th grade elixirs. If your alchemy skills are not high enough, I am afraid I can't help much." The words of the elder of Fenyan Valley were very tactful. Although he did not refuse openly, he reminded Bai Ji indirectly. "If your alchemy skills are not high enough, don't come to join in the fun. Don't worry, elder, it's just a 7th grade elixir. My alchemy skills are definitely enough." Bai Ji smiled softly at the indirect reminder of the elder of Fenyan Valley. "Oh? You are already a 7th grade alchemist at such a young age?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder of Fenyan Valley was shocked. Could it be that the young man in front of him was a genius alchemist trained by an alchemist family in Dainu? "If you are a 7th grade alchemist, that would be great. This is exactly what our Valley Master needs. But please forgive me for being presumptuous. Please show me the alchemist badge of Danta." Although Bai Ji said that his alchemy level was sufficient, the elder of Fenyan Valley was delighted. However, the elder of Fenyan Valley would not easily believe it. Instead, he clasped his fists and asked Bai Ji to show the alchemist level badge of Danta. "Bai Ji. Sorry, I haven't gone to Danta to evaluate my alchemist level, so I don't have a level badge, but this should be able to prove it, right?" Bai Ji smiled apologetically, but stretched out his hand and summoned an 8-colored glass fire. "Is this a strange fire?" When seeing the 8-colored glazed fire rising from Bai Ji's body, the elder of Fenyan Valley could not help but change his face. As a sect that plays with fire and also has the inheritance of the strange fire Nine Thunders Heavenly Gang Fire, the elder of Fenyan Valley naturally knows a lot about the legendary strange fire. Although he has never seen the strange fire in Bai Ji's body, the strange fire is a wonder of heaven and earth. The known strange fires in the world are just the summaries of the predecessors, which does not mean that there will be no new strange fires. Although strange fire and beast fire are different from ordinary fire, the aura between the two is very different. For the people of Fenyan Valley who have the inheritance of Nine Thunders Heavenly Gang Fire, it is easy to distinguish. The moment he saw the 8-colored glazed fire in Bai Ji's body, he sensed the destructive aura contained in the 8-colored glazed fire. The elder of Fenyan Valley can conclude that the one in Bai Ji is definitely the legendary strange fire. For a strange fire that is hard to find and difficult to subdue. Even some well-known top alchemists in Zhongzhou could not get it, but I didn't expect that the young man in front of him could have it. An alchemist who can subdue the strange fire is definitely not an ordinary one. The young man in front of him is a Dozong strongman. If he is an alchemist, he also has a strange fire. The level of his alchemy skills should be quite good indeed. Even if it is not the 7th grade, it is estimated that it is not much different. With the strange fire, the threshold can be appropriately lowered. Even if it is only the 6th grade, the role that can be played will definitely not be inferior to that of a 7th grade alchemist. Moreover, since the young man in front of him has a strange fire, his future prospects are definitely limitless. He will not lie about this matter, so. Thinking of this, the elders of Fenyan Valley couldn't help but smile enthusiastically. I didn't expect that you actually possessed the strange fire. I was short-sighted. Since you possess the strange fire, your alchemy skills must be high. Please follow me. I will take you to our Burning Flame Valley. After Bai Ji showed the strange fire, the elders of Burning Flame Valley suddenly became very enthusiastic. After opening the barrier protecting the Burning Flame Valley, Bai Ji and Xiao Yu were brought into the Burning Flame Valley. Under the leadership of the elders of the Burning Flame Valley, the three entered the Burning Flame Valley. Compared to the scorching fire mountains outside, there are volcanic scenes everywhere. The Burning Flame Valley inside the barrier is a completely different scene, a veritable valley. There are green trees, gurgling water, birds singing and flowers blooming, and there is a vibrant scene everywhere. Young master, please follow me. After entering the Burning Flame Valley, looking at the buildings in the distance, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley immediately took Bai Ji and Xiao Yu and flew over quickly. The three of them turned into 3 streams of light, swept through a large forest, and finally landed in front of a red hall. Please come in, young master. The alchemists summoned by the Valley Master are waiting in this hall, ready to start refining medicine. Today is the last day, and you are here just in time. Before and after arriving at the Red Hall, the elder of Fenyan Valley explained with a smile while pushing open the door of the hall. Chapter 964, Time Traveler Style Argument, Why did Venerable Bai come to our Fenyan Valley? After pushing open the door of the hall, the scene in the hall immediately came into Bai Ji's eyes. I saw that the decoration in the hall was extremely luxurious, with a golden and red color as the whole. In the hall, there was also a large tripod, and a group of old men in simple robes were standing behind the tripod, seemingly discussing something. And every old man had a badge on his chest, which was the alchemist level badge. However, among the old men, there was still an old man in red who did not have an alchemist level badge on his chest. Next to the old man, there stood a tall, pretty and beautiful girl in red. When they heard the door of the hall was opened, everyone in the hall looked towards the door. Elder Yan, who are these two? Seeing Elder Yan leading 2 young men and women into the hall, the old man in red with long fiery red hair frowned and asked. Master, this young man is here to help with the medicine. Elder Yan clasped his fists and reported to Master Tang Zhen, a pharmacist who came to help with the medicine. Hearing Elder Yan's words, Tang Zhen looked at Bai Ji. But after looking at him, he was even more surprised, because he found that he couldn't see through Bai Ji's strength. However, despite this, Tang Zhen thought that Bai Ji had some kind of treasure that could cover his breath, and didn't think that Bai Ji's strength would be stronger than his. Elder Yan, I wonder how good this young man is at refining medicine. Among the young alchemists I know, there seems to be no such young man. We are going to refine a 7th grade elixir, and not just any alchemist can help. Elder, are you sure you didn't bring the wrong person? Just as everyone in the hall was looking at Bai Ji. An old man wearing an alchemist robe and a 6th grade alchemist badge on his chest couldn't help but say something sarcastically. Master Mo, not knowing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Although this young man is young, he is also a 7th grade alchemist, and... Hearing Master Mo's words, Elder Yan frowned and said. Haha, what a joke, a 7th grade alchemist? Those who can reach the 7th grade alchemist in their youth are all geniuses from major alchemist families. As a guest elder of Danta, I have basically seen all the young alchemist geniuses in our Dainu, but I have never seen or heard of this kid you brought in. He looks quite good, but alchemy has nothing to do with appearance. It requires talent and hard work. A 7th grade alchemist can be called a master of alchemy. Do you think our old guy has never heard of it? Before Elder Yan finished his words, Elder Mo interrupted Elder Yan sarcastically and sneered. After hearing what Elder Mo said, Elder Yan couldn't help but turn pale with anger. He didn't even finish his words, but interrupted him. What does that mean? Does he think he doesn't know how to judge people? The alchemy masters invited from all over Zhongzhou were all okay, except for Master Mo, who was the most sarcastic. But among the alchemy masters invited, Master Mo's alchemy skills were among the best. For the sake of Valley Master Tang Zhen's alchemy, Elder Yan could only endure it. Danta is indeed the top alchemy force in Zhongzhou, but it doesn't say that all alchemists in Zhongzhou must report to Danta, right? You just said that you haven't seen me in Danta, so you think my alchemy skills are not good. What? Do you have a very sharp nose or eyes, and you can smell or see the level of my alchemy skills as soon as you see me, or do you have a big face and everyone should give you face? You think my alchemy skills are not good, even God has to give you face and force my alchemy skills to be cut? Who do you think you are? You are nothing. Listening to Master Mo's sharp Bai Ge took a step forward with a smile and ruthlessly criticized Master Mo. As soon as Bai Ge said this, the whole hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone was shocked. This kid actually dared to scold Master Mo in person. Is he so tough? Pucci. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Tang Huo'er, a girl in red, couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Although this Master Mo was invited to help her refine medicine, she couldn't stand this Master Mo who liked to show off, spoke sarcastic and self-righteous. Now there is a peer who dares to scold Master Mo in person and does what Tang Huo'er wants to do but doesn't dare to do. Tang Huo'er feels relieved. As a result, Tang Huo'er's impression of Bai Ge has also improved a lot. You dare to scold me? I am a guest elder of Danta and a 6th grade alchemy master. You kid, do you know how to respect your seniors? On the other side, Master Mo was so angry that he trembled all over after hearing Bai Ge's words. He couldn't help but point his finger at Bai Ge and shouted angrily. Respect seniors? Even if you respect seniors, you should respect those senior alchemists who are capable, virtuous, and like to help the younger generation. Instead of you, who are sarcastic, have no skills, and are a first-class old alchemist who puts on airs, you are worthy of being called a senior. Do you make keys? Make a few keys. In response to Master Mo's indignation, Bai Ge laughed disdainfully and confronted him again. You. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Master Mo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the side, hearing Bai Ge's unique traverser-style curse language, Tang Huo'er couldn't help but be amused again, his eyes almost narrowed into crescents, covering his mouth and laughing secretly. Okay. Everyone, give me Tang some face. You are all here to help me refine medicine. I, Tang, will set up a test later and select 2 alchemists to help. Even if you are not selected, Tang will give you generous gifts. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Seeing that the quarrel in the hall seemed to be expanding, Tang Zhen couldn't help but stand up and said in a deep voice, trying to stop the quarrel. Master Tang, please judge. I am a guest elder of Danta. Am I not qualified to be a senior in the alchemy world? Am I not qualified to evaluate this kid? As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, Elder Mo blushed and said angrily to Tang Zhen. Hearing Master Mo's words, Tang Zhen frowned and felt a little disgusted. The reason is very simple. He has stood up to make peace, and he still mentioned this matter. Isn't this giving him no face? Besides, you are not the only guest elder of Danta here. There is also a Master Huan who is better at alchemy than you. Why are they all quiet here, but you are the only one who jumps out? In the words of the young man just now, you are the only one who is so shameless? Moreover, as the master of Fenian Valley, Tang Zhen felt a little uncomfortable when Master Mo interrupted his elders before they finished speaking. But now he has to ask for help, so he can only turn a blind eye. What qualifications do you have to evaluate me? I don't know if there is anyone in Danta who is qualified to evaluate me, but you definitely don't have this qualification. On the side, Bai Ge said lightly. Master Mo was even more angry after Bai Ge said this. I am a 6th grade alchemist, a guest elder of Danta. You said that I am not qualified to evaluate you, then what is the grade of your alchemy skills? Report to the Valley Master. I don't know the grade of this young master's alchemy skills, but this young master has strange fire. Hearing Master Mo's angry words, Elder Yan immediately stepped forward and clasped his fists to Tang Zhen, and said in a deep voice with the idea of hitting the dog when it is down. Strange fire. Knowing that Bai Ge actually has strange fire, in the hall, whether it is a group of alchemy masters, or Tang Zhen, the master of Fenian Valley, and Tang Huo'er, they can't help but look shocked. Young master, you actually have strange fire. After being shocked, Tang Zhen couldn't help but look at Bai Ge and asked with burning eyes. In Duki continent, although there is no absolute evidence to prove that alchemists with strange fires are definitely highly skilled in alchemy. However, in countless years, there have been various examples where every alchemist who can possess the strange fire at a young age has top-notch alchemy skills. And if you think about the reason carefully, Tang Zhen, who also possesses the strange fire, can guess the reason. That is, if you want to subdue the strange fire, cultivation, soul power, background, and luck are indispensable. And a young alchemist who can possess all four at the same time, can he not be the leader among his peers? Anti-collection, automatic loading failed, click manual loading, reading mode is not supported. Prohibit transcoding, prohibit reading mode, the following content is hidden, please exit reading mode. Chapter 965 by Ge. Actually, I am very low-key, asking for the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire. Zhen Bai. Hearing the words of the red-clothed man, everyone in the hall was stunned. Reverend Bai, could it be the Reverend Bai from Beatty sect? Following his nephew Tang Yan's gaze, Tang Zhen slowly turned his sight to Bai Ge. When he noticed Bai Ge's image, he couldn't help but tremble. Wait. Silver hair and purple eyes, handsome face, strength can't be seen through? Could this be the Reverend Bai from Beatty sect? Tang Zhen naturally had never seen Bai Ge in person. Although Bai Ge helped his nephew Tang Yan in the matter of Tian Shan blood pool, Tang Zhen had asked an elder of Fenian Valley to attend the founding ceremony of Beatty sect with Tang Yan. But after returning, Tang Zhen asked his nephew Tang Yan and the elders of Fenian Valley who went to attend the founding ceremony of Beatty sect what Reverend Bai Ge looked like. Both of them answered that Reverend Bai had silver hair and purple eyes, and looked young and handsome. It can be said that he was the youngest Douzun strongman he had ever seen. After listening to the answers of his nephew Tang Yan and the elders of Fenian Valley, Tang Zhen had an impression in his mind that Bai Ge had silver hair and purple eyes and looked very young. However, Tang Zhen subconsciously thought that Bai Ge's youth was relative to him. He was now an old man, so he unconsciously thought that Bai Ge should be a middle-aged man. But now that he found that Bai Ge also fit the image of Bai Zun's that his nephew Tang Yan had said before, Tang Zhen was shocked. Sir, is your excellency Bai Zun's? Looking at Bai Ge, Tang Zhen couldn't help but be a little unbelievable for a while. Bai Zun's? How could this kid be? Bai Zun's is a Douzun strongman, how could this stinky kid who is still wet behind the ears be Bai Zun's? Before Bai Ge answered, Master Mo on the side couldn't help but said angrily. Haha, then you, Master Mo, are really wrong. I am Venerable Bai. Bai Ge looked at Master Mo with a smile, stretched out his sleeves, and a powerful fighting spirit burst out, instantly blasting Master Mo away, knocking him hard against the wall on the side, spitting blood and falling down. Master Mo was actually blown away. Although this guy's character is not very good, he is also a Douzun strongman. It was so easy to be blown away by someone casually. Could it be that this guy is really Venerable Bai? Seeing Master Mo was blown away by Bai Ge's casual wave, the other alchemists around couldn't help but open their mouths and were full of horror. When Tang Huo'er also covered her mouth, she exclaimed in her heart, and her pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. Tang Yan, who entered the hall, had already strode to Bai Ge, bowed to Bai Ge, and said with a little joy on his face. Junior Tang Yan, I greet Venerable Bai. When did Venerable Bai come to our Fenyan Valley? He didn't even inform us in advance. We are waiting for Venerable Bai's arrival. Yes. Venerable Bai came to our Fenyan Valley to visit us, but he didn't even inform us in advance. We were not prepared. It was really rude. Following his nephew Tang Yan's words, Tang Zhen also became very enthusiastic. He couldn't help laughing and said to Bai Ji, "Actually, I am rude. I also decided to come to Fenyan Valley suddenly because I heard a few days ago that the Valley Master summoned alchemists to refine pills. If they succeeded, they would be given the rewards they wanted, so I came here specially." After being recognized, Bai Ji didn't pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, but admitted his identity openly and chuckled. Alchemist. Hearing Bai Ji mention the alchemist, Tang Zhen suddenly thought of what he had heard about Bai Ji. It seems that the White Reverend in front of him once said that he was a 9th grade alchemist. Although the alchemist grade of the White Reverend in front of him has not been recognized by the Dan Tower, I heard from my nephew Tang Yan that Yao Zun Yao Chen once said when he appeared at the founding ceremony that it was because the White Reverend in front of him refined a pill that could revive from the soul state. The grade of the pill that can revive the soul must be at least 8th grade or above, right? Since the White Reverend in front of him can refine a pill that can revive the soul body, his alchemist grade should not be lower than the 8th grade, and refining a 7th grade fire bodhisattva pill should be no problem at all. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen's mood suddenly became hot. Haha. With the help of the White Reverend, it seems that I will definitely be able to refine the pill this time. Looking at Bai Ji, Tang Zhen couldn't help laughing. But Venerable Bai came here without mentioning his identity. Venerable Bai looks so young, and few people in our Fenian Valley have seen Venerable Bai. If it weren't for Yan, even we almost didn't recognize him. Alas, there is no way. This Venerable has always been low-key and approachable. I don't like to be too high profile. I visit your valley as a guest. There is no reason to be so high profile. Bai Ji waved his hand and sighed softly. Hide your identity, I have been you scold me like that, and you are still keeping a low profile? On the side, Master Mo, who had just hit the wall and slid down after spitting out a mouthful of blood, wanted to spit out another mouthful of old blood after hearing Bai Ji's words. However, Bai Ji is a Douzun strongman. Although Master Mo is a 6th grade alchemist, he can't afford to offend a Douzun strongman. So now that he knows Bai Ji's true identity, Master Mo dare not say a word, not even fart. Even if he was beaten to spit blood, Master Mo could only climb up in shame and pain. After taking a few pills to recover from his injuries, he walked into a group of alchemy masters, but he didn't dare to show up, for fear that Bai Ji would notice him. Venerable Bai is really funny. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen laughed a little. He felt that the Venerable Bai in front of him not only looked young, but also seemed to have a young mentality. At least his mind was not as jumpy as the Venerable Bai in front of him. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Tang Huo'er looked at Bai Ji with surprise and curiosity on her face. Tang Huo'er was naturally curious about Bai Ji, who looked about the same age as her, but was already a Douzun strongman. And knowing that Bai Ji was also here to help refine the pill, Tang Zhen was very happy, but after calming down, he hesitated. Because if Bai Ji was really a 9th grade alchemist, it would cost a lot to ask him to refine the 7th grade pill. As the master of Fenian Valley, Tang Zhen was naturally qualified to ask top alchemists like Yao Chen to refine pills, but he didn't. This is not because Fenian Valley cannot afford a top-level alchemist like Yao Chen, but because Tang Zhen wants to refine this 7th grade fire bodhisattva pill not for Fenian Valley, but for his daughter Tang Huo'er. Since it is a private purpose, the resources of Fenian Valley that Tang Zhen can use are naturally limited. So he can't afford a top-level alchemist like Yao Chen, but can only ask some alchemy masters of about 6 or 7 grades to help refine the pill together, so that the price can be paid is a little lower. Although Bai Ji is not as famous as Yao Chen in Zhongzhou, if Bai Ji is also a top-level alchemist, then Tang Zhen may not be able to pay the price. But it's not easy for a top-level alchemist to come to the door, so that Tang Zhen will give up and refine the fire bodhisattva pill with 2 ordinary 7th grade alchemists. The chance of success may be less than half. Tang Zhen is a little unwilling. So after thinking about it, Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and whispered to Bai Ji, I wonder if Venerable Bai can refine the 7th grade fire bodhi pill. If I want to ask Venerable Bai to help me refine the pill, if it succeeds, I wonder what reward Venerable Bai wants. Reward. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Bai Ji smiled faintly. Master Tang, please follow me. Bai Ji did not answer immediately, but chuckled and suddenly grabbed Xiao Yu beside him, and then walked towards an empty corner of the hall. Tang Zhen was a little puzzled about Bai Ji's behavior, but he followed him anyway. I don't know what reward Venerable Bai wants, as long as I, Tang Zhen, can give it, just say it. After following Bai Ji, Tang Zhen said as he walked. Master Tang, don't worry, Giga will definitely give me what I want. Walking to a corner of the hall, Bai Ji looked at Tang Zhen and chuckled. What? Tang Zhen asked with some doubt. 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Looking directly at Tang Zhen, Bai Ji's smile turned into a solemn one, and he spoke slowly word by word. You want the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire from our burning flame valley? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen's pupils shrank instantly, and a look of hesitation suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 966, in fact, it can only be regarded as returning the property to its original owner, a bet. The status of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire in Fenian Valley is the same as the status of 3000 thunders in Fenglay Pavilion. However, although they are all treasures of the sect, the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire are more special, but they are not as important as 3000 thunders to Fenglay Pavilion. Because for ordinary fighters, even if they get the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, it is basically useless. Only for some people with strange flames, such as beast fire and strange fire, can the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire play a role. And because the power that can be enhanced by the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire depends on the power of the strange flame carried by the cultivator. For people with strange fire, the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire is the most suitable fighting skill to increase strength. However, for some people who have beast fire, and if the beast fire is relatively weak, the effect of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire on them may not be as good as some ordinary secret methods of increasing strength. However, even so, the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire is a treasure for Fenian Valley. After all, this is the exclusive gatekeeper of Fenian Valley. What's wrong, Master Tang? Can't the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire be taught to outsiders? But as far as I know, the restrictions of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire are very huge, and it is very difficult for Gigu to master it. It shouldn't be that important to me. Seeing Tang Zhen's hesitation, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile softly and asked. Venerable Bai, this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes is the treasure of my burning flame valley after all. It can't be easily passed on, even if I am the valley master. I wonder if you can change the conditions. Tang Zhen replied hesitantly. Change the conditions? Valley Master Tang thinks that with my identity, besides this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes, what else can Giku have that can attract me? Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, and could only smile bitterly. Indeed, if Bai Ji is an 8th grade or above, or even a 9th grade alchemist, and has a strange fire, Burning Flame Valley really has nothing to give, even if it takes out the most precious 9 dragons heavenly gang fire, because Bai Ji already has a strange fire. Does Venerable Bai really want this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes so much? Tang Zhen said helplessly. What do you think, Master Tang? As an alchemist, and also possessing strange fire, what other secrets in Zhongzhou can be more suitable for me than this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes? Bai Ji asked back. It seems that there really is no after thinking about it. Tang Zhen couldn't help but sigh helplessly in his heart. This 7th grade fire Bodhi pill that Master Tang wants to refine should be very important to Master Tang. I can guarantee that I can help Master Tang refine this fire Bodhi pill 100%, isn't it enough to exchange for Gigu's heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes secret method? And in fact, strictly speaking, I am not here to ask for Gigu's heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes, but just want Gigu to return this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes to its original owner. Looking at Tang Zhen, Bai Ji continued to speak slowly. This heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes is indeed very important to me. If I can't refine it successfully within half a year, I can only go to Dan Tower to ask those old guys for help. Tang Zhen's voice was a little low. But at this point, Tang Zhen's thoughts have changed a little. If Bai Ji can really help him refine the fire Bodhi pill 100%, it is not impossible to give Bai Ji a chance to obtain the secret method of heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes. But Venerable Bai said that we should return the heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes of Fenian Valley to the original owner. What does it mean? This heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes has always been the treasure of my Fenian Valley. This is known to the whole Zhongzhou. Looking up at Bai Ji, Tang Zhen's face was a little unhappy. Master Tang, calm down, my words are not unfounded. The heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes is indeed the treasure of Gigu. Everyone in the whole Zhongzhou knows it, but this heavenly fire 3 mysterious changes should not be created by the Fenian ancestor of Gigu, right? Seeing the displeasure on Tang Zhen's face, Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle and said. This is indeed not the case. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Hehe, as far as I know, Gigu's 3 mysterious changes of Skyfire should have been created by a strong man named Xiao Xian, right? Bai Ji continued to smile and said. How did Venerable Bai know this? Are you the descendant of this senior Xiao Xian? Tang Zhen was shocked to find that Bai Ji actually knew the name Xiao Xian. Not many people knew about the story of their Fenyan Valley's ancestor Fenyan and Xiao Xian. Many people even thought that the 3 changes of heavenly fire was created by their Fenyan Valley's ancestor. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Bai Ji's face was full of black lines. Master Tang, you recognized the wrong person. My surname is Bai, and your predecessor's surname is Xiao. The surnames are different. How can I be the descendant of your predecessor? Why is it impossible? Isn't it just a different surname? Can't the descendants of senior Xiao Xian have daughters? Tang Zhen couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. While Tang Zhen was secretly complaining in his heart, Bai Ji had already pulled Xiao Yu over and smiled and said, actually, the descendant of senior Xiao Xian you are talking about is her. She? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu, frowned, and felt a little confused. Senior Xiao Xian was one of the 5 strongest people under the Dou Emperor. How could his descendant be so mediocre in talent? He should be in his 20s, so how could his cultivation level only be Douling? Are you sure, Venerable Bai? This little girl's cultivation level is only Douling realm, how could she be the descendant of senior Xiao Xian? Looking at Xiao Yu, Tang Zhen couldn't help but frowned and said. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but blush suddenly, feeling very embarrassed in his heart. Does the senior in front of him mean that her cultivation level is too low and she is not worthy of being the descendant of his senior Xiao Xian? Haha, Master Tang, don't be anxious, and listen to me. Bai Ji had naturally guessed Tang Zhen's doubts, and couldn't help but chuckle a few times and began to explain. Master Tang probably doesn't know the origin of the powerful man named Xiao Xian back then, right? In fact, this man named the strongest person who is Xiao Xian, like the strongest person of the ancient clan who were the 5 strongest people back then, was also born in the Dowdy family. However, many years ago, in order to break through the Dowdy realm, this senior Xiao Xian chose to gather the blood power of all the clan members in the family to himself, trying to make a last-ditch effort, but failed. And because senior Xiao Xian has drained the blood power of all the clan members of the Xiao clan, since then, the blood of all the clan members of the Xiao clan has completely subsided, and no one can have the talent like senior Xiao Xian anymore. Bai Ji explained with a smile. Is that so? Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Tang Zhen was somewhat thoughtful. Although he didn't know whether Bai Ji's explanation was true or not, in terms of Douqi cultivation, it was really difficult for a person without background to become a supreme power. So this senior Xiao Xian was most likely not an ordinary person, and if he was a descendant of the Dou Di family, it would be very reasonable for him to become a supreme power. Although I personally believe what Venerable Bai said, there is no evidence after all. Even if I believe it, I'm afraid the elders of our Burning Flame Valley won't believe it. Looking up at Bai Ji, Tang Zhen still shook his head and said. Haha, this is simple. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile at Tang Zhen's sigh. As far as I know, Gigu's 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire should be taught with a heritage crystal, right? And this heritage crystal should be able to detect the practitioner's compatibility with the practice of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. How do you know? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen couldn't help but be shocked. I also found out about this by accident. Master Tang doesn't need to care about it. Bai Ji smiled. Since it's true, Master Tang might as well make a bet with me. If Xiao Yu touches your Tianhuo Sangsuan by an inheritance crystal ball and can show the highest degree of fit, then Fenian Valley will return the Tianhuo Sangsuan Bai to its original owner. If it fails, then I am willing to promise to refine 3 pills for your Fenian Valley every year, regardless of grade, as long as I can refine it. Of course, if your valley does not trust my level of alchemy, you can also test me, such as letting me refine the fire Bodhi pill that the master needs. Looking at Tang Zhen, Bai Ji smiled slightly. 3 opportunities to refine pills of unlimited grade every year? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen couldn't help but show a deep disbelief on his face. Chapter 967 The Choice of Fenian Valley. Is what Venerable Bai said true? 3 opportunities to refine pills of unlimited grade every year. Looking at Bai Ji, Tang Zhen's face was still full of disbelief. Of course it's true, but this is a bet. If you can win this bet, then in the future, I will naturally refine pills for you 3 times a year according to the agreement, and there will be no limit on the grade, but if you lose, then this Tianhuo Sangsuan Bian will have to be returned. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 3 times a year, the opportunity to refine pills of any grade, if it is an ordinary low-level alchemist, Fenyan Valley will naturally look down on it. But Bai Ji can be sure that he should be at least an alchemist of the 8th grade, and he also has a strange fire. The success rate and medicinal properties of the pills he refines are much higher than other alchemists of the same level. In Zhongzhou, 6th and 7th grade alchemists can be regarded as alchemy masters, and they are highly respected in one area. However, although alchemists of this grade have a high status, they are not worthy of the top forces like Fenyan Valley to curry favor with them, and they only need to be respected. But alchemists above the 8th grade can already be called alchemy masters, the kind that can establish a sect. The 8th grade pills they refine are also very useful for Dozun. The existence of an 8th grade alchemist can be said to be something that even top forces like Burning Flame Valley want to curry favor with. Every time an alchemist has the opportunity to refine an elixir, countless forces will flock to him. However, generally speaking, the success rate of an alchemist of a certain grade cannot be 100% if he wants to refine an elixir of the same grade. Only by refining an elixir of a lower grade can a 90% success rate be achieved. And because the higher the grade of the elixir, the more it seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, especially the 8th grade elixir, which has already had preliminary spiritual intelligence. If you want to refine it, you need to consume a lot of soul power, and it is not easy for an alchemist to refine it. Therefore, every opportunity for an 8th grade alchemist to refine an 8th grade elixir is very precious. If you want to ask an 8th grade alchemist to refine an 8th grade elixir, you need to pay a very high price. This does not include preparing the medicinal materials yourself, but only the remuneration for the 8th grade alchemist to open the furnace to refine the medicine. Regardless of success or failure, failure is less, but it still needs to be paid, and if it succeeds, it needs to pay more. Before, Tang Zhen's plan was that if he could not successfully refine the fire bodhisattva pill with the 2 invited alchemy masters, he would go to the old monsters in the Dan Tower, that is, those 8th grade alchemists. As for why he did not invite a 7th grade alchemist, it was naturally because the success rate of a 7th grade alchemist refining a 7th grade pill was not 100%. He had already lost having failed once, he naturally could not allow another failure, so he could only ask an 8th grade alchemist. However, even if he asked an 8th grade alchemist to refine a 7th grade pill, the price he had to pay still made Tang Zhen, the master of Fenian Valley, feel painful, so he had to make this the last choice. But now, Bai Ji made this bet. If he could win this bet, Tang Zhen would not have to pay any price and would be able to let Bai Ji help him refine the fire Bodhi pill. However, despite the huge benefits, Tang Zhen's face was still uncertain and hesitant in his heart. Because if he lost this bet, the price he had to pay was also extremely heavy. This price was something that even Tang Zhen, the master of Fenian Valley, could not afford. But thinking that if he won the bet, the huge benefits he could get would be enough for the entire Fenian Valley to benefit from it for countless years. After all, Bai Ji is very likely to be the legendary 9th grade alchemist, and what is the concept of a 9th grade alchemist? That is the level that only the ancestors of Danta can reach. In the entire Zhongzhou, the only 9th grade alchemist is the legendary Danta ancestor. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Zhen himself couldn't make a decision, but he didn't want to give up, so he could only take a deep breath, bowed to Bai Ji, and said in a deep voice. Venerable Bai, this bet is of great importance, and it is not for me, Tang, to make a decision alone. Please wait here for a while, and let me go to discuss with the elders of my Burning Flame Valley, and then give you an answer, how about it? Of course, Master Tang, go. Bai Ji's reaction was completely within his expectations, so Bai Ji smiled and said. After getting Bai Ji's consent, Tang Zhen bowed to Bai Ji again, then turned around and left in a hurry, but went to find the elders of Burning Flame Valley. Bai Ji, what's the matter with your bet with this Burning Flame Valley? Do you want me to test the compatibility of that inheritance crystal? What is this? I feel a little unsure. What if it doesn't work? After Tang Zhen left, Xiao Yueying, who was beside him, was so angry that her pretty face was full of uneasiness. She couldn't help but say to Bai Ji, "Don't worry, the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire are created according to the bloodline ability of your Xiao family. As long as you are of the fire attribute and have the bloodline of the Xiao family, you will definitely have a high affinity." Bai Ji comforted. However, his words were not groundless, but had a basis. Because in the original work, Xiao Yan's talent was not the top one. Although he might be considered a genius in the Gamma Empire, he could only be considered average in the entire Duqi continent. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to achieve the achievements in the original work was more because of the help of the Golden Finger grandfather Yao Chen. Yao Chen is an 8th grade alchemist at the peak level, and a Dozun strongman. Although he is in the state of soul, with Yao Chen's guidance and help, Xiao Yan has avoided many detours, and there is no shortage of various elixirs and fighting skills. There are unlimited elixirs to improve cultivation, and Yao Chen has selected fighting skills for Xiao Yan. Even in Zhongzhou, there are definitely no more than 5 people who can surpass Xiao Yan in cultivation treatment. In addition to the help of Yao Chen, the old man with the golden finger, the rest is Xiao Yan's protagonist luck and the bug cultivation method of burning. It is precisely because of these that Xiao Yan can continuously become stronger from a teenager in the borderland, and finally grow into a generation of Dou Emperor in Duqi continent. And Xiao Yu, now the physical attribute is also fire attribute. With the help of Bai Ji, under the optimization of the perfect symbiont, Xiao Yu's cultivation talent is only stronger than Xiao Yan's current talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leap from Doushi to Douling in just a few years. You know, before Bai Ji brought Xiao Yu from Canaan College to Zhongzhou, Xiao Yu didn't get much medicinal resources at Canaan College, but he still practiced quickly from Doushi to Great Doushi, approaching Douling. With both of them having the blood of the Xiao family and the same physical attributes, Xiao Yu's cultivation talent is even better than Xiao Yan. In the original plot, Xiao Yan was able to obtain the highest affinity of the Tianhuo Sangsuan by an inheritance crystal. Bai Ji really couldn't think of how Xiao Yu could not do it. And even if I lose, it's just refining elixirs for them 3 times a year. Anyway, I only agree to refine, and they are responsible for providing the medicinal materials, so I just get less reward, which doesn't matter. Bai Ji continued to say with a smile. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Xiao Yu's mood relaxed a little, and he was no longer so nervous. Bai Senior Bai, what did you say to my father? Why did he leave suddenly? On the side, seeing his father Tang Zhen leave, Tang Huo in the center of the hall couldn't help but walk towards Bai Ji with some curiosity and asked. Because of Bai Ji's previous performance, Tang Huo didn't feel too much fear towards Bai Ji. Instead, she felt a little curious and close to him. She was a bold girl. Of course, the most important thing was the reason is that Bai Ji looks young and handsome, and his temperament is more approachable. If Bai Ji is like the Sword Master and Thunder Master, who are also Dozun, always with a cold face and a look of keeping strangers away, Tang Huo would definitely not dare to come and talk to Bai Ji. Your father and I just discussed an important matter. Your father is now going to discuss with the elders of your Burning Flame Valley. Wait here together and he will be back soon. In response to Tang Huo's inquiry, Bai Ji smiled slightly. Discuss an important matter. After getting Bai Ji's response, Tang Huo was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on her pretty face. Although she was still very curious about what Bai Ji and her father Tang Zhen discussed. But because Bai Ji's identity was a senior after all, Tang Huo did not dare to continue asking, but just stood aside with some curiosity, looking at Bai Ji from time to time. Because of Bai Ji's presence, the whole hall was very quiet. And in such a quiet atmosphere, it seemed like a few minutes had passed. With the sound of footsteps, it seemed that many people were approaching together. Creaky. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open again. Tang Zhen led several old men of different heights, weights, and sizes, but all with white hair and beards, wearing red robes, into the hall. After entering the hall, under the guidance of Tang Zhen, several old men immediately walked towards Bai Ji at the same time, and after walking in front of Bai Ji, they bowed to Bai Ji. I am Tang Lai, the elder of Fenyan Valley, and I greet Venerable Bai. The leader, a thin old man, said to Bai Ji in a full voice. I am Tang Miao, the second elder of Fenyan Valley, and I greet Venerable Bai. I am Wu Chen, the third elder of Fenyan Valley, and I greet Venerable Bai. In addition, a tall and thin old man and an old man with a well-proportioned figure also bowed to Bai Ji and said. How is the discussion among the elders? Will Fenyan Valley agree to this bet? Looking at the three elders of Fenyan Valley and Tang Zhen, the master of Fenyan Valley, Bai Ji chuckled and said. After hearing Bai Ji's words, several elders looked at each other first, and then the head elder Tang Lai smiled and said, Of course I agree, why not? But if this bet is as Venerable Bai said, it would be too disadvantageous for Venerable Bai, so we old guys discussed it and decided to make a slight modification. Because our Valley Master is in need of a 7th grade Fire Bodhisattva pill, as long as Venerable Bai can successfully refine the 7th grade Fire Bodhisattva pill, then our Fenyan Valley is willing to give the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes to Venerable Bai, but Venerable Bai cannot pass it on. And then, we will start the bet again, and let the little girl named Xiao Yu next to Venerable Bai test the inheritance crystal of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes of our Fenyan Valley. If this little girl really has a very high affinity, then this means that this little girl is very likely to be the descendant of Senior Xiao Xian, and this Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes should be returned to the original owner by our Fenyan Valley. What do you think of this modification, Venerable Bai? Looking at Bai Ji, Tang Lai, the great elder of Fenyan Valley, stroked his beard and smiled. Chapter 968 Easily refine the Fire Bodhi pill. Venerable Bai is really a 9th grade alchemist. The elder's modification of the bet content is naturally very good. Bai Ji couldn't help laughing when he heard Tang Lai's words. But in this way, we are taking too much advantage, so I will also make a slight modification. If we win the bet and get the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire, we can't pass it on without restrictions in the future, but can only pass it on to the closest people, such as direct disciples or blood relatives of our own lineage, and they are not allowed to pass it on again. How about it? Haha. We in Fenyan Valley naturally respect Venerable Bai's opinion. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Lai couldn't help stroking his long white beard and laughed, and the smile on his face became more satisfied. On this bet, both sides can be said to have taken a step back. Originally, if Fenyan Valley had directly let Xiao Yu test the affinity with the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire, if Xiao Yu failed, they could get Bai Ji for free. But in order to save Bai Ji's face, they still let Bai Ji refine the Fire Bodhisattva pill first. If he succeeded, the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire would be handed over to Bai Ji. Although there was a certain reason for this to test Bai Ji's medicine refining level. But because Yao Chen once said at the founding ceremony of the Beatty sect that he was resurrected because of a pill refined by Bai Ji. And the pills that can revive the soul body are all of grade 8 or above. Being able to refine this kind of pill that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, it means that Bai Ji's medicine refining level must be above grade 8. In addition, with the strange fire, refining a 7th grade Fire Bodhisattva pill should be more than enough. So the main reason why Fenyan Valley modified the content of the bet was that Fenyan Valley wanted to save Bai Ji's face, and Bai Ji had to accept this. So, Bai Ji also took a step back and made some changes to the content of the bet, adding many restrictions to the teaching of the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire. However, this restriction is actually of little use. Because even if he did not promise to add such restrictions, if he got the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire, Bai Ji would definitely not easily teach it to others, and the same requirement was made for Xiao Yu. And the reason for adding these conditions is more to make Fenyan Valley feel at ease. However, although some restrictions that are not very useful are added. But this represents Bai Ji's sincerity, which still makes Fenyan Valley quite useful. After reaching a bet with Fenyan Valley. According to the agreement, Bai Ji went to the center of the hall and prepared to start refining the 7th grade elixir, the Fire Bodhi pill, that Tang Zhen needed. This tripod seems to be the mountain melting tripod listed in the Heavenly Tripod list, right? As expected of the long-standing Fenyan Valley, it is indeed rich in heritage. Standing in the hall, looking at the 3-meter-high red tripod in front of him, on the tripod, there are continuous red volcanoes engraved, all of which look like they are about to erupt, and a violent breath can't help but blow in his face. Bai Ji couldn't help but touch the red tripod and laughed softly. Your Excellency Bai is joking. Although my Fenyan Valley has a long history and I got this mountain melting tripod by chance, it's a pity that we don't have any powerful alchemists in Fenyan Valley, so this heavenly tripod is covered in dust. If your excellency Bai likes it, then after refining the elixir, our Fenyan Valley will borrow this tripod to offer to you. Please don't be polite. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the great elder Tang Lai on the side couldn't help but look over, stroking his beard and chuckled. No need. Although this mountain melting cauldron is precious, it is no longer of much use to me. Bai Ji smiled softly, but shook his head. Tang Lai was a little surprised to hear Bai Ji's words. He thought Bai Ji said this to ask for their mountain melting cauldron, but he didn't expect that he was just expressing his feelings. From what he said, could it be that this venerable Bai has really reached the highest level of alchemists, a 9th grade alchemist? Venerable Bai, this is the recipe for refining the fire Bodhi pill, and this is the medicinal material needed for refining the fire Bodhi pill. On the side, after letting the others step aside and clearing the place for Bai Ji to refine the pill, Tang Zhen came over and handed the recipe for the fire Bodhi pill and the ring containing the medicinal materials needed for refining the fire Bodhi pill to Bai Ji while speaking. After receiving the recipe and the ring containing the medicinal materials, Bai Ji closed his eyes slightly, first read the recipe with his mental power, then checked the medicinal materials in the ring, and opened his eyes after confirming that everything was correct. Okay, you can move aside, I'm going to prepare the medicine. After reading the recipe, Bai Ji handed the recipe of the fire Bodhi pill back to Tang Zhen, then took out a portion of the medicinal materials in the ring and placed it on the side of the stone platform where the mountain melting cauldron was located. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang Zhen, Tang Huo'er and a group of elders of the Burning Flame Valley, as well as Xiao Yu, all stepped back several steps behind him, leaving enough distance for Bai Ji. And after everyone stepped back, in front of everyone, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his right hand, and a burst of 8 colored flames instantly burst out from his right hand. Then, with Bai Ji's right hand pushing, the 8 colored glazed fire instantly turned into an 8 colored fire dragon, roaring and shooting into the mountain melting cauldron, and the blazing 8 colored flames instantly burst out from the mountain melting cauldron. What kind of strange fire is this? Seeing the 8 colored glazed fire summoned by Bai Ji, the alchemy masters from all over Zhongzhou, as well as Tang Zhen and the 3 elders of Fenyan Valley, were all shocked. Because Bai Ji's 8 colored glazed fire, although it clearly exudes the powerful power of strange fire, it is not any known kind of strange fire. I have never heard of this kind of 8-color fire. It seems to be a new fire. However, this fire can definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the fire list, because facing this 8-color fire, the 9 dragons Tiangang fire in my body is actually trembling. My 9 dragons Tiangang fire is the 12th fire in the fire list. Looking at the 8-color glazed fire released by Bai Ji, Tang Zhen's face was full of shock and emotion, and there was a faint sense of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Under the shocked eyes of the alchemy masters and the people of the Burning Flame Valley around him, Bai Ji began to refine the fire Bodhisattva pill. The first thing is to purify the liquid medicine of the medicinal materials, which is very simple for Bai Ji. Bai Ji doesn't know how strong the 8-color glazed fire that combines 8 kinds of fire is, but it can definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the fire list, even second only to the Emperor Yan who ranks first. So through the 8-color glazed fire, with Bai Ji's powerful mental power, it is very easy to purify all the medicinal materials needed to refine the fire Bodhisattva pill into liquid medicine, and then start to fuse the liquid medicine in the mountain melting cauldron. The process was as smooth as flowing water. However, because it was in the mountain melting cauldron, covered by the blazing 8-color glass fire, everyone could only see Bai Ji's relaxed expression, but could not see what stage the pill refining had progressed. Time passed very quickly. Fast. Under everyone's fixed gaze, more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a strange fragrance emanated from the mountain melting cauldron, filling the entire hall. Could it be? Under everyone's incredible gaze, Bai Ji slapped the mountain melting cauldron with one palm. Accompanied by a huge shock of the mountain melting cauldron, a stream of light suddenly burst out from the mountain melting cauldron. At the same time, boundless dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the hall. That was the pill thunder that would be produced when the pills of the 7th grade pills and above were made into pills. The pill thunder has appeared, let's see how many colors of pill thunder it is. Hearing the rumbling sound coming from the sky above the hall suddenly boiled. Everyone was eager to see how many colors of pill thunder Bai Ji had produced by refining the fire Bodhi pill. After the 7th grade pill, the higher the quality of the refined pill, the more colors of pill thunder that can be triggered, the lowest is 2 colors of pill thunder, and the highest is 9 colors of pill thunder. Want to run? After the fire Bodhi pill was successfully refined, Bai Ji saw the fire Bodhi pill suddenly shoot out from the mountain melting cauldron and turn into a stream of light, ready to escape to the outside world. He immediately stretched out his hand and activated the heavenly demon force field instantly, taking the fire Bodhi pill into his hand. Wait a moment, Venerable Bai, I will go and disperse the pill thunder. When Bai Ji took the fire Bodhi pill, Tang Zhen said in a deep voice, and then tore the space and went out of the hall. Accompanied by a loud roar, after destroying the pill thunder, Tang Zhen returned to the hall again. Master Tang, how many colors of pill thunder did the fire Bodhi pill refined by Venerable Bai trigger? As soon as Tang Zhen came back, a group of alchemy masters couldn't wait to surround him and asked anxiously. It's the 9-color pill thunder. Tang Zhen replied with a shocked and complicated expression. And heard Tang Zhen's words. A group of alchemists looked at Tang Zhen and found that Tang Zhen's clothes and beard were actually a little black. If it was an ordinary pill thunder, it would definitely not make Tang Zhen look so embarrassed. So the fire Bodhi pill refined by the white venerable in front of him should indeed be the most perfect quality pill that can trigger the 9-color pill thunder. But in just over 10 minutes, he actually refined the most perfect quality 7th grade pill. This is absolutely impossible for an 8th grade alchemist to achieve. Thinking of this, a group of alchemy masters couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this white venerable is really, as he said before, a 9th grade alchemist whose alchemy skill level is higher than the famous medicine venerable and the 3 giants of the Dan Tower? Chapter 969 Bai Ji, who is outside the alchemist grade limit, goes to the Deji Pavilion. In the Dupo Kangsheng world, the grade of the alchemist is often closely related to the alchemist's cultivation, especially the higher the grade, the more so. For example, if you want to become a 7th grade alchemist, you must reach the realm of Dozone. If you want to become an 8th grade alchemist, you must reach the realm of Dozun. If you want to become a 9th grade alchemist, you must reach the realm of Dosheng. And if you want to become a 10th grade alchemist, you must be Do Di. But cultivation is just one of the thresholds. To step over the threshold, cultivation is the most basic, and then you need to have a strong enough soul. But because the soul realm is often greatly affected by innate factors, it can be higher than the current grade of the alchemist. But cultivation is not. So in the alchemy world, there are generally 2 situations. One is that the cultivation is up to standard, but the soul power is not enough, which is the most common. After all, only a very small number of people have strong souls, like many alchemy masters in the hall now. Although many have reached the Dozone level that meets the requirements of becoming a 7th grade alchemist, because the soul is not strong enough, the grade is still only the 6th grade. And there is another situation. The soul realm is enough, but the cultivation is not enough, so it cannot break through. This is the case with Yao Chen. Yao Chen's soul realm has reached the heavenly realm, which can break through the 9th grade, but because his cultivation is only Dozun, he cannot break through. But the improvement of the alchemist's grade needs to be supported by cultivation and soul realm. The fundamental reason is that when refining pills, the higher the grade of the pill, the stronger the energy burst out when the various purified liquid medicines are fused. To resist this energy impact, you need sufficient cultivation. And to ignore these energy impacts and continue to fuse the liquid medicine and stimulate the medicinal properties, you also need strong mental power. It is precisely because of this that it is necessary to meet the standards of both cultivation and soul realm to become an alchemist of the corresponding grade. However, these standards are invalid for Bai Ji. Because Bai Ji's soul realm is too powerful, it is beyond the heavenly realm and comparable to the emperor realm, and the sword body of mind method also gives Bai Ji unimaginable magnificent mental power. The quality of the Do Chi produced by the burning art that devoured the 8 kinds of strange fire was also unusually high, enough to allow Bai Ji to resist the energy produced by the fusion of various medicinal liquids when refining the 9th grade elixir with Dozun level strength. The energy impact of life. That's why a monster like Bai Ji was created. Although Bai Ji has not refined a 9th grade elixir yet, because there are no medicinal materials. But when he refined the 8th grade bone melting blood elixir, Bai Ji felt very relaxed. So Bai Ji felt that refining a 9th grade elixir should be no problem. Of course, Bai Ji didn't feel that all 9th grade elixirs were no problem, only some of the 9th grade elixirs with lower difficulty were like this. Witnessing Bai Ji refine a fire Bodhi pill of the most perfect quality in just over 10 minutes. All the alchemy masters in the entire hall were shocked. If they had heard that Bai Ji called himself a 9th grade alchemist before, they would not believe it. Then now, they all believe it. Because according to what they know, an 8th grade alchemist, even an 8th grade peak alchemist like the 3 giants of Danta, would never be able to refine a 7th grade elixir of the most perfect quality in just a dozen minutes. Perhaps only the long-lost Danta ancestor in Danta legend can surpass the Bai Zun in the art of alchemy. Master Tang, I have fulfilled my mission. After refining the fire Bodhi pill, Bai Ji smiled and handed the fire Bodhi pill in his hand to Tang Zhen. Thank you, Bai Zun. Tang Zhen was very excited after receiving this perfect quality fire Bodhi pill. Because his daughter Tang Huo forcibly merged the 9 Thunders Heavenly Gang fire and accidentally suffered a backlash. Although she was lucky enough to save her life with the resources of the Burning Flame Valley, she was left with great sequelae and her vitality was constantly fading. As the master of the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Zhen mobilized the entire Burning Flame Valley's connections, and worked hard and paid a price. Finally, he found the fire Bodhi pill recipe that could cure his daughter's sequelae and collected the medicinal materials. But it is not so simple to refine the fire Bodhi pill. If possible, Tang Zhen would naturally like to ask Danta's 8th grade alchemist to refine pills for his daughter, but he couldn't afford the price. Originally, in order to help his daughter find the recipe for the fire Bodhi pill that could cure the sequelae, Tang Zhen used many of Fenyan Valley's connections and resources, which was a loss of public resources for personal gain. However, because Tang Huo was also the strongest among the younger generation of Fenyan Valley, the elders of Fenyan Valley turned a blind eye. But if you want to ask an 8th grade alchemist to refine pills, even Fenyan Valley will have to hurt its bones, so the price can only be paid by Tang Zhen alone. However, because the price was too huge, Tang Zhen couldn't bear to empty his family. So he chose to invite 2 guest elders of Danta, Master Huan of the early 7th grade and Master Mo of the late 6th grade, to refine pills with him who had the 9 Thunders Heavenly Gang fire. Although he knew that the success rate was probably less than half. But there was no way, if he went to Danta to ask an 8th grade alchemist, the price was too huge, and this could only be his last choice. But now, because of Bai Ji's appearance, he got the most perfect quality fire Bodhisattva pill directly. And because of the bet with Bai Ji, he didn't need to take the responsibility of handing over the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes to Bai Ji. Instead, now that Bai Ji showed the alchemy skills that reached the level of a 9th grade alchemist, he also contributed to Fenyan Valley. After all, if they win the bet with Bai Ji just now, they can invite a 9th grade alchemist to refine pills 3 times a year for free. These resources poured into one person may even create a Dozhung strongman. Huo, you also thank Venerable Bai. With this perfect quality fire Bodhisattva pill, your injury can finally recover. In excitement, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at Tang Huo, and couldn't help but say excitedly. Thank you, Senior Bai. Hearing his father Tang Zhen's words, Tang Huo was also very excited. He turned around and bowed to Bai Ji, gratefully. Haha! Venerable Bai's alchemy skills are really extraordinary and open our eyes. After seeing Bai Ji's alchemy skills, the eyes of the 3 elders of Fenyan Valley were full of enthusiasm. Among them, the great elder Tang Lai couldn't help laughing. Great elder, you are too kind. As the saying goes, there are always people who are better than you. My alchemy skills are far from the end. Bai Ji smiled modestly. Haha! Venerable Bai is really modest. Since the fire Bodhi pill has been refined, Venerable Bai, let's start our bet now. Tang Lai said with a big laugh, and his tone was quite impatient. Under the leadership of the great elder Tang Lai, Bai Ji and Xiao Yu left the hall and walked towards the depths of Fenyan Valley. Tang Huo also followed curiously. As for Tang Zhen, he stayed in the hall, apologized to the invited alchemy masters one by one, and then gave them some small gifts and let them leave. After all, we have invited them here and wasted their time, so we can't just drive them away for nothing. After all, Fenyan Valley is a top force and we can't let people talk about it. Following the great elder Tang Lai, the group walked through Fenyan Valley. Finally, they came to a mountain that occupied an area of in front of the large and spacious attic. On the plaque above the attic door, 3 gilded characters were engraved in a flamboyant style, Fighting Skills Pavilion. We're here. After arriving at the Fighting Skills Pavilion, the great elder Tang Lai smiled as he looked at the Fighting Skills Pavilion in front of him. And with the arrival of Bai Ji and his party, 3 figures in red robes suddenly jumped down from the top of the attic and landed in front of the attic door. Greetings to the great elder, the 2nd elder Zhang, and the 3rd elder Zhang. Seeing that the people coming were Tang Lai, Tang Miao, and Wu Chen, the 3 old men in red robes immediately bowed to Tang Lai, Tang Miao, and Wu Chen. 3 elders, please open the door of the Fighting Skills Pavilion. Seeing the 3 elders responsible for guarding the Fighting Skills Pavilion appear, the great elder Tang Lai immediately chuckled. Yes. Hearing Tang Lai's words, the 3 red-robed elders responded immediately. Then, they turned to face the Fighting Skills Pavilion, and their hands kept making dazzling hand seals, emitting red light, which kept shooting at the door of the Fighting Skills Pavilion, causing waves of ripples on the surface of the door. Finally, the door opened with a bang. Venerable Bai, please come in. After the door of the Fighting Skills Pavilion was opened, Tang Lai invited them with a smile. Bai Ji took Xiao Yu and entered the Fighting Skills Pavilion of Fenian Valley together. Venerable Bai, please follow me. After entering the Fighting Skills Pavilion, under the guidance of the great elder Tang Lai, the group shuttled through the Fighting Skills Pavilion. After passing the bookshelves filled with scrolls, covered with various seals and protections, and emitting colorful light, and going up 2 floors in a row. Finally, they entered the 3rd floor and came to the middle area of the 3rd floor of the Fighting Skills Pavilion. On the 3rd floor of the Fighting Skills Pavilion, the bookshelves inside are not only covered with various energy seals and protections, but also covered with space protections, and there is a sense of distortion everywhere. In an open space in the middle area, an object emitting dazzling red light is suspended. Chapter 970 Winning the Bet, The Origin of the 3 Mysterious Changes of the Sky Fire. It's here. Arriving in front of the middle open space on the 3rd floor of the Fighting Skills Pavilion, looking at the dazzling red light suspended in the air in front of him, Tang Lai stopped, stroked his long beard, and said with a smile. Venerable Bai, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Tang Lai stretched out his right hand, and a faint red dough qi quickly flowed out from between his 5 fingers, making Tang Lai's right hand look like he was wearing a red glove. Then, Tang Lai stretched out his right hand, which was surrounded by red dough qi, towards the red light suspended in the air in front of him, and his 5 fingers turned into afterimages, and quickly moved on it. As Tang Lai's 5 fingers, which were surrounded by red dough qi, kept moving, ripples like water waves suddenly appeared on the red light ball suspended in the air. Then, as the red light dissipated, a red crystal ball suddenly appeared, fell from the air, and was held in Tang Lai's palm. Is this the inheritance crystal ball of Tianhuo Sangsuan Bian? Looking at the red crystal ball in Tang Zhen's hand, Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle and asked with interest. Yes, this is our Burning Flame Valley's secret method, the inheritance crystal ball of Tianhuo Sangsuan Bian. Taking out the inheritance crystal from the space seal, Tang Lai held the red inheritance crystal ball in one hand, turned around, and said with a chuckle. Although the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire were not created by our Fenyan Valley, our Fenyan Valley has practiced the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire for generations, and has also summed up a lot of practice experience and made many different improvements to the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. So this inheritance crystal ball not only contains the complete practice method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, but also includes the experience summary and corresponding improvements of many of our Fenyan Valley predecessors on the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. The inheritance crystal ball has been taken out. Now should Venerable Bai accept the inheritance of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire first, or let this little girl Xiao Yu try it first? After taking out the inheritance crystal ball and turning around, Tang Lai looked at Bai Ji and Xiao Yu in front of him and asked. Let Xiao Yu try it first. Bai Ji smiled and replied. If he accepted the inheritance first and then let Xiao Yu start the test, if Xiao Yu reached the perfect fit of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Fenyan Valley would inevitably speculate whether he had done something wrong. So he simply let Xiao Yu test first, so that the crystal ball was taken out by the great elder Tang Lai and handed over to Xiao Yu by Tang Lai, so that no one could find fault with the final result. This what should I do? Seeing Tang Lai handing over the inheritance crystal of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, and looking at the red inheritance crystal ball in front of him, Xiao Yu was still a little at a loss. It's very simple. As long as you integrate your soul power into it, you can get the inheritance of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire from it, and then your fit with the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire will also be reflected according to the light intensity of the inheritance crystal ball. Tang Lai stroked his snow-white beard, smiled, and explained to Xiao Yu. I understand, elder. Hearing Tang Lai's words, Xiao Yu took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his white jade hand to the red crystal ball in front of him, then closed his eyes and injected his soul power into the crystal ball. As Xiao Yu injected his soul power into the inheritance crystal ball, it seemed as if a connection was formed. In the inheritance crystal ball, a huge flow of information suddenly poured into Xiao Yu's mind like a tide, causing Xiao Yu's body to tremble, and he felt a little dizzy for a while, and his body was a little shaky. On the side, seeing that Xiao Yu seemed to be unable to bear the huge flow of information from the inheritance crystal ball, his face turned pale instantly, and the whole person seemed to fall down. Bai Ji hurriedly supported Xiao Yu. And just when Xiao Yu accepted the inheritance of the three mysterious changes of the sky fire, the inheritance crystal ball suddenly lit up. In an instant, a bright and dazzling red light burst out instantly, illuminating the entire Daji pavilion, making the entire Daji pavilion faintly emit a dazzling red light. What is this? Beside him, when seeing the brilliant red light bursting out from the inheritance crystal ball, both the three elders of Fenyan Valley and Tang Huo were shocked. Everyone was stunned and took a breath of cold air in their hearts. It's so dazzling! With such a strong light, even the disciple with the highest degree of compatibility in our Fenyan Valley since practicing the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire can make the inheritance crystal ball shine, which is not as bright as 1/10,000th of the light that this little girl named Xiao Yu can make the inheritance crystal ball shine now. Could it be that this little girl named Xiao Yu is really the descendant of Senior Xiao Xian, who is a close friend of my Fenyan Valley ancestor Fenyan? Thinking of this, the three elders looked at each other, their eyes full of horror and disbelief. If Xiao Yu could make the crystal ball of the inheritance of the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire shine only slightly stronger than the light that Tang Huo could make it shine, or even weaker, they might still think that Xiao Yu was just more compatible with the secret method of the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire. But now, when Xiao Yu accepted the inheritance of the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire, the inheritance crystal ball shone with light. Such a dazzling light completely surpassed the light that the disciples of their burning flame valley who were most compatible with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire could make the inheritance crystal ball shine. Even the two could not be compared together. Because the disciples of their burning flame valley who were most compatible with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire were completely like fireflies to the bright moon, and the gap was like a natural chasm. The gap between them was as if they were just practicing the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire, while the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire was completely tailor-made for Xiao Yu. This made the three elders of the three burning flame valley look complicated. It seems that they have lost this bet. Although they have already believed that Xiao Yu is the descendant of Xiao Xian, the three elders of the burning flame valley are still full of doubts. Even if Xiao Yu is the descendant of Xiao Xian, the physique of the descendant cannot be exactly the same as that of the predecessor. It is normal that Xiao Yu and the three mysterious changes of the sky fire are highly compatible, but why is the degree of compatibility so high? After accepting the inheritance of the three mysterious changes of the sky fire, Xiao Yu stood there for a while, and waited until there was a little blood on her beautiful face before opening her eyes. How is it, do you feel okay? Seeing Xiao Yu open his eyes, Bai Ji asked with concern. Well, much better. Xiao Yu nodded gently. Venerable Bai, this girl named Xiao Yu does have an unimaginable fit with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire. At least I have never seen anyone who can make the inheritance crystal ball emit such a dazzling light. It seems that this girl is really the descendant of Senior Xiao Xian. Seeing Xiao Yu wake up, Tang Lai couldn't help but walk over and sighed with a complicated look. Originally, they thought that even if Xiao Yu was the descendant of the legendary Senior Xiao Xian, it would be impossible for the inheritance crystal ball of the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire to emit such a dazzling light. After all, even if it was the Dou Di family, the physique of the descendants could not be exactly the same as that of the predecessors. And their Fenyan Valley, because of the generations of practicing the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire, has been subtly influenced by generations. Each generation of their Fenyan Valley has become more and more compatible with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire. And Tang Huo is the person with the highest degree of compatibility with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire in the history of their Fenyan Valley. In their opinion, as long as Xiao Yu's compatibility with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire is not as good as Tang Huo's, then the bet is that their Fenyan Valley will win. And with the fact of Tang Huo as a basis, Bai Ji has no rebuttal. But they didn't expect that Xiao Yu's compatibility with the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire was so high. They have been practicing the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire for generations in Fenyan Valley. Generation after generation, they have been subtly changing their physiques to be more suitable for the three mysterious changes of heavenly fire. However, no one can compare to Xiao Yu. But we are still a little confused. Even if this little girl Xiao Yu is the descendant of Senior Xiao Xian, according to what you said, Venerable Bai, Xiao Senior Xian should have died long ago. This little girl should not be the direct descendant of Senior Xiao Xian. So many years have passed, and she has been passed down for many generations since Senior Xiao Xian. Her physique should have changed a lot. Why can she still have such a high degree of compatibility with the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire? Tang Lai's eyes were extremely puzzled, and he couldn't help asking. Hehe, this has to do with a blood secret method owned by the Dowdy family. This secret method is called the clan pattern. The 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire was originally created by your senior Xiao Xian based on the clan pattern of the Xiao clan. The foundation is the blood of the Xiao clan. So as long as you have the blood of the Xiao family, and perhaps you also need a physique of fire attribute, you should be able to have such a high degree of compatibility with the 3 fires and 3 mysterious changes secret method. Bai Ge explained with a chuckle. Is the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire actually created based on a blood secret method? No wonder hearing Bai Ge's explanation, Tang Lai suddenly understood. If it is an ordinary secret method, it will indeed vary according to the physique. But if it is a blood secret method, it must be mainly related to the blood, and the blood plays the most important role. And since the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire was created based on the blood secret method of the Xiao clan of the Dou Emperor family, then no matter how many generations of their Fenian Valley practiced the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire to transform their physiques, they would definitely not be as good as the descendants of the Xiao clan who have the blood of the Xiao clan. Chapter 971 The 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire are obtained, and the news of the little medical immortal we in Fenian Valley are always willing to accept defeat. According to the bet, since this girl named Xiao Yu has reached the highest degree of compatibility with our 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, then this 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire will be returned to its original owner. After learning the origin of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Tang Lai couldn't help but sigh and said to Bai Ge. If Xiao Yu's compatibility with the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire was only slightly higher than that of Tang Huo'er, perhaps they could still argue that it did not reach the highest compatibility. But now, the huge gap between the light of the firefly and the bright moon does not allow them to quibble at all. Of course, they can also forcibly go back on their word. After all, there is no exact standard for the highest compatibility in the bet. But this will definitely offend Bai Ge, and Bai Ge and his friends have seen that he is a 9th grade alchemist, and even their Burning Flame Valley can't afford to offend him. Before, on the bet, they both took a step back and had a very pleasant chat. Now if they have to forcibly go back on their word and destroy some of the goodwill that has just been established not long ago, Tang Lai feels that it is not worth it at all. After all, even if the bet was lost, Bai Ge would not be able to make medicine for free 3 times a year, but at least the 2 sides have established some connections. It would definitely be much easier to ask Bai Ge to make medicine than to ask the alchemists of Danta to make medicine. There is no need to tear each other apart. This will not only ruin the reputation of Fenian Valley, but also offend a 9th grade alchemist for nothing. Although it is a bit extravagant to use Tianhuo Sangsuanbian to make friends with a 9th grade alchemist. But after all, they are also greedy for the opportunity to make medicine for free 3 times a year without grade limit after winning the bet, right? Thinking of this, Tang Lai felt much better. At this time, Tang Zhen finally sent away the invited alchemy masters and rushed here. After learning about the situation from his daughter Tang Huo'er, Tang Zhen couldn't help but show a deep sense of loss on his face. However, although disappointed, Tang Zhen's thoughts in his heart were the same as those of the great elder Tang Lai. He did not have the intention to regret it, but was just a little disappointed. After all, if they win the bet, they can get a 9th grade alchemist, and have the opportunity to refine medicine 3 times a year without any grade limit. What a pity! On the other side, after recovering from disappointment, the great elder Tang Lai took out a spare blank inheritance crystal ball from the ring. Then he used the secret method to import the inheritance information of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes secret method from the original Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes inheritance crystal ball into this blank crystal ball. And with the import of the inheritance information, this blank inheritance crystal ball also suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light, and then turned into a red crystal ball. Although it is said that the property is returned to the original owner, Fenian Valley will naturally not give up the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes secret method. It just said that a copy of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes will be given to Xiao Yu, or Bai Ge. Venerable Bai, this is the inheritance crystal ball of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes. Venerable Bai can accept the inheritance now, and then verify with this little girl Xiao Yu to see if the content of the inheritance is complete. Tang Lai handed the new inheritance crystal ball to Bai Ge and said, since they are ready to fulfill the bet and give Bai Ge a copy of the inheritance of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Naturally, Fenyan Valley does not want to be accused of deliberately missing the inheritance for no reason, which will also offend Bai Ge. If the inheritance of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire is handed over, but the inheritance content is accidentally missing, and Bai Ge is not handed over, but offended, then Fenyan Valley is simply crying without tears. So letting Bai Ge verify it can be said to be beneficial to both parties. Then I will be disrespectful. Seeing the inheritance crystal ball handed over by Tang Lai, Bai Ge smiled slightly, took the crystal ball, and then stretched out a hand and placed it on the crystal ball, while injecting soul power into it. In the crystal ball. For a moment, a huge flow of information suddenly poured into Bai Ge's mind. However, this flow of information was obviously nothing to Bai Ge. In just a moment, Bai Ge completely digested this flow of information. Because he was originally carrying the first change of the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. After confirming that it was correct, Bai Ge's mind turned, and soon confirmed that the contents of the next 2 changes were correct. After confirming that it was correct, Bai Ge immediately put away the inheritance crystal ball. Venerable Bai, don't you want to verify it? Seeing that Bai Ge actually put away the inheritance crystal ball after accepting the inheritance of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Tang Lai couldn't help but ask hurriedly. I have seen it, no problem, and I also believe in your burning flame valley. Bai Ge smiled slightly and said. Thank you Venerable Bai for your trust. Hearing Bai Ge's words, although he knew that Bai Ge was showing goodwill, Tang Lai couldn't help but have a better impression of Bai Ge. When Venerable Bai was in the Tian Shan blood pool, he helped Tang Yan of Arfenian Valley get a place to enter the Tian Shan blood pool. Now he has helped our valley master heal Huo'er. We can't repay Venerable Bai's kindness to Arfenian Valley. If Venerable Bai has trouble in the future, please come to Arfenian Valley. Looking at Bai Ge, Tang Lai said with emotion. Before, they modified the content of the bet and asked Bai Ge to help Tang Zhen refine the fire Bodhi pill. If successful, the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire would be handed over to Bai Ge. For this modification, if the final bet is that Fenian Valley wins, then Bai Ge is equivalent to owing them a favor. But now the bet is that Bai Ge wins, then the modification of the content of the bet can only be regarded as a gesture of goodwill at most, but it cannot make Bai Ge owe a favor. Instead, they owe Bai Ge a favor. Grand Elder, you are polite. Bai Ge smiled and said to Tang Lai's words. I wonder if the Great Elder has heard about the news that our Beatty sect, Hua sect and Xingyun Pavilion are about to form an alliance. Do you want to join Fenian Valley? Alliance. Hearing Bai Ge's words, both the Great Elder Tang Lai and the Valley Master Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel moved. They naturally heard about the news of the alliance between Beatty sect, Hua sect and Xingyun Pavilion. But the reason why Beatty sect, Xingyun Pavilion and Hua sect formed an alliance is because they have some great relationship with each other. It is said that the current leader of Hua sect is a disciple of the Bai Zun in front of him. And the life of Yao Zun of Xingyun Pavilion was saved by the Bai Zun in front of him. With the character of Feng Zun of Xingyun Pavilion, he will definitely regard the life-saving grace of the Bai Zun in front of him to Yao Zun as a life-saving grace for himself. It is precisely because of the connection with the Bai Zun in front of him that Hua sect, Beatty sect and Xingyun Pavilion can form an alliance, but can they Fenian Valley also join in? It seems it can also. The old ancestor of their Fenian Valley, Fenian and Xiao Xian, the ancestor of the little girl Xiao Yu who is beside the present Venerable Bai, are close friends. And the relationship between the little girl Xiao Yu and the present Venerable Bai should not be simple, because judging from the communication between the two just now, if there is no relationship, the present Venerable Bai will definitely not care so much about the little girl Xiao Yu. Their Fenian Valley just had a very pleasant chat with the present Venerable Bai. Through their Fenian Valley's willingness to surrender the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire, their Fenian Valley should have also been recognized by the present Venerable Bai, so they got the opportunity to join the alliance. But do you want to join? The Great Elder Tang Lai and the Valley Master Tang Zhen looked at each other, and both of them understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Of course you want to join. Not to mention that they all know that although Fenian Valley is one of the strongest forces in Zhongzhou, there are actually many forces that are far stronger than Fenian Valley in secret. Joining the 3 sects alliance and keeping warm together will definitely be safer. Moreover, Beatty sect, Hua sect and Xingyun Pavilion not only have an 8th grade peak alchemist Yao Zun Yao Chen, but also the alchemist Bai Zun Bai Ji who should have reached the 9th grade. Joining the alliance will definitely give you a better chance to invite these two top alchemists to make medicine than not joining the alliance. So why not join? In a glance exchange, Tang Lai and Tang Zhen instantly understood each other's decision. If Bai Zun doesn't mind, we are willing to join in Fenian Valley. After making the decision to join the alliance, Tang Zhen and Tang Lai immediately took Bai Ji and Xiao Yu from the Deji Pavilion to the reception hall of Fenian Valley, and began to talk to Bai Ji about the alliance. However, just when the two parties were having a good time, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Report to the Valley Master, Yao Zun is here to pay his respects. Suddenly, a disciple walked quickly into the reception hall from the corridor, and then half knelt down in front of Tang Zhen and said loudly, "Medicine Master." Hearing the words of this disciple from Fenian Valley, Bai Ji, Tang Zhen and Tang Lai beside him were both stunned. Just when Bai Ji was full of surprise, Yao Chen, wearing a white robe, walked into the reception hall with footsteps, followed by Xin Lan. "Master Yao?" And Xin Lan. When he saw Xin Lan also arrived, Bai Ji was even more surprised. "Master, something bad has happened. Senior sister Xiao Yuxian is in danger." When she walked into the reception hall and saw Bai Ji sitting in the upper seat, Xin Lan immediately shouted anxiously. Chapter 972 Xiao Yuxian's Crisis in Luoshan Gorge. Xiao Yuxian is in danger. Have you found out about Xiao Yuxian? In the reception hall of Fenian Valley, Bai Ji was shocked when he heard Xin Lan's words and stood up suddenly. "We didn't find out, but someone in Yuchen sent a message saying that the sky poison girl appeared in the nearby Luoshan Gorge, and it seems that she was discovered by the people of the Glacier Valley. Because someone in the Glacier Valley coveted the evil poison body of senior sister Xiao Yuxian, and wanted to please the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, so the Glacier Valley told the Sky Demon Phoenix clan about senior sister Xiao Yuxian, and now they are teaming up with the people sent by the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to kill senior sister Xiao Yuxian." Xin Lan nodded, and said in a very anxious tone. "Glacier Valley." Hearing Xin Lan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. In the original plot, he remembered that it was also the Glacier Valley that wanted to kill Xiao Yuxian. Oh no! It can't be said to be killed. Because the purpose of the Glacier Valley is to capture Xiao Yuxian, and through Xiao Yuxian's innate evil poison body, let the acquired evil poison body of the Valley Master Bingzun be sublimated into the innate evil poison body. To achieve this goal, it is definitely more valuable to capture a living body than to kill it directly. But no matter what, if caught by the Glacier Valley, Xiao Yuxian will definitely die in the end, the only difference is whether she dies early or late. I didn't expect that Xiao Yuxian's fate had been changed by him, and in the end she still encountered the crisis brought by the Glacier Valley. Should we say that Xiao Yuxian's fate has this disaster, or that this Glacier Valley doesn't know how to live or die? Venerable Bai, is your disciple in danger? Do you need our help from the Burning Flame Valley? On the side, Tang Zhen also heard the conversation between Bai Ji and Xin Lan, and couldn't help asking. "No, just me and Yao Zun will go, but my disciple Xin Lan, I will ask you to take care of it for the time being." Bai Ji shook his head and declined. There is only one Bingzun at the level of a 4-star Dozun in the Glacier Valley, and Yao Chen's current strength of a 9-star Dozun is enough to deal with it. However, if the Sky Demon Phoenix clan wants to capture or kill a Dozun level evil poison girl, it is impossible to do it by sending only Dozun of the same level. So the one sent must be a Dozun Peak 9 turn or semi-saint level strongman. Such a strong man can only be dealt with by himself, and Fenyan Valley can't help much. Hearing Bai Ji's refusal, Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Because if Bai Ji agreed to let Fenyan Valley help, it would be equivalent to owing them a favor, and they Fenyan Valley could ask Bai Ji to refine pills. Of course, this would definitely offend the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. But now Fenyan Valley has formed an alliance with the Beatty sect. If the Beatty sect has an enemy with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, unless they Fenyan Valley withdraws from the alliance, they will definitely not escape the fate of becoming the object of hatred of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. As for whether to withdraw from the alliance, the answer in Tang Zhen's heart is definitely no. In his opinion, with Bai Ji's identity as a 9th grade alchemist, there is no need to be afraid of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan is indeed powerful, but that is only relative to most of the individual forces of their human race. If we talk about the quality and quantity of the overall strong, they are far inferior to their human race. As long as Bai Ji raises his arms as a 9th grade alchemist, there will definitely be many hidden Dosheng old monsters and countless Does unwilling to help support Bai Ge and let Bai Ge owe them a favor. So what about the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, dare to provoke their entire human race? Not to mention, not only the human race, many powerful monster races will not miss the opportunity to make a 9th grade alchemist owe a favor. No matter how domineering the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is, they dare not provoke so many strong people. But such a good opportunity to make the Baizun in front of them owe a favor, their Burning Flame Valley does not have enough strength to grasp it. This makes Tang Zhen feel a little regretful. However, this is also because their Burning Flame Valley is not strong enough, and it is not others' fault. It is not bad to be able to take care of the disciple of this Baizun and establish some incense and friendship. After learning about the little medical immortal from Xin Lan, Bai Ge immediately set off and rushed to Luoshan Gorge with Yao Chen. Luoshan Gorge, like Fenian Valley, is also located in the middle area of Zhongzhou. However, it is different from Fenian Valley. Fenian Valley is located in the north of the middle area. The large area around the location is called Yanyu, and Luoshenjian is located in the north of Danyu in the middle of the central region. Yuchen, where the Xinlan family is located, is near Luoshenjian. Because he had been to Yuchen once before, Bai Ge had the spatial coordinates of Yuchen. So Bai Ge first took Yao Chen to tear the space to Yuchen, and then continued to rush to Luoshenjian. On the other side, in Luoshenjian, this is an area with extremely complex terrain. Because there are countless huge cracks on the ground that seem to be formed by knives and axes, each crack is thousands of meters deep, even nearly 10,000 meters long, and the depth is extremely deep. Therefore, in these cracks, the environment is extremely dark and humid, and there is poisonous fog everywhere. Various highly toxic things live here. It can be said to be a poisonous place. But it is precisely because of this that Xiao Yuxian chose to hide here. On the one hand, it is because this is a poisonous place, with poisonous fog everywhere, various poisonous things are emerging in an endless stream, and few people can find her. On the other hand, it was because it was convenient for her to practice here. After all, this place is a dangerous poisonous place for other people, but for Xiao Yuxian, who has a bad poison body, it is a great place for practice. However, what Xiao Yuxian did not expect was that Bingzun, the master of the Glacier Valley, also had a bad poison body. Although it was an acquired bad poison body, Bingzun could also practice with the help of poison. Therefore, he often came to Luoshan Gorge and found Xiao Yuxian. Because he coveted Xiao Yuxian's bad poison body, although Xiao Yuxian's cultivation level was already 7-star Dozun, Bingzun's 4-star Dozun cultivation level was completely unable to beat Xiao Yuxian. However, because Xiao Yuxian offended the Tian Yao Huang clan, Bingzun had someone tell the Tian Yao Huang clan about the discovery of Xiao Yuxian. After reaching a deal with the Tian Yao Huang clan, Bingzun led the people of the Glacier Valley and the people sent by the Tian Yao Huang clan into Luoshan Gorge and launched a hunt for Xiao Yuxian. At this moment, in the Luoshan Gorge, 3 streams of light suddenly shot through the sky above the endless mountain stream filled with poisonous fog at an astonishing speed. In the front was a beautiful woman wearing a white dress, with long grey-purple hair and eyes. However, the woman's current condition was very bad. Not only was her pretty face pale, but there was blood at the corners of her mouth, and her spotless white dress was also covered with blood stains. And there were 2 figures chasing behind. One was a middle-aged man who was riding a huge black-purple sky demon phoenix, carrying black-purple wings, wearing a black-purple gorgeous robe, with long black-purple hair and golden pupils. The other was a young man who looked very young, wearing a white robe, handsome, and had a feminine temperament with a slightly cold temperament. Tiandu girl, give up struggling and surrender. This Luoshan Gorge has been blocked by the glacier array set up by my people from the Glacier Valley. You can't escape. Looking at the little medical fairy who was trying to escape in front, the ice venerable Binghe who was chasing behind sneered in a cold voice. Surrender? If I can't escape, I would rather detonate my fighting spirit and die with you, and I will never let you catch me. In front, hearing the words of the ice venerable, the little medical fairy continued to fly away quickly, while her pale face moved slightly, and a trace of sarcasm flashed across her grey-purple eyes, and she said disdainfully. Then just kill you directly, why are there so many troubles? Hearing the words of the little medical fairy, the other figure chasing behind, Xianfeng from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, couldn't help but frowned and said coldly. However, just when Xianfeng was about to take action, the ice venerable on the side hurriedly stopped him. Master Xianfeng, don't! Didn't you hear what this sky poison girl said? If we act directly, she will probably explode. A 7-star Dozun level hell poison girl will explode, and the horrible poison gas will burst out. Even if you, Master Xianfeng, are a Dozun Peak 3-turn strongman, you can't resist it. Even if you don't die, your body will definitely be corroded by the poison in the future. Don't rush to act. Hearing the words of Bingzun, Xuanfeng's action just about to attack suddenly slowed down, and his brows could not help but frown. He immediately thought of the possible situation in his heart. A 7-star Dozun level hell poison girl exploded herself, and the poison gas that burst out was indeed terrifying. It is estimated that only a half-saint can resist it. For safety reasons, we should be careful. What do you think we should do? Xianfeng raised his eyebrows, turned his head and saw Bingzun on the side, and asked. Hearing Xianfeng's words, the corners of Bingzun's mouth raised a strange arc, and while continuing to chase Xiao Yuxian, he transmitted a voice, Master Xianfeng, let's do this and then do this. Okay, let's do it. After hearing Bingzun's words, Xianfeng couldn't help but move his eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 973 I'm here, who dares to hurt her? Feng Shap Ointment. Standing on the demon phoenix statue, looking at the rapidly flying Xiao Yuxian in front of him, Xianfeng showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly shouted. Cry! Following Xianfeng's shout, the heavenly demon phoenix statue immediately raised its slender neck, opened its phoenix beak, and uttered a sharp cry. For a moment, the wind was strong, the clouds and mist were rolling, an endless green wind attributed energy from heaven and earth suddenly gathered from all directions to the mouth of the demon phoenix statue. Then, a brilliant green light instantly bloomed from the mouth of the demon phoenix statue. As the demon phoenix statue suddenly opened its mouth forward, a green beam of light suddenly burst out from the mouth of the demon phoenix statue, with a whistling wind, and shot towards the Xiao Yuxian in front of it with a shrill sound of breaking through the air. Danger! Sensing the danger from behind, Xiao Yuxian was startled, and her body flashed and dodged quickly. The blue light column then shot into the air and instantly shot towards the ground, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. Want to hide? No way! Seeing that Xiao Yuxian actually dodged the wind-killing finger, Xianfeng couldn't help but frown. Under Xuanfeng's control, the demon phoenix statue immediately raised its slender neck and swept the blue light column emitted by the wind-killing finger forward like a sharp blade. However, this attack was dodged by Xiao Yuxian again. While chasing Xiao Yuxian, Xianfeng controlled the demon phoenix statue again and launched several similar attacks, but Xiao Yuxian dodged them all. Damn it! The demon phoenix statue swallows the sky and the earth. Perhaps because of the fruitless attacks on Xiao Yuxian, Xianfeng could not help but get angry. She shouted loudly, then flapped her wings violently and instantly broke away from the body of the demon phoenix statue. Under Xianfeng's control, the demon phoenix statue gave a sharp cry, flapped its wings violently and instantly soared into the sky. In the air, it turned into a black stream of light, like a black meteorite, and shot towards Xiao Yuxian with a shrill whistle. On the way down, the demon phoenix statue opened its mouth and burst out a terrifying devouring force towards Xiao Yuxian, as if it wanted to swallow Xiao Yuxian directly. 9-colored poison dragon. Facing the demon phoenix statue chasing from behind, Xiao Yuxian suddenly shouted, turned around and instantly burst out the majestic poisonous fighting spirit in her body. With a clap of her jade palm, 9 poisonous dragons of different colors were condensed and blasted towards the demon phoenix statue. Cry! Seeing the 9 poisonous dragons blasted out by Xiao Yuxian, the demon phoenix statue was not afraid at all. It opened its mouth with a sharp cry and burst out a terrifying devouring force, instantly swallowing the 9 poisonous dragons into its body. However, the attack condensed by the extremely toxic poisonous Do Qi was obviously not so easy to swallow. Just after being swallowed into the body of the demon phoenix statue, the extremely toxic 9-color poisonous Do Qi began to corrode the demon phoenix statue from the body of the demon phoenix statue. It can be seen that the 9-color poisonous Do Qi is constantly churning in the body of the demon phoenix statue. Under the corrosion of the extremely toxic 9-color poisonous Do Qi, even the demon phoenix statue, which was performed by Xianfeng, the third-turn Dozun Peak, could not resist the corrosion of Xiao Yuxian's poisonous Do Qi, and it was constantly disintegrating. You dare to swallow my poisonous Do Qi, even if you are a strong man of the 9th-turn Dozun Peak, you are really looking for death. While running away, she noticed the situation of the demon phoenix statue behind her, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across Xiao Yuxian's pale face. However, although the demon phoenix statue was constantly disintegrating from the inside out under the corrosion of the poisonous fighting spirit, Xian Feng seemed to be determined to teach Xiao Yuxian a lesson. Even though the demon phoenix statue was constantly disintegrating, Xian Feng still controlled the demon phoenix statue, allowing it to burst out with amazing devouring power while shooting towards Xiao Yuxian. You really don't know what you mean. Found that the powerful Tian Yao Huang clan behind her didn't seem to take her, a 7-star Dozun level evil poison girl, seriously. Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but frowned, turned around and slapped out 9 colored poisonous dragons again, blasting towards the demon phoenix statue. It had already swallowed her 9 poisonous dragons, and under the corrosion of the 9 colored poisonous dough qi swallowed into its body, if the demon phoenix statue swallowed the poisonous dragons it condensed this time, it would definitely collapse immediately. And even if it didn't swallow it, it would definitely collapse in a short time after being hit by her, and it would be corroded by the internal poisonous dough qi. Facing Xiao Yuxian's attack, under the control of Xian Feng, the demon phoenix statue did not swallow the 9 poisonous dragons again this time, but suddenly stopped swallowing, and directly forcibly endured this attack. However, just when the demon phoenix statue was about to collapse after receiving this blow, Xian Feng behind couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. The demon phoenix bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Just as the demon phoenix statue was about to collapse, the Xian Feng that was released behind suddenly stretched out his hands, quickly and dazzlingly formed countless seals, and then sneered and activated the demon phoenix bell. As the demon phoenix bell was activated, the demon phoenix that was about to collapse the phoenix statue suddenly folded its wings, and its body began to wriggle and twist. The poisonous fighting spirit that had been corroding its body was forcibly expelled from its body, and its body began to condense into a huge black and purple bell. Not good. Seeing the changes in the demon phoenix statue, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into her heart, which made Xiao Yuxian very frightened. She quickly moved her body and prepared to escape. But unfortunately, she was still a step too late. Before Xiao Yuxian escaped from the attack range of the demon phoenix bell, the demon phoenix bell had completely condensed into shape. As a huge black and purple bell hundreds of meters high, covered with various mysterious patterns, condensed into shape, a deafening roar suddenly broke out. Ding! 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 In an instant, as the demon phoenix bell rang, a series of ding, ding, ding. The destructive sound waves immediately swept in all directions with the Yaohuang bell as the center like a wave. Wherever the destructive sound waves passed, the trees and monsters in the forest below exploded instantly, and even the air was distorted by the terrifying energy contained in the destructive sound waves. Because she failed to escape the effective attack range of the destructive sound waves, and Xiao Yuxian's escape speed was much faster than the speed of the destructive sound waves. So, Xiao Yuxian was caught up by the destructive sound waves before she escaped far. As the destructive sound waves like waves hit Xiao Yuxian was instantly blown away like a kite with a broken string. A trace of blood red appeared on her pale face. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her momentum became even weaker. Haha! Tianduo girl, you've fallen into the trap, just surrender. Just as Xiao Yuxian was blown away by the destructive sound waves emitted by the demon phoenix bell, accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, Bing Zun instantly chased over and rushed towards Xiao Yuxian. Earth-level advanced fighting skills, freezing the world. Looking at Xiao Yuxian, in the midst of wild laughter, a trace of heat flashed across the face of Bing Zun's. He stretched out his hand and slapped it, and suddenly burst out a majestic ice fighting spirit, condensing a biting cold air that could freeze everything, and blasted towards Xiao Yuxian. If hit by his cold air, the Tianduo woman in front of him would be instantly frozen, and from then on he would be at his mercy. The reason why he chased for so long was to wait for this moment. Looking at the biting cold air whistling in front of her, a trace of anger and despair flashed across Xiao Yuxian's eyes. However, because she was severely injured by the destructive sound wave, under the interference of the destructive sound wave, she was completely unable to control the fighting spirit in her body for a while, let alone self-destruct. However, in Bing Zun's fiery eyes, he saw that he slapped out a palm, and the biting cold air that was enough to freeze everything was about to hit Xiao Yuxian. A huge, blazing 8-colored fire dragon suddenly roared from a distance, instantly blasting away the cold air. Under the high temperature of the 8-colored fire dragon, the ice crystals condensed when the cold air roared through the air were instantly evaporated into mist by the high temperature. Then it was carried by the rolling heat wave and rushed in all directions. The whole sky was instantly filled with a white mist. Who is it? Who dares to destroy our good things in the glacier valley? Discovering that the cold air condensed by his use of the ice sealing heaven and earth was actually destroyed by the fire attack launched by someone, the ice venerable could not help but look gloomy and roared fiercely. It's me! In an instant, accompanied by a cold shout, a flash of lightning suddenly burst out from afar, with a whistling wind, instantly passing through the vast white fog and catching the falling Xiao Yuxian. Under the whistling wind, the vast white fog was quickly blown away. After the white fog dissipated, a young man dressed in white, with an upright figure, silver hair, purple eyes, and a handsome face emerged from the white fog. After performing 3,000 thunders, Bai Ji finally caught Xiao Yuxian, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw that Xiao Yuxian's pretty face in his arms was pale and bloody, and her white dress was also covered with blood, Bai Ji couldn't help but murderous intent in his heart. With me here, who dares to hurt her? Slowly raising his head, his eyes slowly swept across the Bingzun in front of him and Xianfeng not far away. Bai Ji couldn't help but said coldly. Chapter 974 Fighting Xianfeng, smashing the Yaohuang bell with a hammer. Who are you? You dare to ruin our Glacier Valley's good deeds? Seeing that Bai Ji dared to save Xiao Yuxian and ruin his good deeds, standing in the sky, a trace of coldness flashed across the feminine face of Bingzun, and he said in a cold voice. An our Tian Yaohuang clan, this evil poison woman is a wanted criminal of our Tian Yaohuang clan. Anyone who dares to stop our Tian Yaohuang clan from doing things will be killed without mercy. Are you looking for death, human? On the side, Xianfeng also fluttered the Tian Yaohuang wings behind him and flew to the side of Bingzun, looking at Bai Ji with murderous intent on his face, and said coldly with threats. Haha! I ruined your good deeds. You want to kill my people? Do you want me to hand them over to you to kill? Hearing what Bingzun and Xianfeng said, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh a few times, and then his face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes swept over Bingzun and Xianfeng like a carving knife. Being swept by Bai Ji's cold and sharp eyes, Bingzun and Xianfeng couldn't help but feel their hearts jump at the same time, and a sense of palpitations surged inexplicably. Bingzun was fine, because he found that he couldn't see through Bai Ji. And Bai Ji was able to destroy his attack, so he must be a Douzun strongman, and he should be a Douzun strongman with a higher cultivation than him. Facing a Douzun who is stronger than him, it is normal to feel palpitations in the heart. However, although there was a powerful Douzun coming to destroy, Bingzun originally didn't plan to rely on himself to capture the evil poison girl, but planned to rely on Xianfeng beside him. Bingzun was still very confident in Xianfeng, a strongman of the Tian Yaohuang clan who had reached the peak of Douzun. However, Xianfeng was very doubtful. Because with Xianfeng's cultivation, he could easily see Bai Ji's true colors. He was just a 6-star Douzun. A 6-star Douzun actually made him, a Douzun Peak 3-turn strongman, feel palpitations. How could this be possible? Master, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you so hard. Just when Bingzun and Xianfeng were inexplicably suspicious because of Bai Ji's eyes, the little medical fairy in Bai Ji's arms smiled with some difficulty on her pale face and said. Master is here. Now everything is left to Master. As long as Master is here, no one can hurt you, even if the patriarch of the Tian Yaohuang clan comes. Looking at the pale and weak Xiao Yuxian in his arms, Bai Ji held Xiao Yuxian's hand, smiled and said softly. Although the words were very gentle, seeing Xiao Yuxian, who had always been by his side, injured, Bai Ji's heart was filled with murderous intent. He dared to hurt him. Even if the patriarch of the Tian Yaohuang clan, Huang Tian, who was at the level of a 5-star Dousheng, was here, he would crush him to ashes. At most, he would consume some source energy. Human, you are the master of this evil poison girl. Your disciple dared to kill people from our Tian Yaohuang clan. As a master, you also have an unshirkable responsibility. Today, both of you must die. Hearing Xiao Yuxian's words, he found that Bai Ji was Xiao Yuxian's master. Xianfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent surged in his heart for a while, and shouted coldly. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Bai Ji sneered with some disdain at the threat of the powerful Tian Yaohuang clan in front of him. Human, you are looking for death. Hearing Bai Ji's words, he found that the human in front of him did not take their Tian Yaohuang clan seriously at all. Xianfeng's eyes were filled with deep anger, and he was even more angry. After a roar, Xianfeng suddenly shook the Tian Yaohuang wings behind him, and instantly turned into a black stream of light, bursting out a sky of black and purple fighting spirit, and killed Bai Ji. Master Xianfeng, I will help you. Seeing Xianfeng killing Bai Ji, Bing Zun shouted loudly and planned to attack Bai Ji with Xianfeng. With Xianfeng as the main force, he only needs to paddle, and he can also destroy Xianfeng's idea of killing the evil poison girl. After all, what he needs more is a living evil poison girl. Your opponent is me. Just as the Ice Venerable was about to attack together with Xianfeng, a loud old shout suddenly came from a distance. Then, a stream of white light burst out and blocked the Ice Venerable. Are you Medicine Venerable? When he saw the familiar old man in white robe in front of him, the Ice Venerable was shocked. Although he looked very young, he was actually of the same generation as the Medicine Venerable and the Wind Venerable. Naturally, he knew the Medicine Venerable Yao Chen in front of him, who was considered to be the top in both alchemy and strength. Bing He, long time no see, you are still as disgusting as before. You want to catch the Sky Poison Girl, should it be to seize her physique? Looking at the Ice Venerable in front of him, Yao Chen slowly raised his right hand. When the white bone spirit cold fire suddenly ignited from his hand, Yao Chen couldn't help but curl up a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. What does this have to do with you? Hearing Yao Chen's words, Bing He's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly. What does it have to do with me? The Sky Poison Girl you want to capture is the disciple of my friend. What does it have to do with me? For Bing Zun's stubbornness, Yao Chen's old face was full of sarcasm, and he sneered in a deep voice. Ye Zun, I am only assisting in the capture of the Sky Poison Girl. The one who really wants to capture the Sky Poison Girl is the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. I know that you, Ye Zun, have an extraordinary status in Zhongzhou, but with you and Xingyun Pavilion, I'm afraid you can't afford to offend the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, right? Neither himself nor Binghe Valley are opponents of Ye Zun and Xingyun Pavilion in front of him, but Bing Zun is unwilling to give up. Instead, he sneered and pulled out the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, wanting to use the Demon Phoenix clan to capture Yao Chen. Scared away. However, Yao Chen obviously didn't fall for the tricks of the Ice Venerable. If it was the Xingyun Pavilion alone, it would not dare to provoke the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. But now the Xingyun Pavilion has already formed an alliance with the Hua sect, the Beatty sect and the Fenian Valley. With Bai Ji, the 9th grade alchemist, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is nothing. You don't have to waste your breath. With me here, don't even think about going. Yao Chen just sneered at the threat of the Ice Venerable, without showing any fear at all. After saying that, Yao Chen directly burst out the majestic fighting spirit in his body, manipulated the bone spirit cold fire, and instantly set off a raging sea of fire, sweeping towards the Ice Venerable. Facing the whistling bone spirit cold fire, the Ice Venerable quickly dodged. Although the bone spirit cold fire has the word cold, it is still a strange fire in essence. It can be said that it completely overcomes ice-attributed fighters like him. Damn it! This Yao Chen! In the anger of Bing Zun, Yao Chen suddenly rushed over with a roar, bursting out a sky-high doqi and a raging sea of white fire, constantly forcing Bing Zun back. On the other side, when Bai Ji was still holding Xiao Yuxian, Xianfeng's face was cold and cruel, and he frantically fluttered the black and purple Sky Demon Phoenix wings behind him, and rushed towards Bai Ji. Demon Phoenix spell, suppress it for me. Facing Bai Ji, a human who was only at the level of 6-star Dozun, Xianfeng did not intend to consume a lot of doqi and launch a destructive sound wave attack. Instead, he roared directly and manipulated the huge Demon Phoenix spell to suppress Bai Ji, trying to suppress Bai Ji. In Xianfeng's view, it was just a mere 6-star Dozun, and he was carrying an injured burden. It was simply wishful thinking to want to escape the suppression of his Demon Phoenix spell. Human, die with this evil poisonous woman. Dare to kill our noble Sky Demon Phoenix, go to hell and repent. Seeing the Phoenix spell falling from the sky, turning into a stream of light, like a black and purple meteorite, smashing towards Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian, Xianfeng couldn't help but sneer and feel pleased. However, just when the Phoenix spell was about to hit Bai Ji, behind Bai Ji, a tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly emerged, and then as golden divine rings rose from his feet, the tall figure's size suddenly swelled wildly. As all 10 golden divine rings lit up, the tall figure had turned into a nearly 900-meter tall figure, like an ancient titan giant with the sky above his head and mountains and rivers under his feet. Roar! After summoning the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, under Bai Ji's operation, the three heads of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul suddenly roared in unison. Then, as a black light flashed, a huge black hammer suddenly appeared in the hands of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. After the clear sky hammer appeared, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Wuhan immediately grasped the handle of the clear sky hammer Wuhan with 6 arms. Then, as the 6 arms exerted force together, with a roar, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor immediately swung a hammer and smashed it directly at the Yaohuang bell that was falling rapidly from the air. Bang! The Yaohuang bell fell very quickly, almost like a black meteor, and it fell down in an instant. And the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Wuhan also smashed it with a hammer at this time, and immediately smashed it on the Yaohuang bell. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded through the world. Under the full force of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Wuhan. With a loud bang, the Yaohuang bell was immediately smashed away by a hammer, turned into a stream of light, and shot into the distance. What is this thing? When Xianfeng saw that the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor's martial spirit actually smashed his demon phoenix bell with a hammer, his face was horrified, and he felt incredible for a moment. What is this giant? He actually smashed his demon phoenix bell with a hammer. Could it be the legendary Daudi Dharma body? But it's impossible. The Daudi Dharma body is 10,000 feet tall, and the whole body is condensed by Do Qi. But the giant in front of him is only about 30 feet tall, and there is no Do Qi fluctuation, so it can't be the Daudi Dharma body. So, what is this thing? Chapter 975 The full version of the powerful 3 mysterious changes of Tianhuo. After summoning the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor's martial spirit and smashing the demon phoenix bell with a hammer with the Haoshan hammer, Bai Ji immediately hugged Xiao Yuxian and moved his body, instantly turning into a stream of light, and fell on the head of the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor. And after it fell on the head of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. When Xianfeng was full of shock, Bai Ji quickly stretched out his hand and flipped it. With a flash of light, a pure white begonia flower suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's hand. It was the 9-spirit begonia. Looking at the pale-faced Xiao Yuxian in his arms, Bai Ji aimed the 9-spirit begonia at Xiao Yuxian. As golden divine rings continued to emerge from the bottom of the 9-spirit begonia and then lit up. The white holy light suddenly fell from the 9-spirit begonia martial soul and fell on Xiao Yuxian. Under the healing ability of the 9-spirit begonia martial soul, Xiao Yuxian's injuries began to recover quickly, and her face gradually regained its color, becoming slightly rosy. While Bai Ji was treating Xiao Yuxian's injuries, Xianfeng, who was not far away, finally came back to his senses and noticed Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian. When he found that Bai Ji seemed to be treating Xiao Yuxian's injuries, and under the light of the strange white flower, Xiao Yuxian's recovery speed was still very fast. This immediately shocked Xianfeng. Although he could defeat or even kill the 7-star Dozun level evil poison girl, the process was very troublesome because he had to pay attention to the highly toxic Do Qi at all times, so Xianfeng naturally would not watch Xiao Yuxian recover to her peak. Demon Phoenix Slash. Looking at Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian who were on the head of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor, Xianfeng suddenly shouted angrily, bursting out the majestic black and purple Do Qi in his body, condensing into several phoenix wing sky swords, with the sharp edge of tearing everything, slashing at Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian. Demon Phoenix Claw. After performing the Demon Phoenix Slash, Xianfeng roared again, bursting out black and purple fighting spirit all over the sky, and performed the Demon Phoenix Claw, condensing the black and purple fighting spirit into a vigorous black and purple giant claw, grabbing Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian. And while attacking Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian, Xianfeng also controlled the Demon Phoenix Bell that was smashed and flew back quickly, and used the Demon Phoenix Bell to attack Bai Ji. As the Demon Phoenix Slash and the Demon Phoenix Claw were performed, several sharp phoenix wing sky swords and a huge black and purple vigorous giant claw suddenly roared towards Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian. However, facing the attack from the top of his head, Bai Ji was still using the 9-spirit begonia martial soul to heal the wounds of Xiao Yuxian in his arms, but he seemed to not care about the attack from Xianfeng at all. Just when the sharp phoenix wing sky sword and the demon phoenix claw were about to fall on the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul, or Bai Ji, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul suddenly roared, and the 6 hands that were originally holding the clear sky hammer suddenly separated into 2 hands. With a flash of black light and a flash of blood-red light, a huge shield and a huge blood-red longsword suddenly appeared in the 2 hands of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul. They were the black tortoise shield and the 7 killing swords. Facing the attack from the sky, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul raised the black tortoise shield with one hand to block Bai Ge and Xiao Yuxian standing on the top of his head, and the other hand held the 7 killing swords tightly and swung it towards the sky. Killing God Domain Slaying God Sword. With a flash of blood-red light, the Killing God Domain was transformed into a blood-red light blade and was cut out by a sword. In a burst of breaking air, it instantly crossed the sky, and in the dazzling blood light, it instantly split the Phoenix Wing Sky Sword and the Demon Phoenix Claw into two, and slashed them in the air. There are still weapons. Seeing that the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor's martial spirit actually summoned the Black Tortoise Shield and the 7 killing swords to block his attack, Xianfeng's face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth in his heart. I don't believe that you can still block the destructive sound waves of my Demon Phoenix spell. Seeing the Demon Phoenix spell that was turning into a black light and bursting towards this side, Xianfeng suddenly shook the Sky Demon Phoenix wings behind him and flew towards the Demon Phoenix spell in an instant. However, when Xianfeng flew towards the Demon Phoenix spell, the head of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor, after recovering Xiao Yuxian's injuries through the 9-Spirit Begonia, Bai Ge took back the 9-Spirit Begonia martial spirit. Can we act now? After putting Xiao Yuxian down, Bai Ge couldn't help but ask with concern. It's okay, Master. Xiao Yuxian's pretty face had a trace of blood, and she smiled weakly, nodded, and said, "This is a pill to recover from injuries. You can rest here for a while I stretch my muscles." Seeing that Xiao Yuxian was still a little weak but could stand up, Bai Ge immediately took out a bottle of high-level pills to recover from injuries and handed it to Xiao Yuxian, while gently rubbing Xiao Yuxian's head and whispering, "If he dares to hurt you, I will not cut him into pieces with my own hands. I just happened to get a secret method recently, and now I will use it to test the effect and power." Lifting his hand from Xiao Yuxian's head, Bai Ge's face suddenly became cold after turning around and looking at the Xianfeng in the distance. After saying that, Bai Ge immediately jumped up and instantly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Standing in the sky, looking at the Xianfeng shooting towards the Yaohuang bell in the distance, Bai Ge sneered and immediately activated the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations. First transformation. Heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations. Second transformation. Heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations. Third transformation. As the heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations were launched, the surging 8-colored glazed fire suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's outstretched hands. As it roared into the air, the 8-colored glazed fire suddenly separated and turned into 3 different colored multicolored fires, and then suddenly rolled back into Bai Ge's body. In the 3 different after the fire entered his body, a powerful force immediately surged into Bai Ge's body. Bai Ge's cultivation and momentum suddenly soared like a rocket. From the 6-star Dozun, he quickly crossed the 7-star Dozhet, the 8-star Dozun, the 9-star Dozun, the Dozun Peak 1 turn, the Dozun Peak 2 turns, the Dozun Peak 3 turns, and finally reached the Dozun Peak 4 turns. In the original plot, at the Dozun level, Xiao Yan used 3 kinds of strange fire to perform the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire, but he increased his strength by 2 stars. However, compared with Xiao Yan in the original plot, the number of strange fires used by Bai Ge to perform the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire was a total of 8. And because it was a 3-type strange fire produced by the fusion of 8 kinds of strange fires, the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire were performed. The effect produced can even be equivalent to 9, 10, or even 11 separate strange fires. So after Bai Ge used the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire, the powerful power of the strange fire directly caused Bai Ge's cultivation to soar by 7 small realms. From the 6-star Dozun, he directly leaped to the peak of Dozun, the 4th turn, and surpassed Xianfeng's current strength. What a powerful force! Feeling the violent fire power in his body, Bai Ge couldn't help but clench his fists, closed his eyes and felt it, and his heart was a little intoxicated for a while. It is worthy of being the most mysterious amplification secret method in the Dopo Kangsheng world. As long as the quality of the fire is sufficient and the body can withstand it, this 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire can probably improve the strength of even a major realm. However, because of the subtle influence of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, Bai Ge's body is much stronger than that of an ordinary Dozun. But now bearing the violent fire energy equivalent to 11 separate fires, Bai Ge's body is still a little overwhelmed. Bai Ge can feel that under the rampage of the violent fire energy in his body, the skin in some parts of his body seems to be cracking. But fortunately, his body can still bear it. With the 9-spirit begonia martial spirit, there is no need to worry about irreversible injuries. Just use this powerful force to have fun with the mixed-haired bird in front of you. Slowly opening his eyes and looking at the black phoenix in the distance, Bai Ji's eyes like purple gems flashed a cold light, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. So what if he is from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan? Anyone who dares to bully him, today he will roast the mixed-haired bird with fire. Chapter 976 5 Fire 7 Birds Fan, Roasting the Sky Demon Phoenix. When Bai Ji performed the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, the black phoenix had already flown to the summoning, rapidly flying demon phoenix bell. After finally meeting the demon phoenix bell, the black phoenix immediately flew up and stepped on the demon phoenix bell. So what if you can block my phoenix slash and phoenix claw? I don't believe you can block my phoenix bell. Standing on the huge black and purple phoenix bell, looking at Bai Ji, Xianfeng shouted angrily, bent down and slapped the phoenix bell with one palm, pouring the powerful fighting spirit in his body into the phoenix bell. Phoenix bell, shake the world! With Xianfeng's shout, the huge phoenix bell trembled, and then shook violently. Ding! 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 For a moment, waves of destructive sound waves, like real entities, suddenly surged in all directions with the phoenix bell as the center, like endless huge waves. As the destructive sound waves burst out, the continuous destructive sound waves passed through, and large areas of forests on the ground were instantly blown into dust. Countless monsters that failed to escape instantly exploded into a blood mist in the sky, and even the air was distorted under the destructive sound waves. The terrifying destructive sound waves roared violently towards Bai Ji with a sweeping momentum. Standing on the Phoenix Bell, after consuming a lot of Do Qi to activate the Phoenix Bell to launch a destructive sound wave attack, Xianfeng stood up again. Seeing Bai Ji flying above the head of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit, Xianfeng's face flashed with a trace of ferocity and satisfaction, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Human, die for me! I don't believe that facing the all-pervasive destructive sound wave attack, the giant you summoned can still block it for you. However, just as Xianfeng sneered and was about to watch Bai Ji being hit by the destructive sound wave and being hit so hard that his 7 orifices were bleeding, Bai Ji had already performed the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, and his momentum was rising like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he soared from the 6-star Dozun all the way to the level of Dozun's peak 4 turns. Such a sudden and terrifying improvement shocked Xianfeng, who was standing on the demon phoenix bell in the distance, so much that his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Isn't this human only a 6-star Dozun? How could he suddenly reach the level of Dozun's peak 4th turn? How could there be a secret method to improve strength that can improve so much strength at once? Xianfeng screamed in disbelief, feeling that his entire worldview had been overturned. And when he found Bai Ji, the strength of the enemy suddenly surged and surpassed his own. Xianfeng felt a little uneasy. This time, the destructive sound wave attack might still be useless. And the fact was indeed as Xianfeng expected. Looking at the huge waves of destructive sound waves that were rolling and whistling in front of him like a substance, and feeling the violent power surging in his body, Bai Ji's mouth curled up a sneer, and he stretched out his white palm directly, aiming at the huge waves of destructive sound waves coming in front of him. Crazy bird, take it, a bag of rice can resist several floors. Heavenly Demon Force Field Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the surging violent fighting spirit suddenly started to run rapidly in his body. Bai Ji used all his strength to activate the Heavenly Demon Force Field and used it towards the huge waves of destructive sound waves coming in front of him, and a terrifying repulsive force suddenly blasted out. Bang! There was only a thunderous muffled sound, as if a bomb was suddenly dropped at the bottom of the clear water. Under the terrifying repulsive force suddenly blasted out by the Heavenly Demon Force Field. With a thunderous muffled sound, the air in front of Bai Ji suddenly became blurred, looking like inferior glass full of impurities. Wherever the terrifying repulsive force bombarded, the space seemed to be slightly distorted because of the terrifying repulsive force, and the light was bent to varying degrees, which looked particularly uncomfortable. Boom! With a loud bang, Bai Ji used the terrifying repulsive force emitted by the Heavenly Demon Force Field, and instantly collided with the destructive sound wave emitted by Xianfeng's Demon Phoenix Bell. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave suddenly burst out, and instantly blasted a huge pit on the ground. The dust in the sky rushed up into the sky, and was swept up into the sky by the violent wind generated by the violent air waves. Let the large forests on the ground be shrouded in smoke and dust. I don't believe it. In the distant sky, I saw the first round of attacks launched by the demon phoenix bell. Bai Ji easily resolved it, and Xianfeng, who didn't believe in evil, immediately gnashed his teeth. First, he stretched out his hand and scratched his palm, forcing out a drop of blue-red blood. Then he swallowed the blood into his stomach, quickly formed seals with his hands, and activated the secret method, Bloodline Devouring Soul. After activating the Bloodline Devouring Soul, Xianfeng's momentum suddenly soared. But unfortunately, at the peak of Douzun, the secret method of improving strength has very little effect. Unless it is a Tian Yao Huang with a very strong bloodline, it can use the bloodline to swallow the soul and improve a lot of strength, but Xianfeng's bloodline power is very ordinary, so the bloodline swallowing soul can only improve Xianfeng's cultivation by 1 turn. It raised Xianfeng's cultivation from the peak of Douzun to the peak of Douzun, which is the same as Bai Ji's current cultivation. Don't think about leaving here alive today, the demon phoenix bell, shake the world. After raising his cultivation by 1 turn, Xianfeng shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand again and slapped it, pouring the mighty energy in his body into the demon phoenix bell under his feet, and then he activated the demon phoenix bell with all his strength, continuing to launch a destructive sound wave attack. For a moment, the destructive sound wave generated by the previous destructive sound wave attack by activating the demon phoenix bell had not ended. Xianfeng continued to activate the demon phoenix bell and launched a second round of destructive sound wave attack. With a series of loud clang, 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 waves of destructive sound wave attacks that seemed to be real suddenly swept in all directions again like a continuous wave, with the demon phoenix bell as the center. The destructive sound wave was deadlocked with the terrifying repulsive force emitted by Bai Ji's demon field. Originally, due to the lack of successors, it began to gradually show a decline in the confrontation. But with the addition of the destructive sound wave generated by Xianfeng's second activation of the demon phoenix bell, the destructive sound wave and the terrifying repulsive force emitted by the demon force field suddenly became evenly matched again. But it is impossible to go further. However, compared to Xianfeng, who was gritting his teeth and activating the demon phoenix bell with all his strength and had no time to care about other things. Although Bai Ji was activating the heavenly demon force field, he could launch other attacks at any time. However, since he decided to roast the mixed-haired bird, Bai Ji naturally had to practice it well. So, while activating the heavenly demon force field and the huge wave of destructive sound waves emitted by Xianfeng activating the demon phoenix bell, Bai Ji slowly raised his other hand, and a playful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, let's roast the mixed-haired bird. I don't know if the heavenly demon phoenix tastes good when roasted. Because he wanted to leave Xuanfeng's body, Bai Ji naturally didn't plan to use the 8-color compressed fireball. The half-saint 8-color compressed fireball could be directly blown into charcoal. This one is only the 3rd turn of the Douzun peak. It would be strange if it was not directly blown into ashes. So Bai Ji planned to change the way to roast the mixed-haired bird. Just use the treasure that I got from the lottery before, but I haven't used it for a long time. Thinking of this, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his right hand, and his mind moved. With a flash of 5-colored light, an exquisite 5-colored feather fan covered with runes suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's hand. It was the 5 fires and 7 birds fan that he had won in the lottery before. Miscellaneous bird, feel the mysterious power from the east. Holding the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, Bai Ji was cold. Smiling, he poured the powerful fighting spirit into the 5 fires and 7 birds fan in his hand. As the 5 fires and 7 birds fan burst into brilliant 5-colored light, Bai Ji immediately aimed it at the distant Xianfeng, and then slammed it down. Boom! In an instant, as the 5 fires and 7 birds fan swung down, a raging sea of 5-colored fire instantly erupted, and the 5-colored divine flames in the sky entangled together in the air, burning fiercely. The 5-colored divine flames thousands of feet high almost covered the sky and the sun, and with the might of burning mountains and boiling seas, it whistled past the ground. It burned the endless poisonous fog all the way and swept towards the distant Xianfeng. Chapter 977 Killing Xianfeng, Soul Palace Old Experiences Included. What is that? He was originally using all his strength to activate the phoenix bell under his feet, but suddenly found that a raging sea of 5-colored fire was roaring over from afar, and the divine flames burned all the poisonous fog on the ground along the way, sweeping towards him with the might of burning mountains and boiling seas. A sense of fatal crisis made Xianfeng's hair stand on end and his pupil shrink. Under the fatal sense of crisis in his heart, Xianfeng could not care about activating the Phoenix Bell, but immediately jumped off the Phoenix Bell and hid in it, preparing to use the defense of the Phoenix Bell to save his life. Although the idea was beautiful, but unfortunately, Bai Ji's current cultivation level was also the 4th turn of Dozun, which was not lower than Xianfeng's current cultivation level. But how could the Phoenix Bell be better than the 5 fires and 7 birds fan? So, under the raging sea of 5-colored fire emitted by the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, as the raging sea of fire swept over like a mountain burning and boiling the sea, the 5-colored divine flames boomed and engulfed the demon Phoenix Bell. It didn't last long at all, and the demon Phoenix Bell was burned into nothingness by the 5-colored divine flames. As the demon Phoenix Bell disappeared, the black phoenix in the demon Phoenix Bell was also instantly engulfed by the 5-colored divine flames. The 5-colored divine flames that could burn everything burned out the protective fighting spirit of the black phoenix in just a moment. From the outside to the inside, it was roasted through in an instant. In just a moment, the black phoenix was burned to death by the 5-colored sea of fire emitted by Bai Ji's 5 fires and 7 birds fan, and turned into a nearly 100-meter-long wingspan, and the feathers on its body had been burned black, falling from the sky. Demon Force Field, pull. Seeing the corpse of Xianfeng falling from the sky and falling into the 5-colored sea of fire, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his hand and activated the demon force field in his heart, which turned into attraction and sucked the falling corpse of Xianfeng over. Under the traction of the demon force field, the huge corpse of Tian Yao Huang, which was originally falling to the ground, suddenly changed its direction and turned into a black stream of light, flying rapidly towards Bai Ji, and finally suspended in front of Bai Ji. It smells really good. Pulling the corpse of Xianfeng over, looking at the huge corpse of Tian Yao Huang suspended in the air in front of him, because it had been roasted by the 5-colored divine flame, it was now emitting an alluring aroma. Bai Ji twitched his nose, smelled it, and couldn't help but marvel. A Dozun level sky demon phoenix must be very nutritious, right? Such a huge sky demon phoenix corpse is probably enough for ordinary people to eat for a year. After a soft laugh, Bai Ji immediately used the soul confinement and general scent, extracted the soul of Xianfeng from the corpse, and put it into the soul suppressing pearl. Although a Dozun Peak 3-turn soul is not as good as the half-saint level Netherworld Sun, after the sacrifice, it is enough to make the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor martial soul much stronger. Then, Bai Ji stretched out his hand again and put the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix into the storage ring. Prepare to go back and cook it well, make it into delicious food and medicinal food, and use it to nourish the body of the little medical immortal who was weak due to injury. Those who dare to hurt him, death is far from the end, the soul will be sacrificed to you later, and the body will not be spared. This time, Bai Ji wants to imitate the Emperor Huang Tian. When Bai Ji solved Xianfeng. On the other side, in the Luotian gorge below, there was a huge crack filled with poisonous fog. In the dark corner of the crack, a group of black fog that was originally surging suddenly paused, and then quickly condensed into a black figure composed of black fog. The face condensed by the black fog was looking up at the raging 5-colored sea of fire in the sky that had not yet been extinguished, with shock and astonishment on his face. What kind of attack is this? It is so powerful that it can kill a Tian Yao Phoenix at the peak of Dozun 3 turns with one blow. It's unbelievable. Looking at the 5-colored sea of fire still burning in the sky, the black fog figure couldn't help but screamed in disbelief with a hoarse voice. But what a pity! Originally, I was counting on this Dozun Peak Level 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenix to show its might and kill Bai Ji and Yao Chen. Without a body, I can do it myself and easily bring their souls back to the Soul Palace. But I didn't expect that this Dozun Peak Level 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenix would be so useless and be killed in an instant. This time, the mantis stalks the cicada, but the yellow one is still alive. I'm afraid it won't work if I leave it to myself, so I have to do it myself. Seeing that Xianfeng had been killed by Bai Ji, and even his body had been collected by someone, the black mist figure could not help but shake his head and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. The black mist figure was originally a Sanzun of the Soul Palace, named Gui Ming. A few months ago, after the news of Yao Chen's resurrection spread throughout Zhongzhou, he was appointed by the Soul Palace Master Hun Mais Hung to bring back Yao Chen's soul, and by the way, bring back the soul of Bai Ji, who claimed to be a 9th-grade alchemist. As a Sanzun of the Soul Palace, Gui Ming's strength is not weak, but a primary semi-saint strength. On the surface, all the Dozun strongmen in Zhongzhou are not his opponents. But unfortunately, because it is heard that Bai Ji has a relationship with the ancient clan and the Taixu ancient dragon clan, Gui Ming does not dare to go directly to the Beatty sect to try to kill or capture Bai Ji. After all, others do not know the details of their soul palace, but the Taixu ancient dragon clan and the ancient clan know, and for the Taixu ancient dragon clan and the ancient clan, their soul palace does not dare to provoke them now. He wanted to try to attack Yao Chen, but he found that Yao Chen, who already knew that soul palace might attack him, was extremely cautious and did not give him any chance, and could not get close to him at all. This was the case in Xingyun Pavilion. When Yao Chen went to Beatty sect, Gui Ming did not dare to go there, so he could only hide in secret and wait for the opportunity silently. Now he finally got the chance. I thought I could use the hands of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan in the Glacier Valley to cleverly avoid conflicts with the Ancient Clan and the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan, and bring Bai Ji and Yao Chen's souls back to Soul Palace. But I didn't expect it to fail. However, although the best result expected could not be achieved, now is also a great opportunity. The reason why Gui Ming did not dare to kill Bai Ji directly before was that he was afraid of revenge from the Ancient Clan and the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, but now there are almost no other people in this Luotian Gorge. The outside world only knew that it was the Glacier Valley and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan that besieged the Falling God Gorge. If he killed this White Reverend and Medicine Reverend Yao Chen in the Falling God Gorge now, no one would suspect that their soul palace did it. Everyone would only suspect that it was the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan who did it. And because this Heavenly Demon Phoenix, who was at the peak of Dozun and Turn 3, had been killed without any evidence, even if the Ancient Clan and the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan were furious about this matter, they would only vent their anger on the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, while their soul palace was making a fortune in silence. Thinking of this, the soul palace's three heavenly reverends Gui Ming couldn't help laughing in his heart. What a perfect plan! Having made the decision to take action in his heart, Gui Ming laughed in his heart, and his body moved, instantly turning into a dark stream of light, and suddenly shot into the sky from the Falling God Gorge below. At this time, in the sky, after putting the huge corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix back into the ring, Bai Ji, who had just sacrificed the Black Phoenix soul that he had stored in his body, was falling towards the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul in the distance, shaking his head, feeling a little regretful. Before, after sacrificing the semi-saint soul of Yumingzi, the strength of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul finally reached the level of Dozun Juzwen. With the help of various weapon spirits, he was able to overpower the semi-saint and barely fight with the low-level Dozun. I thought that after sacrificing a Black Phoenix soul of Dozun Peak 3 turn, he should be able to break through to the semi-saint. But I didn't expect that he only reached the level of Dozun Juzwen Peak, but failed to break through to the semi-saint, and he was still short of fire. If there could be another strong man at the level of Dozun Peak 9 turn. Just as Bai Ji was sighing, a sinister laugh suddenly came from below. What's that sound? Bai Ji couldn't help but frown and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Suddenly, a black shadow flew up from the Luotian Gorge below and landed in the sky not far from Bai Ji. He. Venerable Bai, I didn't expect your strength to be so amazing that you could defeat this Tian Yao Huang, which is at the peak of Dozun level 3. I thought that with this Tian Yao Huang, I could take your soul away without any effort, but I didn't expect that I would have to do it in the end. But it doesn't matter. It's just a little more effort. I will take your soul. After flying out of the Luotian Gorge, Gui Mingxiu stepped in the sky and looked at Bai Ji. He couldn't help laughing sinisterly and started to act cool in front of Bai Ji. As the three venerables of the Soul Palace, his appearance must be different from others. If he just took action directly, it would be a bit too uncool. He had to scare the other party and then crush him to death, which was in line with his identity. After saying that, Gui Ming continued to laugh sinisterly and suddenly burst out with the momentum of a semi-saint level. He was ready to kill Bai Ji after he showed fear. However, after hearing Gui Ming's words and looking at Gui Ming, Bai Ji was not afraid, but his face looked a little strange. Are you from the Soul Palace? How do you know? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Gui Ming was stunned. That's not right, it was normal for Yao Chen to know about their soul hall, but how could the venerable Bai in front of him, who had just appeared in Zhongzhou recently, know about their soul hall? Of course I know you. Your soul hall is an old experience package for me. Bai Ji couldn't help but suddenly smile at Gui Ming's shock. And then, he suddenly looked up at Gui Ming, with a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 978, The Restraint of the Soul by the Soul Constraint. The Soul Constraint. Looking at the Soul Hall San San Zun Gui Ming in front of him, Bai Ji raised a strange arc at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly shouted, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed forward into the void. At the same time, the secret method was instantly activated, soul constraint. As the soul constraint was activated, a black breath suddenly surged out and lingered on Bai Ji's arm. The soul Hall San San Zun Gui Ming in front of him couldn't help but change color immediately. What's going on? Accompanied by a burst of terrified and sharp screams, Gui Ming discovered in horror. A terrifying suction suddenly came from the palm of the hand surrounded by black air in front of him. It was a terrifying suction that was completely irresistible. Under this terrifying suction, his black mist soul body began to disintegrate. For a moment, Gui Ming felt terrified in his heart. No! Don't! In extreme fear, Gui Ming couldn't help but scream in horror, trying frantically to resist this suction, trying hard to restore the black mist soul body, but unfortunately it was useless. After a few seconds, Gui Ming's black mist soul body finally exploded under the spirit binding and general dispatching, turning into a sky full of black mist. Amid a scream, Bai Ji's right hand surrounded by black air quickly swallowed it up like a dragon sucking water. The 8 wonders from the world of one person, soul binding and general, can naturally restrain various spirits and manipulate them against their will. Although this ability must have an upper limit, it is impossible for a mortal with low cultivation to use soul binding and general to capture the soul of a ghost fairy. However, when the difference in cultivation is not big, soul binding and general is still the absolute nemesis of spirits. Bai Ji has not yet resolved the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, and his cultivation is still the 4th turn of the peak of Dozun, while the soul of the soul palace in front of him is only a semi-saint, and the difference in cultivation is not big. So Bai Ji used soul binding and general to easily capture the soul of the soul palace's 3 heavenly venerables Gui Ming, put it into his body, and imprisoned it in the soul-suppressing pearl. Now with this soul palace's semi-saint level soul, as long as soul binding and general is sacrificed to the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, it is basically 100% possible to make the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul break through to the level comparable to the semi-saint. When he reached the semi-saint level, after summoning various weapon spirits, even if the Dushan level Sky Demon Phoenix that had used the forbidden secret method attacked again, it would not be able to do anything to the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Spirit. Bai Ji was very happy to have unexpectedly obtained a semi-saint level soul body. After flying down to where Xiao Yuxian was, Xiao Yuxian was still full of doubts about the soul palace's 3 heavenly venerables Guiming who had just appeared. Seeing Bai Ji coming over, he couldn't help but ask, Master, who was that black fog figure that just appeared? That's a person from a force called Soul Palace. He uses the soul as his body and his attack methods are very strange. You should have heard of this force. They really wanted to attack me. But it's a pity that what I'm least afraid of is the soul body. They are naturally restrained by me. I'll tell you about this later. Now let's go find Medicine Venerable together and prepare to return to Beatty sect. For such a long time, you must have had a hard time hiding everywhere, but now I'm here, just leave everything to me, let's go back early, Yuner, Yafei and Kinglin miss you very much. Looking at the girl in front of him wearing a spotless white dress, with a beautiful face and ethereal temperament, Bai Ji smiled slightly, reached out and touched the girl's head, and said softly. Let's go find Medicine Venerable. After saying that, Bai Ji immediately flew up, and then took back the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. After Xiao Yuxian came to her senses, she also flew up with Bai Ji. The two instantly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the place where Yao Chen was in the distance. But halfway through the flight, before Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian arrived at the place, Yao Chen flew over, and the 3 met in the air. How is it, did you solve that ice venerable? Seeing Yao Chen, Bai Ji asked. It's solved. Just now when you sent out a raging sea of fire to kill the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Ice Venerable was attracted to the attention, and I took the opportunity to solve him. Yao Chen stood in the air, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his long white hair and beard also fluttering in the wind, and said in a deep voice. It's solved. Hearing Yao Chen's return, Bai Ji couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This ice master knows the details. If it is allowed to run away, it is estimated that it will not give up Xiao Yuxian's poisonous body and will lurk in various troubles. Although Bai Ji of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is not afraid, Bai Ji is naturally not afraid of this ice venerable. However, Bai Ji of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan has no way to deal with it now, but this ice venerable can be dealt with now, so it is definitely better to deal with it directly. Let's go. This glacier valley has been chasing Xiao Yuxian for such a long time. Before going back, we must go and pay a good visit. Although the Ice Venerable and the Xianfeng of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan have been dealt with, Bai Ji did not plan to go back immediately. Instead, he raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and prepared to visit the glacier valley. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen knew that the glacier valley was not a good thing, and it could even be said that it was more disgusting than the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, so he did not object. And Xiao Yuxian was even less likely to object. The three of them moved and instantly turned into a stream of light, shooting towards the direction outside the Falling God stream. On the other side, outside the Falling God stream, the elite disciples from the Glacier Valley have set up the glacier array around the Falling God stream, covering the entire Falling God stream in the array. In the glacier array, the space is imprisoned, and even Douzun masters cannot tear the space. At this time, looking at the ice blue light curtain surrounding the entire Falling God stream in front of him, Tian Shuangzi, the second Douzun master of the Glacier Valley, felt a little uneasy. Because just now a disciple came to report that two unknown figures rushed into the Falling God stream. Thinking of the fact that in the Falling God stream, their own Valley Master Bingzun and the Douzun Peak Third Turn Master from the Tian Yao Huang clan were still capturing the Tiandu woman. These two people would not have any impact on the Valley Master's plan. Elder Tian Shuangzi, someone is coming from the Falling God stream. Just when Tian Shuangzi was feeling uneasy, a disciple's shout suddenly came. Could it be that the Valley Master succeeded? Hearing the words of the Glacier Valley disciple, Tian Shuangzi could not help but feel happy, and immediately flew away, ready to welcome the upcoming Valley Master Bingzun and the powerful warrior of the Tian Yao Huang clan who was at the peak of the third level of Douzun. However, as three streams of light shot from the distant sky, when he saw the specific identities of the three streams of light, the smile on Tian Shuangzi's face suddenly stiffened. Because these three streams of light did not include his own Valley Master Bingzun, but the captured Tiandu Nu and two strangers. For a moment, as if he thought of something, Tian Shuangzi's whole body was sweating, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart, causing Tian Shuangzi to roar. Everyone, strengthen the glacier array. Don't let them come over. This is not the Valley Master. Chapter 979, The 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan shows its power again, and the 8-color compressed fireball. Isn't this the Valley Master? Hearing Tian Shuangzi's words, the Glacier Valley disciples around him were stunned. But since the responsible elder has spoken, they will naturally obey. Strengthen the formation. As the Glacier Valley disciples kept shouting and notifying each other, the Glacier Valley disciples surrounding the entire Luotian Gorge increased their input of fighting spirit and tried to strengthen the glacier array. In an instant, the ice blue light curtain surrounding Luotian Gorge became more dazzling. However, in Luotian Gorge, Bai Ji, who was rapidly approaching the glacier array, looked at the strengthening of the glacier array in front of him, and couldn't help but curl up a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Master Yao, aren't you very curious about how I launched my previous attack? Now, I will let you appreciate the mysterious power from the east. When Bai Ji was about to reach the edge of Luotian Gorge and the light curtain of the ice river array, he suddenly stopped and slowly said to Yao Chen beside him. The mysterious power from the east. Yao Chen and Xiao Yuxian were stunned when they heard Bai Ji's words. They didn't understand what he meant. However, Xiao Yuxian saw that Bai Ji's previous fire attack to kill Xianfeng was with the help of a very beautiful 5-color feather fan. Is this perhaps a powerful magic device? 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, out. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji took out the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan from the system space. As Bai Ji stretched out his hand, after a flash of 5-color light, a feather fan composed of extremely gorgeous 5-color feathers suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's hand. Look, what does a raging sea of fire mean? Looking at the dark blue light curtain condensed by the ice river array in front of him, Bai Ji smiled softly and immediately grasped the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan. As the last sentence raging sea of fire was shouted out, Bai Ji suddenly grinned wantonly, instantly poured the majestic fighting spirit in his body into the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan in his hand, and slammed the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan in his hand forward. Boom! In an instant, only a loud bang was heard, and a sea of 5-colored fire that covered the sky was suddenly fanned out. The surging 5-colored sea of fire was almost more than 10,000 feet high, just one release instantly burned the white clouds in the sky and turned the forest on the ground into ashes. As the 5-colored divine flames burned, the raging sea of fire suddenly carried the momentum of burning everything, like a flood of destruction, sweeping towards the distant glacier formation. What is this? Seeing the raging sea of fire suddenly emerging in the distance, Tian Shuangzi couldn't help but be horrified. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the sea of fire that was enough to burn everything. If you are engulfed by the sea of fire, you will die. In his heart, a sense of fatal threat instantly surged into his heart. Tian Shuangzi was terrified. He didn't have time to notify the glacier valley. He jumped up instantly, turned into a stream of light, turned around and shot towards the distant sky. Grand Elder. Seeing that Tian Shuangzi had escaped, the Dozong masters around Tian Shuangzi were suddenly shocked, and they also rushed into the sky and followed Tian Shuangzi to escape. Facing the raging sea of fire, even the great elder Tian Shuangzi, who was a Dozong strongman, ran away. How could these ordinary Dozong elders resist it? So run. But unfortunately, although Tian Shuangzi and a group of Dozong elders turned around and fled without notifying the disciples of the Glacier Valley, their speed was still far less than the speed of the raging sea of fire. The raging five-color sea of fire, with its sweeping momentum, was like a flood of destruction that swept the world, directly engulfing everything along the way, leaving only endless scorched earth and ashes on the ground. The glacier formation set up by many elite disciples of the Glacier Valley was almost like a fragile bubble under the raging five-color sea of fire, and was destroyed in an instant. Then, the five-color sea of fire continued to surge forward, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with the fleeing Tian Shuangzi and a group of Dozong elders and engulfed them all. In the flames, whether it was Tian Shuangzi, the one-star Dozong, or other Dozong elders, they were instantly burned to ashes. When the raging five-color sea of fire dissipated, everything in front of Bai Ji disappeared, leaving only a scorched earth with thick smoke and billowing hot air, and ashes all over the ground. Seeing everything in front of him, Yao Chen couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his heart was full of horror. Could this raging five-color sea of fire be all strange fire, and the power is so terrifying? In terms of power, this is comparable to the fire attribute fighting skills displayed by Do Sheng strong men, and the attack range is much wider. It is simply terrifying. Compared with Yao Chen, although Xiao Yuxian has seen the power of the five fires and seven birds fan once, but seeing it again, Xiao Yuxian's pretty face is still full of emotion and shock. Bai Ji was not surprised at all by Yao Chen and Xiao Yuxian beside him, but smiled softly. His five fires and seven birds fan was drawn from the god-level lottery. Although it should not be the five fires and seven birds fan in the top world like Hong Huang, it should be the five fires and seven birds fan in the world of cultivation like Shushan Chuan. In terms of level, it can be regarded as an immortal weapon. Although it may not be too outstanding among the immortal weapons in the Hong Huang world, it is also in that world. In the Do Po Kangsheng world, the five fires and seven birds fan is invincible. However, because the Do Po Kangsheng world has a special product such as strange fire, the 8-color compressed fireball created by Bai Ji is more powerful than the five fires and seven birds fan, so Bai Ji does not have many opportunities to use the five fires and seven birds fan. Let's go, the things blocking the road have been solved, and we can go out now. Let's go to the Glacier Valley for a good visit first, and then we will go back to the Beatty sect. After using the five fires and seven birds fan to break the glacier array and fan all the Glacier Valley disciples and elders in front of him to death, Bai Ji took back the five fires and seven birds fan and smiled. With Yao Chen and Xiao Yuxian, after leaving Luoshan Gorge, the three of them headed all the way to the Glacier Valley. It was somewhat similar to the Burning Flame Valley. Because Burning Flame Valley was a sect that practiced fire-attributed techniques, the sect was located in the blazing fire mountains full of volcanoes. And the Glacier Valley practiced ice-attributed techniques, so the sect was located in the frozen mountains. There was also a space barrier protecting the two tall icebergs. All the way to the front of the Glacier Valley. All around the Glacier Valley were endless snow-capped mountains, and at this time, there was heavy snow in the sky. We're here. Looking at the Glacier Valley in the space barrier in front of him, Bai Ji stepped into the sky and slowly stretched out his right hand, and a stream of 8-colored flames like glass suddenly gushed out. Although it's not good to vent your anger on others, your Glacier Valley almost made me lose my beloved disciple. If I, Bai Ji, do nothing, wouldn't it be too easy to bully you? What kind of sect you belong to, what kind of disciples you belong to? Your Valley Master is not that good, so I guess you are not that good either. However, this conclusion is not entirely correct, so I decided to leave you a glimmer of hope and not personally exterminate your entire Glacier Valley clan. If you are lucky, well, if you can survive my attack, then all the grudges will vanish with the destruction of the Glacier Valley. As for those who are unlucky, I can only hope that you can be more discerning in your next life and not choose a sect to join casually. After summoning the 8-color glazed fire, Bai Ji said lightly while separating the 8-color glazed fire in his hand. He condensed and compressed the 8 kinds of fire in his hand, and finally turned it into a small compressed fireball that was about the size of a fist, as if it were real. This is exactly the 8-color compressed fireball. Chapter 980, Destroying the Glacier Valley, the subsequent turmoil. After the 8-color compressed fireball was created, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his hand and pushed the 8-color compressed fireball in his hand towards the direction of the Glacier Valley. The 8-color compressed fireball instantly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Glacier Valley. Although the space barrier of the Glacier Valley has a strong defense, it was instantly burned with a hole under the 8-color compressed fireball, and the 8-color compressed fireball shot straight in. Let's go! After seeing the 8-color compressed fireball burn through the barrier and enter the Glacier Valley, Bai Ji immediately said something to Yao Chen and Xiao Yuxian beside him. Then he turned around and prepared to tear a space crack leading to Fenyan Valley sect. First go to Fenyan Valley to take Xin Lan away, and then return to Beatty sect. Leave like this. Seeing Bai Ji turn around and tear a space crack directly, it seems that he is ready to leave. Yao Chen can't help but be slightly stunned and a little strange. Although Yao Chen felt a strong sense of threat from the 8-color compressed fireball when Bai Ji made the 8-color compressed fireball. But because Bai Ji's target is not Yao Chen can't feel the true power of the 8-color compressed fireball. Don't worry, the Glacier Valley should not continue to exist. Bai Ji smiled faintly at Yao Chen's doubts and stepped into the space crack. Beside Bai Ji, Xiao Yuxian also followed. Although Yao Chen was still a little confused after hearing Bai Ji's words. But seeing Bai Ji was so confident, Yao Chen did not ask any more questions, but followed. After all three of them crossed the space crack, Bai Ji detonated the compressed 8-color fireball thrown into the Glacier Valley through the space crack. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, endless dazzling light and terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly came from the direction of the Glacier Valley opposite the space crack. What is this? Feeling a terrifying energy fluctuation that was enough to destroy the world, Yao Chen was shocked and turned around to look at the space crack he had just crossed. I saw that the barrier of the Glacier Valley on the opposite side of the space crack had been destroyed in an instant. Endless 8-color divine light, a raging sea of fire, and a violent torrent of energy were erupting from the Glacier Valley, sweeping around in a posture of destroying everything. The power of this, to Yao Chen, was even more powerful than the raging 5-color sea of fire that Bai Ji had just fanned out with the 5-color feather fan. Is the power of the mixed compression of 8 kinds of strange fire so amazing? The power of this compressed fireball is estimated to be enough to severely injure a semi-saint or even a dose hung. Yao Chen was extremely shocked. Seeing the raging sea of fire and energy torrents erupting from the 8-color compressed fireballs on the other side of the space crack, Bai Ji immediately closed the space crack. After Bai Ji destroyed the Glacier Valley. Because of the huge commotion caused by the destruction of the Glacier Valley, the news quickly spread throughout Zhongzhou. As for who destroyed the Glacier Valley? Because when Bai Ji left Luoshengjian and broke the glacier formation, he did not kill all the Glacier Valley disciples who set up the glacier formation. Under the identification of the surviving Glacier Valley disciples, Bai Ji and Yao Chen were quickly recognized. Because the Beatty sect had just announced that it would form an alliance with the Hua sect and Xingyun Pavilion, Bai Ji and Yao Chen soon destroyed the Glacier Valley together, with the help of Fenglai Pavilion. For a time, after the Beatty sect formed an alliance with the Hua sect and the Xingyun Pavilion, its ambitions were extremely inflated, and the news that it tried to destroy the situation in Zhongzhou and dominate Zhongzhou spread all over Zhongzhou. However, the Beatty sect also quickly spread the rumor. It was said that the sky poison girl pursued by the Glacier Valley was the disciple of the sect master Bai Zun's Bai Ji, and the destruction of the Glacier Valley was out of personal revenge, and there was no other purpose. And then, the Burning Flame Valley came with an assist, and people spread the news that Bai Ji was a 9th-grade alchemist. Then it announced that it would join the alliance formed by the Beatty sect, the Hua sect and the Xingyun Pavilion. With the testimony of many alchemy masters, Bai Ji's identity as a 9th-grade alchemist was confirmed, and the alliance headed by the Beatty sect became even larger. Whether it was because they did not dare to offend the 9th-grade alchemist Bai Zun's Bai Ji and the 8th-grade peak alchemist Yao Zun's Yao Chen, or because they were afraid of being liquidated in the future. After weighing various interests, the entire Zhongzhou gradually calmed down again. However, compared to the overall quietness of Zhongzhou, two forces are not so quiet. What did you say? Xianfeng was killed by the Beatty sect. In the Beast Domain, the Tianyao Phoenix clan's residence, in a certain hall, Huang Tian's face suddenly showed a strong anger when he heard the report from his subordinates. He tightly grasped the armrest of the throne under him, and the hard armrest was also pinched with deep fingerprints. How dare they? How dare they? Do they think that we dare not touch him in the future because the Taixu ancient dragon clan will support him? In the hall, Huang Tian, who was sitting on the throne, had a cold light flashing in his golden eyes, and he could not help but roared angrily. Calm leader, calm down. Calm down. Clan leader, calm down. The clan leader also knows the current situation of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. We don't need to take action against the Taixu ancient dragon clan now. They have already started fighting among themselves. As long as our Tianyao Huang clan accumulates strength, one day we will be able to kill all those damn stinky snakes. At that time, only our Tianyao Huang clan will dominate the Warcraft world on the Duqi continent. Seeing Huang Tian angry, the Tianyao Huang elder below hurriedly persuaded him. After hearing the words of this Tianyao Huang elder, the anger on Huang Tian's face gradually subsided. That's right. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Now the Taixu ancient dragon clan is constantly fighting among themselves. As long as our Tianyao Phoenix clan quietly accumulates strength, we will be able to remove their Taixu ancient dragon clan from the Duqi continent one day. At that time, the entire Warcraft world will be dominated by our Tianyao Phoenix clan. Let's spare this human's life for now, and we will deal with him later. On the throne, Huang Tian, who was sitting upright, clenched his fists suddenly, and a hideous and grim look suddenly appeared on his majestic face, and a cold light burst out from his golden pupils. On the other side, the Soul Palace headquarters. In a hall, the master of the Soul Hall, Hun Maisheng, was sitting on a dark throne, looking at the subordinates of the Soul Hall in front of him with indifference. You said, the Soul Tablet of the Three Heavens Venerable was broken. No, that's right, I just suddenly discovered that the Soul Tablet of the Three Heavens Venerable was broken. After confirming it again and again, I immediately came to report it to the master. In the hall, the guard of the Soul Hall who was half kneeling on the ground and guarding the Soul Tablet Pavilion was trembling a little, and couldn't help but replied with a trembling voice. The Soul Tablet of Gaiming is broken. It seems that he still failed this mission. However, with his caution, it should not be possible to fail so easily. I don't know if it was the people of the Taixu ancient dragon clan or the people of the ancient clan. On the throne, hearing the words of the guard of the Soul Tablet Pavilion, Hun Maisheng couldn't help but slowly closed his eyes, tapping the throne with his fingers, making a ding-ding sound, while thinking silently in his heart. But since Gui Ming is dead, it seems that no matter who it is, their attitude is very firm. This Beatty sect cannot be touched for the time being. Let's keep our troops in place for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Chapter 981. 3 years later, each of them has changed. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Bai Ge basically practiced and used various means to help Xin Lan cheat. Whether it was to deduce the most suitable exercises for her, to improve her cultivation qualifications through the perfect symbiont, or to improve her soul strength by summoning spirits. In short, before the Dantas Danhui approached, Bai Ge used various means to teach Xin Lan to refine medicine. Among them, the Bodhi seeds played an important role. With the Beatty sect's investment of resources, Bai Ge's careful guidance, and various cheats, Xin Lan's alchemy skills have been changing by leaps and bounds. In addition to the fact that his cultivation level has been raised from the Dowang realm to the 2-star Do zone. Xin Lan's alchemy level has also been raised from the original 5th grade to the current 7th grade peak, close to the 8th grade. And after practicing the technique deduced by Bai Ge, if Xin Lan is in a good state with extraordinary strength, she has a chance to refine an 8th grade pill. In Bai Ge's opinion, if nothing unexpected happens, Xin Lan's current level of alchemy has a chance of more than 80% to win the championship in the alchemy competition. And if he helps her again at that time, the championship should be stable. As for how to help, let's not talk about it for now. Of course, in addition to Xin Lan's progress, whether it is Bai Ge or others, after 3 years of practice, their cultivation has also undergone tremendous changes. After 3 years of practice, Bai Ge himself is the source of the cheat, so his natural improvement is almost the greatest. Although the sword body of mind has not yet broken through, Bai Ji's cultivation in the burning technique has been improved from a 6-star Dozun to a 9-star Dozun. It takes 3 years to improve to 3 stars, which is almost impossible for other Dozun. Because in the Dozun realm, almost every time you upgrade 1 star, the Dochi you need to increase is equivalent to the amount from Dozone 1 star to Dozone peak. Even young strong men with top talent and life at the peak state need at least 5 years. Of course, this 5 years depends on the fighter's own hard work, not counting elixirs or various opportunities. Class. But it's a pity that Bai Ji is an alchemist, and he is also a top 9th level alchemist. Refining medicine for yourself, if you can find enough resources, Bai Ji will naturally refine the best elixir to help you practice. 3-star promotion in 3 years is the result of Bai Ji using the 8-color glazed fire to unleash the Fallen Heart Flames ability every moment, constantly tempering his fighting spirit, and solidifying his foundation. If no matter the cost, Bai Ji can even jump to the peak of Dozun for several turns. But there is no need. We are not facing a life or death crisis yet. It is definitely more important to lay a solid foundation. Only if the foundation is deep will it be easier to build the tallest building in the future. However, although Bai Ji's cultivation has improved significantly in the past 3 years, but compared to the little medical fairy, Bai Ji is far inferior. After all, the more high-level elixirs you refine, the more you need to collect all kinds of precious medicinal materials, and Bai Ji needs to work hard to refine them. Where can I directly absorb all kinds of wild Jedi? All kinds of poisonous miasma, poisonous mist, and poisonous gas that have been accumulated for thousands of years are easy to come by. In 3 years, Bai Ji was promoted from a 6-star Dozun to a 9-star Dozun. The little medical immortal has been promoted from the 5-star Dozun to the peak level of Dozun. However, his cultivation level is his own, but in terms of real combat power, Bai Ji is completely superior to the little medical fairy. After all, alien fire is naturally capable of restraining poison, while Bai Ji can be elementalized. A large part of the reason why the little medical fairy has made such great progress is because Bai Ji spent manpower and material resources to find various poisonous places for the little medical fairy. Otherwise, Zhongzhou is so big and the little medical fairy has no connections at all, and it would be almost impossible to find various ancient wild Jedi. In 3 years, the little medical fairy was able to surpass Bai Ji in improving his cultivation level. This was because of the favorable circumstances and time. Except for the little medical fairy, everyone else is not as good as Bai Ji. Among them, although Yunyun has the lifelong fighting spirit sealed by the previous sect master of the 9th rank of the Huazong Duzun in his body, since it is a seal, it is definitely not that simple to absorb it. In 3 years, Yunyun was promoted from a 2-star Dozun to a 5-star Dozun. Although it is the same as Bai Ji's 3-star improvement, no matter what realm it is, the difficulty of cultivation will definitely become more difficult as it goes up, so in terms of progress, Yunyun is definitely not as good as Bai Ji. In addition to Yunyun, Yafei was finally promoted from Dowang to Dozong level after 3 years of training. There is no need to complain to Bai Ji every day, saying that her uncle is not as good as Nalan Yanran, who is her nephew. On the other side, Qinglin was promoted from Duzong to the 3-star Duzun level. Perhaps because he was not kidnapped by the Tianxi mansion like in the original plot, Qinglin's character is much gentler than when he was in Zhongzhou in the middle and later stages of the original plot. Although through the green snake 3-flower eyes, Qinglin can drain all the power of the snake monsters he has conquered and use it to improve his own cultivation. In this way, Qinglin only needs to subdue enough snake monsters and drain all the cultivation of the subdued snake monsters. He can be like the little medical fairy and jump directly to the 9th rank of Duzun Peak. But Qinglin doesn't want to kill the snake monsters she has conquered, because these snake monsters are equivalent to pets in her opinion. She can improve the strength of the snake monsters through the beast control technique, which is mutually beneficial. There is no need to treat the snake monsters as disposable consumables. Therefore, although Qinglin also extracts the power of the snake-like monsters, under the premise of not harming the snake-type monsters, each snake-type monster only draws a small part of the power. Therefore, in the past 3 years, the talent has only been promoted from the 3-star Duzong to the 3-star Duzun. Word talent is used very cleverly. As people with top talents, Qinglin's cultivation level improvement in 3 years is indeed much lower than that of the little medical fairy, but this is a competition between cheaters. Nalan Yanran was extremely envious of Qinglin. In 3 years, she worked much harder than Qinglin, but her cultivation was only improved from a 2-star Duzong to a 5-star Duzong. She was almost deformed with envy. Although it is said that hard work can change destiny. But sometimes, compared with some people who are born cheating, hard work really has a very limited effect. However, Bai Ji can't change anything about Nalan Yanran's envy at the moment. Although Bai Ji has used the perfect symbiote to copy Kinglan's green snake and three-flowered pupil gene. But for now, a perfect symbiosis can only optimize genes. For example, Bai Ji optimized the genes of Xiao Yu and Yafei, improving the two women's cultivation qualifications. But Qinglan's green snake three-flowered pupils gene is based on the mixed gene of human and snake man. If you want to give the green snake three-flowered pupils gene to Nalan Yanran, this is no longer the category of genetic optimization, but a complete genetic modification. Got it? Although Bai Ji can use the ability of the blue snake and three-flower pupils through the perfect symbiote. But because the power extracted from the snake monster is completely different in nature from the fighting spirit cultivated by Bai Ji's burning Ju, it is not necessary. However, Kinglan is very suitable for extracting the power of snake monsters for cultivation. Because the technique Kinglan is practicing now was obtained from the heavenly snake mansion. It is said that it was created by a very powerful owner of the green snake three-flower pupils in ancient times, and it is called the 10,000 Snakes Heavenly Technique. The method of cultivation is mainly to extract the power of snake monsters for cultivation. Chapter 982 Going to the Ye family, the demon girl Cao Ying. 3 years passed in a flash, and soon it was the day when the Dan Tower's Dan conference was about to begin. Dan Tower, located in the central region of Zhongzhou, is very far away from the northern region. So a few days before the Dan conference began, Bai Ji took Xin Lan away from the Beatty sect and went to the central region, preparing to stay in the Ye family for a few days before participating in the Dan conference a few days later. Because before coming to the Ye family, Bai Ji had already notified someone in advance. So when Bai Ji arrived at the Ye family, the Ye family's great elder Ye Zhong had already summoned the entire Ye family to greet him, and very flatteringly brought Bai Ji into the Ye family's reception hall and invited him to the seat of honor. Venerable Bai, please take a seat. Under the hospitality of the elder Ye Zhong, Bai Ji sat in the seat of honor, and Xin Lan sat next to Bai Ji. Venerable elder, your Ye family has been very idle recently. You even made such a big scene to welcome me. Don't call all the people in your Ye family here. After sitting in the seat of honor, the maid beside served tea. After Bai Ji took a sip of tea, he looked at the elder and said lightly. Venerable Bai is joking. For such a distinguished guest as Venerable Bai, our Ye family should naturally use the most grand ceremony to entertain him. Moreover, Venerable Bai came here to help our Ye family, so we should be more solemn. Venerable Elder Ye Zhong laughed and said. At the beginning, when he knew that Bai Ji was a Dozun strongman, in order to temporarily relieve the crisis of the Ye family, Ye Zhong chose to agree to Bai Ji's request and let Bai Ji take away the head of the family headed by Xin Lan's father. But at that time, although Ye Zhong tried to please Bai Ji, he didn't really take Bai Ji too seriously. After all, he had experienced the real glory of the Ye family. Although it was not the peak of the Ye family at that time, the Ye family, which had many 7th grade peak alchemists, had contacts with many Dozun masters. Dozun, in Ye Zhong's view, was just that. After climbing up to the Beatty sect where Bai Ji was, although the Cao family did restrain themselves a lot, they also kept making various small moves in secret. In Zhongzhou, although Dozun masters were extremely powerful and had a high status, generally no one dared not to give them face, but the Cao family, as an alchemist family, was far more powerful than the Ye family. The Ye family now did not even have a 7th grade alchemist in the clan, while the Cao family not only had several 7th grade alchemists, but also had an old and immortal 8th grade alchemist. Although this 8th grade alchemist is already old and can no longer often refine 8th grade pills, he is still the banner of the Cao family, and many Dozun masters have contacts with the Cao family. For Bai Ji, the Cao family must give face on the surface, but a Dozun master is not enough to scare the Cao family into not daring to move. So secretly, the Cao family still has not given up the idea of annexing the Ye family. But this was at the beginning. Later, with the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect. When it was reported that Bai Ji and the medicine master of Xingyun Pavilion were close friends, and then he was the master of the current leader of the Hua sect, the Cao family restrained themselves a lot. Then, when the Beatty sect, Hua sect, and Xingyun Pavilion formed an alliance, and then the news that Bai Ji was a 9th grade alchemist came out, and then Fenian Valley also joined the alliance, the CAO family immediately stopped all actions against the Ye family. Because now Bai Ge is far from being someone the CAO family can afford to offend. At this time, Ye Chong also understood that he might have misjudged Bai Ge and Bai Dizong. Bai Dizong is not a force at the level of Sifang Pavilion, but at least a second sect, and may even catch up with Danta and Seoul Palace to become the third-party top force in Zhongzhou. Since he discovered the potential of Bai Ge and Bai Dizong, Ye Chong naturally wanted to please Bai Ge. Help your Ye family? Hearing the words of Ye Zhong, the elder of the Ye family, Bai Ge's mouth corners could not help but slightly raised, pulling out a strange arc. Yes, I am indeed here to help your Ye family, but it is not certain whether it is your Ye family here. Okay, elder, I asked your Ye family to collect information about the stronger contestants in this alchemy meeting in advance. Have you collected it? After taking a sip of tea, Bai Ge looked at Ye Zhong and asked lightly. Although in the past 3 years, Bai Ge has raised Xin Lan's medicine refining level to the peak of the 7th grade by giving her various cheats. Logically speaking, in the alchemy meeting, excluding some hidden old monsters, it should be one of the best. But as the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Although Xin Lan is already strong enough, it is not bad to know the opponent's information in advance. And more importantly, Bai Ge changed so many plots. Although based on Bai Ge's understanding of the original plot, with Xin Lan's current level of alchemy, with his help, it is not a problem to win the championship. But Bai Ge is afraid because he changed too many plots, which led to changes in the current plot and made his prediction wrong. So it is definitely better to get information about each powerful opponent in advance before the alchemy meeting begins. How dare our Ye family not take the matter of Venerable Bai seriously? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ye Zhong immediately laughed and flattered him, then took out a stack of information from the ring and handed it to Bai Ge. This is the information of some young alchemists who have recently become famous in the Dan domain that our Ye family has collected with all kinds of manpower and material resources. Among them, the most powerful one belongs to the demon girl of the Cao family. Venerable Bai may not know about this demon girl, but Xin Lan should know something about her. Her name is Cao Ying, and she is the most outstanding alchemy genius of the Cao family. She is born with extremely powerful soul power. When she was born, her mother was almost shocked to death. And because of her powerful soul power, she has been much smarter than her peers since she was a child. She began to practice and learn alchemy knowledge at the age of 4. When she became a fighter at the age of 7, she directly became a first-grade alchemist. Then, at the age of 15, she was valued by the Dan Tower and became a core disciple of the Dan Tower. During the 5 years of closed-door practice in the Dan Tower, more than 2 years ago, after she came out of the closed-door practice, she became a 7th-grade alchemist at the age of 20. At this point, Ye Chong couldn't help but reveal a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Because until now, he was only a 7th-grade junior alchemist. And the other party reached the 7th grade at the age of only 20. It was really annoying to compare people. And now, 2 years have passed. With the qualifications of this demon girl, she has definitely reached the peak of the 7th grade, and even she may even have reached the realm of an 8th grade alchemist. It is said that this demon girl has great ambitions. She wants to become a future giant of Danta, and the giants of Danta must win the championship of Danta. So she came out of retreat this time, definitely for this Danta meeting. Although Venerable Bai, you have taught our Xin Lan for 3 years, and now Xin Lan should be able to pass the assessment of Danta, but it is unlikely to defeat this demon girl. I hope Venerable Bai can be mentally prepared. As he spoke, Ye Chong couldn't help but sighed with melancholy. Looking up at Bai Ge, Ye Zhong quickly explained, that Venerable Bai, don't misunderstand. I don't think Venerable Bai is not good enough, nor do I think Xin Lan's talent is not good enough. If Venerable Bai could take Xin Lan away and teach her when she was 15 years old like Danta did to the demon girl Cao Ying, Xin Lan would definitely be stronger than this demon girl now. But Venerable Bai, you have only taught Xin Lan for 3 years after all. In 3 years, Xin Lan can now reach the level of a 7th grade peak alchemist from a 5th grade alchemist, which is already very demonic. This is enough to prove your teaching level, Venerable Bai, enough to make the giants of Danta feel ashamed. The elder Ye Zhong hurriedly explained, and at the same time, he did not forget to flatter Bai Ge. However, he misunderstood Bai Ge's meaning. The reason why Bai Ge frowned was that he felt that the elder of the Ye family in front of him was indeed a native, and did not understand how powerful he was as a time traveler. Since he accepted Xin Lan as his disciple, passing the assessment is just a byproduct. The goal should be to win the championship. Who cares if she is a demon girl? Can a demon girl compare to a goddess? Now Xin Lan is the goddess under Bai Ji's seat, and all demon girls can stand aside. All demon girls who are not Bai Ji's side are little sisters. Passing the assessment is nothing. I taught Xin Lan. With Xin Lan's talent, although it is only 3 years, these 3 years are no less than 30 years in my hands. Passing the assessment is just a byproduct. My goal for Xin Lan is to win the championship of this Danta Danhui. Sitting on the upper seat, Bai Ji said lightly while flipping through the information in his hand. Although the tone was very plain, the strong confidence and the taste of forcing the king in Bai Ji's tone made the elder of the Ye family tremble. Champion? Does Xin Lan still have a chance to win the championship? On the side, Xin Lan, who was wearing a dark blue dress and had an elegant and beautiful face, couldn't help but blush when she heard Bai Ji's words. She put her hands together and kept stroking the back of her white hands with her green jade fingers. Although she was studying alchemy hard, she knew that her hard work was not worth it. In Bai Ji's words, others were practicing normally, but she was cheating. This was true in terms of qualifications and practice environment. She felt a little embarrassed to say that it was her talent. However, when Xin Lan's pretty face was slightly blushing, Bai Ji suddenly turned to a page of information and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 983 Great Kind Man Bai Ji, Tower Test. Hey! Following Bai Ji's exclamation, Xin Lan, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but look over and asked curiously. Master, what's wrong? Nothing, well, I actually saw an acquaintance. Bai Ji smiled softly and touched his chin. On the page of information in his hand, the name of the alchemist was written as Xiao Yan, and the faction he belonged to was Danta. As for the alchemist level, it reached the peak of the 6th level. This was more than 2 years ago when Xiao Yan joined Danta. Now 2 years have passed, and Xiao Yan may have broken through to the 7th level. Although compared with the achievements achieved by Xiao Yan in the original plot, Xiao Yan is definitely far inferior now. However, the reason why Xiao Yan in the original plot is so powerful is mainly because of the help of the old grandfather Yao Chen, plus the luck of the protagonist. But because of the appearance of Bai Ji, all of Xiao Yan's opportunities and luck, whether it is the old grandfather Yao Chen, Xiao Suner or other confidants, have been almost snatched away by Bai Ji. Now Xiao Yan can actually reach this level, which is quite impressive. When Xiao Yan just left Canaan College, as far as Bai Ji knew, he was only a 5th grade alchemist. But after arriving in Zhongzhou, he was able to reach the peak of the 6th grade in a short period of time. This must be due to some chance. Sure enough, Xiao Yanzi is still Xiao Yanzi. Although I have almost grabbed all the opportunities, I can still encounter opportunities. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at Xiao Yan's information, Bai Ji couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he made a splash in a test of alchemists in Danta and was accepted as a core disciple by Danta. Xinlan, this can be regarded as your senior in Canaan College. During the alchemy meeting, remember to greet him well and let him know that you, the junior sister, have been chasing him. Bai Ji handed the information about Xiao Yan in his hand to Xin Lan, smiling. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although he always called Bai Ji master, in fact, when they were together in private, the two were not very restrained, but very close and casual. Bai Ji would not put on the airs of a master. Therefore, Xin Lan also had some understanding of the various strange words that Bai Ji liked to say. Although Bai Ji spoke normally just now, his tone was a little strange, or in Bai Ji's words, it was yin and yang. In the words, several words were emphasized, and it was obvious that the real meaning was not what it seemed. So Xin Lan understood what Bai Ji meant with just a thought. Master Bai Ji's greeting was a greeting on the surface, but in fact it was for her to beat up this senior. After reading the information handed over by Bai Ji, Xin Lan immediately recognized the person in the information. Xiao Yan? Isn't this a well-known alchemist senior in Canaan College? Surname Xiao? Master used to be called Xiao Bai. Could he have any relationship with this senior Xiao Yan? Did they have any conflicts before? Thinking of the rumors that Master Bai Ji and a senior named Xiao Suner were close friends, a perfect match. Then thinking of Xiao Yan, both of them were surnamed Xiao. In an instant, Xian Lan seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the information in her hand again, Xian Lan could only apologize in her heart. Senior Xiao Yan, it's not that the junior sister wants to target you, but you dare to think about the junior sister's master's wife, so the junior sister can only vent on the master's behalf. Master, I know. Looking at Xiao Yan's information, Xian Lan said while handing the information back. No need, I have read all these information, you can take it and take a good look, after all, you are going to participate in the competition of the Alchemy Association. Bai Ji pushed the information back and handed the information in his hand to Xian Lan, saying. Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yanzi. I'm not targeting you. I don't want to take advantage of your luck or get some energy from you. It's mainly because people can't have everything go smoothly sometimes. It's easy to become arrogant. And you don't have the background in the original plot, which is not good. I'm doing this for your own good. After handing the information to Xian Lan, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel very emotional. He felt that he was very kind. Please call him Bai Ji, the great good man, from now on. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was the day when the Alchemy Conference began. The Alchemy Conference, as a grand event held by Danta every few decades, attracted the attention of the entire Zhongzhou, and also attracted the attention of all the outstanding alchemists in the entire Zhongzhou. Unlike the Four-Square Pavilion Conference, the Alchemy Conference has very relaxed age requirements for contestants. As long as they are not old monsters who have been famous for a long time, they can participate, so there are many people who are qualified to participate in the conference. Because there are so many participants, the Alchemy Conference is not held directly at the headquarters of Danta, as there is simply not enough space to accommodate so many alchemists. Therefore, the Alchemy Conference will first hold tests in branch towers in various places for auditions. Then it will go to the headquarters of Danta to officially start the competition. And Yuchen, where the Ye family is located, is in the Danyu, so naturally they go to Shendon City, which is also the city where the headquarters of Danta is located. The day before the sub-tower test began, Bai Ji had brought Xian Lan to Shendon City. The Ye family's elder Ye Chong also accompanied them. As the elder seat family of Danta, the Ye family has declined now and is about to fall out of the elder seat. But as long as they are still in this position, they can still enjoy privileges in many places. This requires the elder Ye Chong, who now holds the power of the Ye family, to come forward. They arrived in Shendon City a day in advance. Because the test of the branch tower has not started yet, Bai Ji and Xian Lan first stayed in Shendon City, in a courtyard purchased by the Ye family, for one night. Then, when the test of the branch tower began the next day, Bai Ji and Xian Lan set off for the Danta branch tower outside Shendon City, and Ye Chong still followed them. Is this the branch tower of Danta? Starting from the courtyard where they rested, after arriving outside Shendon City, Bai Ji couldn't help but marvel at the huge stone tower in the distance. Such a large stone tower looks seamless. I don't know whether it was built by an ordinary person or a powerful fighter directly built it with a huge stone and then moved it here. However, Bai Ji personally prefers the latter. After all, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to build such a stone tower. Walked into the stone tower. Although the stone tower looks very heavy from the outside, it seems that it can't accommodate many people. But when I walked into it, I suddenly found that the wall of the stone tower is not thick. The space inside has been expanded to the extreme. It is not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, and it will not feel crowded at all. Under the leadership of Ye Zhong, the group came to the assessment office on the first floor. This is the place for the audition. Only alchemists above the 5th grade can pass. However, here, a long queue has already formed. Although there are less than 100 people, because every alchemist who participates in the test needs to test the grade of alchemy, it takes at least half an hour. With so many people, it is estimated that we have to wait until tomorrow. Venerable Bai, let's go to another place for the test. Seeing that there was such a long queue at the first level test site, Ye Zhong thought to himself that it was as expected. But all of this was actually within Ye Zhong's expectations. Because every year, many alchemists camped around the branch towers of Danta in order to test in advance. As soon as the branch tower opened, they swarmed in. They came from Shendon City, so they were definitely not as early as these people. But this was just right. Ye Zhong had originally planned to take Bai Ji and Xian Lan to the special test site on the 2nd floor for the test. In the past, Ye Zhong never wanted to go there, because there were people from the Bai family and the Chu family, two of the 5 major families, here, and they had always been at odds with their Ye family. As soon as they met, they couldn't help but ridicule and mock. But now, Xin Lan worshipped the 9th grade alchemist Bai Zun as her teacher. It is said that the alchemist level has reached the peak of the 7th grade. And the Bai family and the Chu family should be at most the 7th grade intermediate level. This time, it's their Ye family's turn to be in the spotlight. Thinking of this, the heart of the great elder Ye Zhong was very hot. Chapter 984 Bai Ge's Attraction, a conversation on a different channel. All the way to the 2nd floor of the stone tower. There is a special test point here. Only those led by alchemists who have reached the 7th rank or above can come here for testing. Then the Xi family of the elders of Danta, such as the Ye family, can also come here for testing. Walking out of the slightly dim corridor, a very spacious and bright hall appeared in front of Bai Ge. In this spacious and bright hall, the top lighting is surprisingly using the magic lamp created by Bai Ge. It seems that the Beatty sect's dumping of magic devices for daily necessities in Zhongzhou has already achieved initial results, and even old forces like Danta have accepted it. But this is also normal. Who would refuse a more convenient and faster life? When Bai Ge and Xin Lan walked towards the hall under the leadership of Ye Zhong, the great elder of the Ye family. In the hall, 2 men and 1 woman were talking. The woman had a delicate face and wore a long white dress. She was tall and graceful, with a slender figure, quite seductive. At this moment, she was hugging a pair of white jade arms in front of her chest, revealing her snow-white wrists. Listening to the 2 men beside her with these flattering words. Although the woman's delicate face was very calm, there was a hint of arrogance between her eyebrows. It was obvious that she was very accustomed to the current situation, and even a little disdainful. However, the 2 men in black gorgeous clothes were obviously not aware of this problem. Their handsome faces were still full of flattery during the conversation, and their eyes were very hot. Looking at the woman in white in front of them. During the conversation, they looked at each other from time to time, and their eyes were full of hostility. When Bai Ge and Xin Lan walked into the hall, the 3 people in the hall heard the movement and couldn't help looking over. Because this time, Xin Lan came to participate in the Danta Danhui on behalf of the Ye family, so naturally, her chest was full of hostility. Wearing the Ye family emblem. The elder of the Ye family beside him was the same, wearing the Ye family emblem on his chest. When the 3 people in the hall looked over, they noticed the Ye family emblem, and a trace of disdain and ridicule flashed in their eyes. The Ye family was one of the 5 elder families of Danta, but now it has declined to the point of failing the assessment twice in a row. If it fails again this year, the Ye family will fall out of the Danta elder seat and withdraw from the 5 major families. As one of the 5 major families, these 3 people are proud of their own family being among the 5 major families. For the current Ye family, a family that is holding back the 5 major families, they naturally feel very disdainful. It's like a cat got into a group of tigers. Although they are both cats, how can tigers and cats be compared? However, when looking at Xin Lan and Ye Chong, the woman in white suddenly noticed Bai Ge. It must be said that after the experience of 2 worlds, mastering the supreme power, and experiencing the free and easy life of playing games, Bai Ge has an indescribable temperament. And the soul of the soul level is particularly attractive. Evolution is the instinct of living things, and the 6th level mentioned by the system is the transformation of the essence of life, from mortals to gods and demons. Although Bai Ge has only transformed by 1/3, only the soul has completed the sublimation in the Douluo plane, and in terms of strength and body, Bai Ge has not yet completed the transformation, but the attraction generated by this is already strong enough. For men, because the same sex repels, this kind of attraction will mostly cause fear and repulsion, but will not produce attraction. But for girls, this kind of attraction, combined with Bai Ge's unparalleled appearance and unique temperament, will be like chemical rice, producing a fatal attraction. Especially for some women who already admire the strong and have no one they like. Who is this person? It seems that there is no family emblem of the Ye family on his body, so he should not be a member of the Ye family, but why did he come with these Ye family members? Is he related to the Ye family? Although I hate the Ye family, but he is so handsome, and his temperament is so special, am I attracted to him? Looking at Bai Ge, the woman in white felt her heart thumping, and she couldn't help but lower her head. On her delicate face, 2 blushes rose unconsciously on both sides of her cheeks. For a moment, the woman in white felt so confused. She felt that she was not a person who only looked at the face, but she cared more about strength and didn't care so much about appearance. But why did her heart beat so fast when she saw the man in front of her? Could it be that the reason why she didn't like those handsome peers around him before was just because they were not handsome enough? Suddenly, the woman in white was shocked. Was she a hidden beauty party? When the woman in white stared at Bai Ge intently, this was naturally seen by the two men behind her. This made the two men grit their teeth. Where did this pretty boy come from? He just came and seduced our goddess. Although I don't know Bai Ge, since he came with the Ye family, he must be from the Ye family. Maybe he is the foreign aide invited by the Ye family for this alchemy meeting. But what about foreign aide? He looks about the same age as us, but in terms of alchemy, is there anyone who can compare with their Dainyu? No. The goddess must see the true face of this pretty boy. Although they are rivals in love, they have a tacit understanding in this matter. After making a decision in their hearts, the two looked at each other, and in a moment, they instantly understood the plan in each other's eyes. Hey? Isn't this the senior of the Ye family? Did the senior bring the Ye family to do the test? A young man from the Bai family smiled, stepped forward, and bowed enthusiastically to Ye Zhong. What's going on? Is this person from the Bai family greeting me? Hearing the words of the young man in front of him, Ye Zhong was a little stunned for a while. Because in the past, when the Bai family and the Chu family met their Ye family, they always had to ridicule them, but now they actually greeted them. But after a moment, thinking of Bai Ge beside him, Ye Zhong instantly guessed the reason in his heart. It should be because our Ye family joined the Beatty sect, and seeing the current development trend of the Beatty sect, the Bai family wanted to reconcile with our Ye family, so the Bai family's senior management and the young people in front of them had explained in advance, and now this young man came to show me goodwill. After finding the reason, Ye Zhong's heart was instantly calm, and even a little proud. Although their Ye family had declined for a period of time before, with the efforts of Ye Zhong, they can still return to the peak now. The Bai family is just a villain who changes with the wind. Test? Haha, I just came to regain the glory of our Ye family in the past. Regarding the goodwill in front of him, Ye Zhong stroked his long beard lightly, very indifferent glory. Hearing Ye Zhong's words, both the young man in front and the young man behind couldn't help laughing for a while. And the young man behind covered his mouth and almost laughed. The Ye family has been in decline for many years, and it has returned to glory. It's good enough not to embarrass them. Senior, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I just want to ask you what the alchemist level of the person you brought today to represent the Ye family to participate in the assessment is. I am only an early 6th grade alchemist, and I am at the bottom of the family today. I want to see if there is anyone who can bring me a little comfort. The young man said somewhat helplessly. Hearing the young man's words, Ye Zhong's face suddenly stiffened, and then turned red to the color of pig liver at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a while, he wanted to die in his heart. The Bai family member who came in front of him was not here to reconcile on behalf of the Bai family, but to humiliate them. He misunderstood, and this time he was embarrassed. On the side, after listening to the conversation between the elder Ye Zhong and the young alchemist of the Bai family in front of him, Bai Ge was somewhat amused and confused for a while. The words these two people said were completely on different channels from beginning to end. Although they were together, Bai Ge had no good impression of Ye Zhong in his heart. So when he saw Ye Zhong embarrassed, Bai Ge didn't feel anything at all. Don't look at this old guy serving him now, but it's just for his own purpose, plus he wants to hug his thigh. Bai Ge naturally just treats him as a tool. However, standing aside and watching the show, Bai Ge also had a feeling about the development of the next thing. This Ye Zhong is a complete old fox, and now he is embarrassed because he misunderstood the meaning by mistake. But Xin Lan's hard power is here after all, this is definitely a casual slap in the face. But before Ye Zhong started to slap in the face, a furious rebuke suddenly came from the back of the hall. Bai Sheng, shut up. Chapter 985 This is Venerable Bai, the 7th grade alchemist assessment. Bai Sheng, shut up. A shout of anger came from the back of the hall. An old woman in a grey robe came over angrily and slapped the young man named Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng's head tilted to one side, and a red slap mark appeared on his face. This slap stunned Bai Sheng. And behind him, when he saw what was happening in front of him, the white-clothed girl and another young man from the Bai family opened their mouths at the same time, and they were stunned. What's wrong with Elder Kui? Hasn't our Bai family always been at odds with the Ye family? Bai Sheng mocked the Ye family and embarrassed the elders of the Ye family. Shouldn't Elder Kui be happy? Why did he hit Bai Sheng? And just when the two were puzzled. After teaching Bai Sheng a lesson, the old woman in grey robe turned around, showing a deep respect on her old face, and bowed to Bai Ji. I am Bai Kui, and I meet the Venerable Bai. Venerable Bai. Hearing Bai Kui's words, the white-clothed girl and the young man behind Bai Sheng were all shocked, and felt a little dizzy for a while. Could it be that this young man who looks so young is already a Douzun strongman? Do you know me? Hearing the words of the Bai family elder named Bai Kui, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile, and then asked with interest. Of course I know him. Venerable Bai is already famous in Zhongzhou. Who doesn't know him? Bai Kui said very respectfully. It's just that I brought these children with me. I have been in seclusion for several years for the alchemy conference. When I came out, I didn't know the reputation of Venerable Bai. I accidentally offended Venerable Bai. Please forgive me. He didn't offend me, you may have seen it wrong. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile at the old woman's words. This young man from the Bai family offended Ye Zhong, not him. Although he came on behalf of the Ye family, he represented the Ye family of Beatty City, not the Ye family of Yechen, so he was naturally not in the same group with Ye Zhong. Bai Ji was hoping that Ye Zhong would be humiliated. Who made this old guy want to force his disciple Xin Lan to marry off? If Xin Lan hadn't still cared about the relationship between the same clan, he would have burned this old guy to ashes and thrown him away. Yes. Yes. I didn't offend this venerable lord, I was just talking to this old senior. On the side, hearing Bai Ji's words, in order to avoid being beaten again, Bai Sheng hurriedly said while pointing at Ye Chong. Hearing Bai Sheng's words, Bai Kui's old face was slightly stunned. She had just come down from the third floor and saw one of her own disciples standing in front of the three people and talking. After recognizing Ye Chong and seeing Bai Ji, she immediately felt something was wrong and immediately ran over to teach Bai Sheng a lesson, giving Bai Ji I apologized, but I didn't really pay attention to what happened. However, when she heard Bai Ji's words, she felt a vague weirdness. It seems that the Bai Zun in front of her is not on the side of Ye Zhong. At this time, she suddenly thought of some rumors about the Ye family that she had heard, and her heart was moved, and a smile bloomed on her old face again. Bai Zun is joking. Even if this little bastard did not offend Bai Zun, but he did not show any respect in front of Bai Zun, he should be taught a lesson. Bai Zun is a 9th grade alchemy saint, the world's top alchemist. Our Bai family has admired him for a long time. At the founding ceremony of the Beatty sect, our Bai family did not attend, and we have always been deeply regretful. I heard that Bai Zun is going to form an alliance with Xingyun Pavilion, Huasong, and Fenian Valley. If a celebration ceremony is needed, please notify our Bai family. We will prepare generous gifts and come to congratulate. Bai Kui said respectfully. In the back, when they heard that Bai Ji was not only a Douzun strongman, but also a 9th grade alchemist. Whether it was the girl in white, Bai Sheng, or another young man, they were all shocked. On the side, listening to the exchange between Bai Ji and Bai Kui, Ye Zhong felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Although he also knew that Bai Ji actually hated him in his heart. But as long as Xin Lan was by Bai Ji's side, Ye Zhong would not worry about the interests of the Ye family, but now the Bai family actually wanted to cling to Bai Ji's thigh. No. This is absolutely not allowed. Suddenly, Ye Zhong saw an old man in a purple robe and white hair who had just come down from the third floor and entered the hall. He couldn't help but brighten his eyes and hurried over to greet him. Elder Han Li, you finally came down. Can we start the test now? Of course, but Ye Chong, congratulations, I heard that someone in your Ye family became a disciple of Bai Zunzun Bai of Beatty sect. Bai Zunzun is a 9th grade alchemist. Your Ye family should be able to pass the test this time. Looking at Ye Chong, the white-haired old man named Han Li said. Haha. Look. Look. Hearing his old friend's words, Ye Chong couldn't help but laugh complacently, and said very modestly. Hey? Is Bai Zunzun here too? Suddenly, Han Li noticed Bai Ji in the distance. For those who knew Bai Ji was still easy to recognize. Greetings to Bai Zunzun, I am Han Li, the deacon of the Dantashendan City Branch Tower, and I meet Bai Zunzun. Seeing Bai Ji, Han Li immediately went over and saluted respectfully. Can the test start now? Found that the Danta elder in charge of the test had come over, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly and asked. You can start at any time. Han Li replied respectfully. Haha, let's start according to the first come first served. Bai Ji smiled and said. Xin Lan, you go over. After saying that, Bai Ji looked at Xin Lan beside him. And Xin Lan walked over very obediently and stood in the middle of the hall with the 3 children of the Bai family. Opposite the few people, there are 4 doors leading to 4 alchemy rooms for testing the grade of alchemy. According to the grade of alchemy to be tested, from high to low, the 4 characters Tiandi Xianhuang are engraved on the doors from right to left. You each report the grade of alchemy you want to test, and I will arrange the alchemy room for you to test. Looking at the 4 men and women in front of him, Han Li stroked his long beard and said. Senior, I want to test the 6th grade intermediate. As Han Li said this, Bai Sheng took the lead and took a step forward, clasped his fists to Han Li, and said. I also want to take the 6th grade intermediate test. Another young man from the Bai family also clasped his fists and said. I want to take the 6th grade advanced test. As the 2 young men reported the level of alchemy they were going to take, the girl in white took a step forward, raised her white neck slightly, and said with a hint of pride on her delicate face like a proud white swan. After saying that, the girl turned her head and looked at Bai Ji, as if she wanted to see a hint of surprise on Bai Ji's face, but unfortunately, although Bai Ji still had a faint smile on his face, he didn't show any surprise, which made the girl in white a little discouraged. Miss Yat, what about you? What level of alchemist are you going to take? After the girl in white finished speaking, Han Li couldn't help but look at Xin Lan with some curiosity and asked. I'm taking the 7th grade alchemist. Hearing Han Li's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but smile slightly on her soft face and said. Chapter 986, There is no need to be ashamed of cheating with your own ability. What, a 7th grade alchemist? Hearing Xin Lan's words, Han Li's face suddenly changed and he exclaimed. As for Xin Lan, because he was familiar with Ye Chong, he knew a little bit about her. He knew that Xin Lan was only a 5th grade alchemist more than 3 years ago, and her qualifications in alchemy were limited. But how could she suddenly become a master in just over 3 years? The sun jumped to the 7th grade alchemist? Although Xin Lan worshipped a strong man who might be a 9th grade alchemist as his master, in the art of alchemy, the master can only guide the way, and the disciple's understanding and talent are more important. In Han Li's estimation, in 3 years, Xin Lan should be able to improve her alchemy skills to the peak of the 6th grade at most. And at the peak of the 6th grade, with Bai Ji, a 9th grade alchemist, as the master, the other 4 major families will have to give some face, and the Ye family can almost pass the assessment. 7th grade alchemist, I don't know what level it is. Could it be that this time, the little girl in front of him can pass the assessment with her own strength? Han Li couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. Could it be that the talent of this little girl was not fully developed before, and after being favored by this Bai Zun completely developed her talent, so she was able to complete such a terrifying improvement? A somewhat bizarre idea came up in his mind, and Han Li couldn't help but believe it. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why Bai Ji, a 9th grade alchemist, would value a girl with ordinary qualifications. Value her beauty? Impossible. Sheshi is actually a 7th grade alchemist. Hearing Xin Lan's words, the white-clothed girl and the 2 young men of the Bai family were all shocked. Because such an alchemist's grade is comparable to the most outstanding alchemist genius in their family, Bai Ying. Feeling the shocked eyes from all around, especially the eyes of the white-clothed girl not far away, Xin Lan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction. As a woman, Xin Lan's senses are very sharp. Naturally, she can detect that the white-clothed girl next to her often looks at her master Bai Ji, and just now she tried to attract the attention of her master Bai Ji. But with her Xin Lan here, it is impossible to steal her master. In the past, because her alchemy grade was not obtained by her own hard work, Xin Lan was a little embarrassed to say her alchemy grade in public. But after Bai Ji's unremitting training, Xin Lan now understands the truth. That is, she relied on her own ability to cheat, which is of course part of her strength, and there is no need to be ashamed. 7th grade alchemist? I remember that this little girl from the Ye family should have been only a 5th grade alchemist 3 years ago, and has been stuck at the 5th grade alchemist level for several years. I didn't expect that she is now a 7th grade alchemist. On the side, Bai Kui couldn't help but take a breath of cold air after hearing Xin Lan's words. Venerable Bai is worthy of being a 9th grade alchemist saint. His attainments in alchemy and training disciples are really the best I have ever seen in my life. In just 3 years, he has made a 5th grade alchemist become a 7th grade alchemist. It's incredible. It's incredible. Bai Kui shook his head in shock, and couldn't help but be unbelievable in his heart. Hearing Bai Kui's words beside him, Bai Ji's face with a faint smile could not help but pass a trace of weirdness. Training? If it were someone else, no matter how good their training ability was, it would be impossible to raise Xin Lan's medicine refining level to the 7th grade in 3 years. This is not training, but cheating. If Xin Lan is not given cheating, it would be strange for Xin Lan to reach the peak of the 7th grade in 3 years with her medicine refining qualifications. However, as a master, he gives cheats to his disciples, which is also considered part of his disciples' strength. After all, who can find a master like him who can cheat for himself? Bai Ji did not feel ashamed at all for cheating his disciples with his ability, and he also told Xin Lan not to feel ashamed. We cheat with our own ability, what is there to be ashamed of? There was a famous saying on the earth in his previous life. This famous saying came from a senior named Liu Sheng, also known as Liu Sheng Beast, and the senior's catchphrase was, Liu Sheng Beast, did not cheat, Shen Lan, cheat, add some points. Bai Ji felt that it was necessary to learn from this senior. After being shocked by Xin Lan, Han Li assigned the 4 people to the alchemy room for the assessment. Among them, the 2 young men of the Bai family were assigned to the Xian level alchemy room, while the girl in white was assigned to the earth level alchemist. As for Xin Lan, she was naturally assigned to the heaven level alchemy room. After the assignment, the 4 entered their own alchemy rooms for assessment. Because only Han Li, a 7th level junior alchemist, could be responsible for the assessment above the 7th grade, so Han Li personally supervised Xin Lan. After the 4 entered the alchemy room and began the assessment. While waiting, Bai Kui, an elder of the Bai family beside him, couldn't help but ask. Venerable Bai, what level of the 7th grade is your disciple? I am very curious. Can you tell me something? What level? You will know when you see it. Bai Ji glanced at Bai Kui and smiled faintly. Haha, why are you asking so many questions? Xin Lan's alchemy level is definitely better than the younger generation of your Bai family. On the side, Ye Chong couldn't help but curl his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. This Miss Xinlan's medicine refining level is indeed higher than the current young generation of our Ye family, but no matter how high the level of this little girl Xinlan's medicine refining skills is, it is the credit of Venerable Bai and the credit of the Beatty sect. What does it have to do with you, Ye Zhong, and your Ye family? In the past, in your Ye family, as far as I know, Miss Xinlan has always been at the level of a 5th grade alchemist and has not been able to break through, but once she was accepted as a disciple by Venerable Bai, she became a 7th grade alchemist in just 3 years. It seems that your Ye family has fallen to the point that even the disciples of the teaching clan can't make medicine. In response to Ye Zhong's sarcasm, Bai Kui also showed a few sneers at the corners of his mouth, and retorted unyieldingly. You. Hearing Bai Kui's words, Ye Zhong was so angry that his body trembled and his face turned purple, but he was unable to refute. Because Xinlan's current achievements are indeed the credit of Bai Ji, and it is Bai Ji's teaching that has made contributions, and it has basically nothing to do with their Ye family. Listening to the quarrel between Bai Kui and Ye Chong beside him, Bai Ji was quite amused. It felt like watching a play, and it was a dog-eat-dog kind of play. Let's not talk about Ye Chong, he is good at internal fighting but not good at external fighting. This Bai Kui, judging from the original novel, is not a good person either, but he is still respectful to him. Bai Ji doesn't care, anyway, he didn't provoke him. In this way, the old guy Ye Chong is even more disgusting. Well, I can give the Bai family a little sweetness when I have a chance in the future. Although the Ye family in Yuchen cannot be destroyed, it is still possible to rectify it properly, and the Bai family can do this. You disgusted me, and you still want to return to the top? See how I take you to the top of the mountain and then kick you down, so stay at the bottom. Chapter 987 means to turn decay into magic? Beatty sect has become a popular choice. After a quarrel, Ye Chong and Bai Kui looked at each other with hatred, then snorted at the same time and stopped talking. After more than half an hour. Finally, someone completed the alchemist assessment. The first 2 young men from the Bai family came out, but their expressions were very different. The young man named Bai Sheng looked very proud and arrogant, like a victorious rooster. The other one was very dejected and depressed, and the words "want to die" were almost written on his face. Just after the two came out, an old man in a grey robe also walked out of the Xian level alchemy room. After looking at the hall, the grey-robed alchemist slowly said, 6th grade low-level assessment, 1 person passed, 1 person failed. After speaking, the grey-robed old man returned to the alchemy room, but continued to sit in the Xian level alchemy room. Because this Xian level alchemy room is not only facing the special assessment points on the 2nd floor, but also facing the ordinary assessment points on the lower floor. It's just that in the 1st floor, most alchemists are not capable of taking the assessment of the 6th grade alchemist. Your Bai family's level of teaching the younger generation to make medicine is not very good. The performance is so unstable. Be careful that the Chu family will overtake your Bai family this time. Seeing that one of the 2 young men of the Bai family actually failed, Ye Zhong couldn't help but sneer. Hearing Ye Zhong's words, after glaring at the young man of the Bai family who failed the assessment of the 6th grade low-level alchemist, Bai Kui retorted sarcastically. You, Elder Ye Zhong, don't bother with that. On the contrary, if it weren't for the help of Venerable Bai, your Ye family would have fallen out of the elder seat of Danta this year. With the level of your Ye family teaching the younger generation to refine medicine, are you qualified to mock our Bai family? It's not that our teaching level is not good, it's just that our Ye family has been unlucky in the past few decades. Now that bad times have turned, if you have the ability, your Bai family can also send a disciple to worship Venerable Bai. In response to Bai Kui's sarcasm, Ye Zhong also lost his old face and said shamelessly. As the saying goes, a tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame will be invincible in the world. Bai Kui couldn't refute Ye Zhong's shameless words for a while. Because luck is a thing, how can you refute it? But when it comes to sending a disciple from the clan to worship Venerable Bai in front of him, Bai Kui knows that his own seniors really have this idea. As one of the 5 major families, everyone knows how talented Ye Xinlan, the most outstanding young generation of the Ye family, is in alchemy. But this Bai Zun in front of him has such a talent for alchemy, and he has trained her to what she is now in just 3 years. Bai Yufei, the most outstanding young generation of their Bai family, is much better than Ye Xinlan. Whether in terms of alchemy skills or appearance, she is not inferior to Ye Xinlan at all. Since Ye Xinlan of the Ye family can become a disciple of Bai Zun, why can't Bai Yufei of their Bai family? Compared with Ye Xinlan, their Bai family has the same surname as this Bai Zun. However, this idea cannot be said openly now. What if the people of the Ye family know about it and let Ye Xinlan say bad things about their Bai family? It will ruin their plan. This kind of thing must be done quietly, don't shoot. Not long after the 2 young men of the Bai family came out, the white-clothed girl of the Bai family also walked out of the earth-level alchemy room. When she walked out, she raised her head high, and her delicate face was full of pride, like a proud white swan. Everyone knows that this girl probably successfully passed the assessment of the 6th grade senior alchemist. And as if to confirm this speculation, just as the white-clothed girl came out, an old alchemist in a white robe walked out of the earth-level alchemy room. Looking at the people in the hall, the white-robed alchemist said directly, 6th grade senior alchemist assessment, Bai Yufei, passed. Following the words of the white-robed alchemist, Bai Kui couldn't help laughing excitedly. Yufei, good job. You will be the new generation of White Eagle of our Bai family in the future. The Bai Eagle of the Bai family is the most outstanding alchemist of the current young generation of the Bai family. He is 7 or 8 years older than Bai Yufei, and his alchemist level is at the 7th grade intermediate level. Although she is definitely not as good as Cao Ying, the demon girl of the Cao family, she can still be ranked in the top 5 among the alchemists under the age of 30 in the Dan domain. The Bai family has Bai Ying and Bai Yufei, which can at least guarantee that they will not have to worry about falling out of the elder seat of the Dan Tower for more than 100 years, but in comparison, the Ye family is very miserable. If Bai Ji had not appeared, and Xiao Yan's fate was also changed by Bai Ji, the Ye family would definitely fall out of the elder seat of the Dan Tower. After the test, Bai Yufei came out and found that Xin Lan had not come out yet, so she couldn't help but speak. Elder Kui, hasn't Miss Xin Lan come out yet? Not yet. The 7th grade alchemist assessment and the 6th grade alchemist assessment are separated by a large grade, and the difficulty between the two is completely different. It's not that easy to pass. It's estimated it will take more than half an hour. Bai Kui shook his head and said. But just as Bai Kui finished speaking, the door of the heaven-level alchemy room opened with a swipe. Xin Lan, wearing a blue dress, with a quiet temperament and a soft face, walked out of the alchemy room with lotus steps and a smile. Bai Kui. Ahem, I made a mistake just now. It was about a minute or so. Now it's almost the same. Feeling his face was a little red from being hit, Bai Kui coughed a few times and said. Elder Han Li, how is Xin Lan's assessment? After Xin Lan came out, seeing Han Li also walked out of the Tian-level alchemy room, Ye Zhong couldn't help but hurried over and asked. Young people are awesome. Young people are awesome. Han Li did not answer Ye Zhong's question immediately, but shook his head while exclaiming. After a burst of exclamation, Han Li patted Ye Zhong's shoulder and sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Old friend. Please forgive me, Han Li, for my lack of knowledge and talent for this little girl from your Ye family. I am only a 7th grade junior alchemist. Testing the 7th grade intermediate is already the limit. And this little girl from your Ye family, her alchemy level is estimated to have exceeded the 7th grade intermediate. At this point, Han Li couldn't help but turn around and bow to Bai Ji, sighing. Venerable Bai is worthy of being the top alchemist saint in our alchemist world. In just 3 years, the alchemy skills of the disciples he taught have been so profound that I can't see through them. In time, he must be an 8th grade alchemist grandmaster. At this point, Han Li couldn't help but sigh again and again. The alchemist grandmaster, compared to the 6th grade and 7th grade alchemists, is the highest realm that the alchemists in Zhongzhou truly pursue. Because only the 8th grade alchemists are qualified to make Douzun strongmen bow down to them, and their status is equal to or even higher than that of Douzun strongmen. Grandmaster of Alchemy. Hearing that Han Li actually gave such a high evaluation of Xin Lan, Bai Kui and Bai Yufi's faces suddenly changed. As one of the 5 major families in Zhongzhou, it is not a problem for the geniuses in the family to be trained to the peak of the 7th grade. However, it is very difficult to train the geniuses in the family to the 8th grade. The gap between the 7th grade and the 8th grade is like a natural moat. If you want to break through, you must have a very critical condition, that is, the soul of the spiritual realm, and this has killed countless people. Currently, among the young generation in Dainu, it is recognized that only Cao Ying can break through the 8th grade. Of course, among their 5 major families, Dan Chen of the Dan family, who has not shown much style, is also considered to have the opportunity to break through the 8th grade, because it is said that 2 years ago, the soul realm of the two had already stepped into the spiritual realm half a step. Could it be that Ye Xinlan in front of them is also the same? Thinking of this, Bai Kui and Bai Yufi couldn't help but be shocked. But 3 years ago, Ye Xinlan was just an ordinary alchemist with ordinary talent. How could she have undergone such a dramatic change in 3 years? What method did this Bai Zun have to turn decay into magic? Looking at Bai Ji who was still smiling in the distance, Bai Kui and Bai Yufi were filled with disbelief. Yufei, I can't wait any longer. When I go back today, I will report what happened today to the family and ask the family to make a decision as soon as possible, so that you can give up this alchemy meeting and go directly to Beatty Sect tomorrow to join the Alchemist Academy of Beatty Sect. Although this Alchemist Academy has attracted many alchemists to join because of the reputation of Bai Zun and Yao Zun, there are definitely no alchemists who can compare with you. Because although Bai Zun and Yao Zun are here, this Alchemist Academy has just been established and has a shallow foundation. In the eyes of most families like us, it is definitely not as good as Danta. But after this alchemy meeting, when Ye Xinlan goes to the alchemy meeting to show off her style, it is estimated that many families in Dainu will be alarmed. Although Danta has a long history and profound foundation, it has limited resources after all. Instead of competing for limited resources in Danta, it is better to seek development in this Alchemist Academy where everything is still blank. If, like Ye Xinlan, he is valued by Bai Zun and accepted as a disciple, maybe there will be one more alchemy master in the family in the future. Yufi, we must be one step ahead. Looking at Bai Ji, Bai Kui could not help but make up his mind, and slowly transmitted his voice to Bai Yufi beside him. Chapter 988, Take Xin Lan to pick up the leak, and you don't have to work hard to eat delicious food. With Xin Lan passing the qualification assessment of the 7th grade intermediate alchemist, the sub-tower test of the pre-selection of the Alchemy Association was announced to have come to an end. After the test of the sub-tower was completed, the qualification assessment of the 5 major families would be carried out next. After the assessment of the 5 major families, the alchemists who passed the sub-tower test from all over Zhongzhou gathered at the Danta headquarters in Shandong City to start the Real Alchemy Association. However, the interval between them was very long. Because the Danta's Alchemy Association is aimed at the alchemists of the entire Zhongzhou, and the Zhongzhou area is vast, even if there is a space wormhole, it is not so easy to rush to Shandong City. After all, not every city has a space wormhole. For the alchemists in the central region, it is okay, because of the existence of Danta, most cities have space wormholes that go directly to Shandong City. But for the alchemists from other domains, they would undoubtedly need to travel several sections of the road and pass through several wormholes. And this wasted time. The assessment of the 5 major families was held after the sub-tower test was completed. And because the sub-tower test takes a total of 3 days. So after the first day of the Zinlan sub-tower test, it will take 2 more days before the 5 major family assessments will be held. However, this time is not entirely waiting. Because according to Bai Ji's memory, there was an alchemist trading conference during this period. Although this alchemist trading conference is not worth paying attention to for Bai Ji now. But there is an opportunity in it, which is very critical for disciple Xin Lan. If there is this opportunity, it can greatly increase the speed of Xin Lan's soul realm from the half-step spiritual realm to the spiritual realm. So, after waiting for a day. The next day, early, Bai Ji took his disciple Xin Lan away from his residence and went to the location of the Shandong City Alchemist Trade Fair. Because the scale of this Alchemist Trade Fair was extremely grand, it was naturally not held in the crowded Shandong City, but outside Shandong City. However, it was originally thought that if it was held outside the city, it should be open air, or at most under a canopy. But before arriving at the venue of the Alchemist Trade Fair, Bai Ji was surprised to find that the venue of the trade fair was actually a light blue building with a huge area, which looked a bit like the farmer's market on Earth in the previous life. However, in terms of style, the former is definitely far superior to the latter. And in front of this huge building, there are guards guarding. Looking at the requirements on a plaque inserted in the ground in front of the entrance of the building, it is surprising that only a 7th grade alchemist can enter. Only a 7th grade alchemist can enter? This is really high-end. Looking at the plaque engraved with the requirements, Bai Ji touched his chin and couldn't help but marvel. Although he is a 9th grade alchemist, Bai Ji is not the kind of person who doesn't eat meat. He knew that in Zhongzhou, the number of people who could reach the level of a 7th grade alchemist was definitely less than 10,000. In normal times, it is estimated that in more than 100 cities, there may not be a single alchemist who could reach the level of a 7th grade alchemist. However, this is Shandong City, and it happens to be the time for the alchemy conference, and the elite alchemists in the entire Zhongzhou have gathered in Shandong City. If no requirements are set, it is estimated that this trading conference will be crowded. Although it has been many years since I came to the Douluo Kangsheng world, it is the first time for Bai Ji to see such a large-scale alchemist conference. With the mood of watching the excitement, Bai Ji took Xin Lan, with his hands behind his back, leisurely he walked towards the entrance of the alchemist trade fair. "Stop, please show me your alchemist badge." Seeing Bai Ji coming, but without the alchemist badge on his chest, the 2 guards shouted and blocked Bai Ji's way. However, Bai Ji waved his hand behind him calmly to the 2 guards' obstruction. Xin Lan immediately stepped forward and walked in front of Bai Ji. "This is my alchemist badge." Pointing to the 7th grade alchemist badge on her shoulders, Xin Lan said. "This is the 7th grade alchemist." When the 2 guards saw the alchemist badge on Xin Lan's chest, their faces were moved, and they saluted Xin Lan and made way. After the 2 guards made way, Bai Ji continued to walk slowly into the venue of the alchemist trade fair, and Xin Lan followed him in. However, after Bai Ji and Xin Lan entered, looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, one of the guards couldn't help but say with some envy and jealousy. That guy just now was with such a young, beautiful, 7th grade alchemist. He was really lucky. I don't know what the alchemist lady saw in him. Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than me? What's so great about him? That's right. That's right. Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than us? We earn our living through our own efforts and play our value. Without us, this alchemist conference would have been packed. We are glorious gatekeepers, unlike him, who eats soft rice. Does soft rice taste good? Another guard was also very indignant and agreed. However, as they were talking, a cold wind suddenly blew by, and the 2 couldn't help but shudder at the same time. Then, without any agreement, they turned their heads to look at each other and found that each other's eyes were actually shining with some crystals. Woo-woo, standing here in the wind and sun, it's so tiring. If I can, I don't want to work hard. I can have food without working hard. It doesn't matter whether it's hard food or soft food. It tastes delicious. On the other side, passing through the passage, I walked into the venue where the Alchemist Trade Conference was held. A bright and vast venue suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. In the venue, rows of stone platforms with wide intervals were placed at equal distances, almost thousands of them. On each stone platform, there were various precious medicinal materials and strange things. And behind each stone platform, there was an alchemist sitting lazily. Although there were many stone platforms, Bai Ji quickly found the target after scanning back and forth several times with his strong mental power. So, with Xin Lan, Bai Ji went straight to the passage upstairs. That's right, the building where the Alchemist Trade Conference was held has a total of 3 floors. And what Bai Ji wanted to find was not on the first floor, but on the 3rd floor. After taking Xin Lan all the way to the 3rd floor, Bai Ji felt a series of obscure eyes sweeping at the stairs. However, Bai Ji didn't care at all and went directly to the 3rd floor. When Bai Ji just arrived at the 3rd floor, a yellow-robed alchemist came up and bowed to Bai Ji. Greetings, Venerable Bai. Oh? Do you know me? Seeing the yellow-robed alchemist in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile softly with interest and asked. Although I have never seen Venerable Bai, I just felt that there was an extremely majestic and powerful soul power scanning the entire venue. For this soul power, I can only think of a few people who have it, and after seeing Venerable Bai, I immediately confirmed it. The yellow-robed old man said respectfully. Venerable Bai has come to visit. I don't know what you want. I am the person in charge of this 3rd floor, so I know some information. I want a snow bone ginseng. Do you have it here? Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. Snow bone ginseng. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the yellow-robed old man nodded and replied without thinking much. We just happen to have a snow bone ginseng here, please follow me, Venerable Bai. After saying that, the yellow-robed old man immediately invited Bai Ji to the trading place on the 3rd floor. Compared with the 1st floor, the decoration of the trading place on the 3rd floor can be described as particularly luxurious. Not only are the lighting fixtures used the highest-end goods sold by Bai Ji Beatty sect, but even the floor tiles on the ground are paved with warm jade. The warm jade here is naturally not the warm jade on earth, but the special jade in the world of Do Po Kangsheng. This peculiar jade can release energy to the outside by itself, and it always maintains a constant temperature, which feels quite warm to the touch. However, the price is also extremely expensive, at least compared to ordinary people. After bringing Bai Ji in here, the yellow-robed old man immediately took Bai Ji to a white jade platform. That's right, it's the white jade platform. On the 3rd floor, the alchemist does not use the white jade platform to place the trading items. It is not a blue stone platform, but a white jade platform. And the white jade platform here is naturally carved from snow white warm jade. Hello, Venerable Bai. Hello, Venerable Bai. After Bai Ji came in, the alchemists around him all hurriedly saluted and greeted Bai Ji respectfully. For the alchemists, Bai Ji, a 9th grade alchemist walking in Zhongzhou, is almost a living belief and a banner at the top of the alchemy road, so they are naturally very respectful. Under the leadership of the yellow-robed old man, Bai Ji and Xin Lan finally stopped in front of a white jade platform where a sloppy old man was. Seeing that Bai Ji actually came to him, the sloppy old man couldn't help but panic, and hurriedly said to Bai Ji, Bai Venerable Bai, what do you want to trade? The sloppy old man never expected that this Venerable Bai would come to him to trade things. Douluo, the lottery system of the heavens /book /64934/. Chapter 989 Young Master of Xianming Sect? Kill him. Do you have any snow bone ginseng here? Standing in front of the sloppy old man's stall, Bai Ji glanced at the various items on the white jade table in front of him, and seemed to be very casual. In fact, Bai Ji didn't really need snow bone ginseng, because with the help of the energy of the White Emperor sect, Bai Ji had already collected all the medicinal materials for refining the bone-melting blood pill. But if he directly said that he wanted a mysterious copper piece, with his identity, he would come all the way to a mysterious copper piece, which would be suspicious, so it would be better to pretend to find it accidentally. If he was just looking for snow bone ginseng, a mysterious iron piece unexpectedly aroused his interest. This is normal. Snowbone ginseng, yes, yes. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the sloppy old man hurriedly nodded, then took out a white jade box from a pile of items on the white jade table and opened it. In the white jade box, there was a ginseng that was white as snow and looked like jade bones. It was the snowbone ginseng. How do I trade this snowbone ginseng? Bai Ji asked after looking at the Snow Valley ginseng in the jade box. That I need a 7th grade elixir. He was originally going to ask for a 7th grade high-level elixir directly, but thinking that the white venerable in front of him looked young and his tone did not seem to be sharp, but he was a ruthless man who destroyed the North Pavilion of Fenglay Pavilion in Glacier Valley, so before he said anything, the sloppy old man quickly changed his words and said that he only needed a 7th grade elixir. A 7th grade elixir. Bai Ji pondered for a while, then flipped his right hand. With a flash of light, a small white jade bottle appeared in his hand. This is a 7th grade Zongji pill, which can improve the cultivation of Dozong strongmen by 1 star. Can it be used to exchange for your snowbone ginseng? Bai Ji handed the small white jade bottle in his hand to the sloppy old man and said. Zongji Dan is the upgraded version of the famous Huangji Dan. Compared to the Suxin Dan that Xiao Yan used to exchange for the snowbone ginseng in the original plot. Suxin Dan is only a 7th grade intermediate, while Zongji Dan, a pill that directly improves strength, is a 7th grade advanced pill. However, it is not that Bai Ji wants to be a sucker. It is just because there are many disciples in the sect, and Bai Ji has been refining this kind of pill that improves cultivation in recent times, which is used as a reward reserve in the sect. On the contrary, Bai Ji has basically not refined auxiliary pills such as Suxin Dan. Because it is useless to him, and refining pills, as long as they are not above the 8th grade, is basically a casual thing, and Bai Ji does not care too much. Zongji Dan. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the sloppy old man's eyes lit up. This is a pill that can increase the cultivation of Dozong strongmen by 1 star. Among the pills in Zhongzhou, it is an absolute hard currency. The venerable Bai in front of him is worthy of being the legendary 9th grade alchemist. This is too generous. Thinking of this, the sloppy old man could not help but become extremely respectful and said flatteringly. Enough. Enough. I still have a lot of precious mysterious items here, Venerable Bai, you can take a look. Behind him, seeing the sloppy old man's flattering look, the old man in yellow robe was very moved. Venerable Bai is worthy of being Venerable Bai. This guy in front of him used to be indifferent to everyone, and only Venerable Bai could make this guy obedient and respectful. Yet, Bai Ji nodded to the sloppy old man's words, then lowered his head and scanned the white jade table for a while, picking up various items with his hands from time to time and observing them. Finally, Bai Ji picked up a piece of brass covered with mysterious patterns. How do you trade this little thing? Gently picking up the piece of brass with patina on it, Bai Ji waited and asked casually. Well well, if Venerable Bai wants this little thing, just give him another Zongji pill. The sloppy old man said hesitantly. Compared to the original plot, where he dared to cheat Xiao Yan, asking for a recipe for a 7th grade high-level elixir at the beginning, and then for a recipe for a 7th grade intermediate Xin Dan, this sloppy old man did not dare to cheat Bai Ji. Asking for a 7th grade high-level Zongji Dan was almost enough. However, Bai Ji was a little surprised to hear what this sloppy old man said. But he didn't care too much, but directly took out a larger white jade bottle from the ring, which contained 3 Zongji Dan, and threw it to the sloppy old man. No need to look for it. Bai Ji said casually and prepared to leave. Later, when he found that Bai Ji had given 3 Zongji Dan at once, the sloppy old man was so happy that he immediately thanked Bai Ji excitedly. Thank you, Venerable Bai. Thank you, Venerable Bai. Master, is there anything special about this broken copper piece that you have to exchange it for 3 Zongji pills? When preparing to leave the 3rd floor, walking in the aisle between the 2 rows of white jade platforms, Xin Lan couldn't help but be puzzled. Don't worry, we didn't lose anything. You will know the value of this copper piece when you go back, but when the time comes, I guarantee that you will be very happy. Bai Ji took Xin Lan beside him, rubbed Xin Lan's hair, and said with a smile. Just as Bai Ji walked to the end of the 3rd floor and was about to go downstairs. A young man in white with a feminine face was leading 3 old men upstairs. When they met, an old man couldn't help but notice the copper piece in Bai Ji's hand and whispered a few words to the young man in white beside him. As the old man whispered, the young man in white moved his eyes, and when Bai Ji embraced Xin Lan, he flashed and took the three old men to block Bai Ji. Friend, I like this piece of copper. I wonder if I can give it up. After stopping Bai Ji, the young man in white smiled warmly, fanned the purple iron fan in front of him, and then said slowly. Hearing the words of the young man in white, seeing the three old men behind the young man in white who completely blocked the stairs downstairs, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The alchemists on the third floor also noticed what happened in front of the stairs, and the entire third floor suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the young man in white and the three old men with some strange eyes. Are these four guys looking for death? Don't they know that the white venerable in front of them is the ruthless man who destroyed the Glacier Valley? Hehe, 2 8-star dozongs and a 2-star dozon, sometimes, ignorance is not a kind of courage. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said as he slowly scanned the young man in white and the three old men in front of him. How did he know? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the young man in white couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, he did not care too much. He just thought that the person in front of him should be an alchemist with amazing perception. After all, the tower test of the alchemy conference was held here recently. But he was just a young alchemist. As long as he was not an 8th grade alchemist, it didn't matter. Haha, brother, more friends mean more ways. I am Chen Xian from Xianming sect. I am willing to pay 3 times the price for your copper piece. I hope you don't be ignorant. Looking at Bai Ji, Chen Xian said with a smile. Xianming sect, one of the 3 lower sects of Tianming sect, is showing off its power and even showing off to me. It's really asking for death. Hearing that the young man in white in front of him was actually using Xianming sect to intimidate him, Bai Ji also laughed. He was too lazy to say anything. He stretched out his hand and slapped Chen Xian. Dare to offend the young master? You are looking for death. Seeing that Bai Ji actually attacked Chen Xian, a dozong strongman behind him shouted angrily and stretched out his hand to meet Bai Ji. What? But when the 2 palms intersected, the dozong old man's face suddenly changed. There was only a sound of bones breaking, and the dozong old man screamed and flew backwards in an instant. In the air, an 8-colored fire suddenly ignited, starting from the palm, and burned the old man to ashes in the blink of an eye. What kind of fire is this? When seeing the dozong old man next to him die tragically in an instant, both the white-clothed young man Chen Xian and the 2 old men behind Chen Xian couldn't help but change their faces. But after solving the dozong old man with 1 palm, looking at the 3 people left in front of him, Bai Ji directly pointed out with 1 finger, and a sword energy shot out instantly, piercing the head of another dozong strongman. Then he pointed again, and the sword energy broke through the air again in an instant. Although the last dozon elder realized Bai Ji's strength and tried his best to resist, Bai Ji's current strength is that of a 9-star dozon. With the strength of a 9-star dozon, he can display the strongest single-target sword energy, which is simply not something a 2-star dozon can resist. So there is no suspense. Although this dozon elder has roared and burst out with all his strength, he was still instantly pierced through the head by a sword energy and fell down. Now if you want to catch Bai Ji's sword energy without injury, you must be at the semi-saint level anyway. Other strong men, and they must be the best among them. How could a mere 2-star dozon do it? What? Seeing that Bai Ji had killed the 2 dozongs and 1 dozon who were protecting him, Chen Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. Chapter 990, The Pregnant Spirit Dust was reversed? Who is the person in front of him? He actually killed Xian Lao and the others so easily. Are you kidding me? You don't come over here. I'm the young master of Xianming sect. If you dare to kill me, Tianming sect will not let you go. Seeing that Bai Ji easily solved the 3 guardians behind him, Chen Xian couldn't help but scream in horror and retreated repeatedly. Tianming sect? Do you think I'm afraid of Tianming sect? Hearing what Chen Xian said, Bai Ji couldn't help but burst into laughter. If they come to me, I'd be happy. After laughing, Bai Ji's expression turned cold. Now, it's time to send you off. Wait. Even if I die, you have to tell me who you are. Seeing that Tianming sect didn't scare Bai Ji, Chen Xian suddenly showed despair, but he couldn't help shouting. My master is the leader of Beatty sect. Before Bai Ji spoke, Xin Lan on the side snorted coldly and said. You are actually Bai Zun's. Hearing Xin Lan's words, Chen Xian's pupil shrank. Now he finally understood that the person he provoked was Bai Zun's, who had a deadly feud with Tianming sect. No wonder he was not afraid of Tianming sect. In an instant, Chen Xian's heart suddenly resented the flattering lackeys around him. Who said that Bai Zun's was not as handsome as me, but he was younger among the Douzun strong men. He was actually a middle-aged man. If I can go back, I will definitely cut you into pieces. But it was obvious that he had no chance to go back, because just after Xin Lan answered his question, Bai Ji raised his hand and a sword energy was released, killing Chen Xian. There was already a deep hatred that could not be resolved, and the person in front of him dared to provoke him. Bai Ji would naturally not indulge him. If he killed him, he would kill him. Would he keep him overnight if he didn't kill him? Venerable Bai, you have caused a big trouble for our Danta. After Bai Ji killed Chen Xian, the old man in yellow robe just came over and said helplessly. Of course, he didn't think Bai Ji shouldn't kill Chen Xian. Bai Ji was a Douzun strongman and a 9th grade alchemist. He was offended by others, so he naturally couldn't treat it as if it didn't happen. However, Bai Ji killed Chen Xian at the alchemist trading conference, and the Xianming sect would definitely come to cause trouble. As a dignified Danta, you don't have to be afraid of a Xianming sect, right? In response to the words of the old man in yellow robe, Bai Ji stretched out his hand and flicked out a few flames, burning the bodies of Chen Xian and the other two, and smiled softly. I'm definitely not afraid, but there are some troubles. The yellow-robed old man sighed. Danta is certainly not afraid of Xianming sect, but the key is that Chen Xian died on the 3rd floor of the alchemist trade conference. He is responsible for the 3rd floor. When Xianming sect comes to cause trouble, he will definitely have some troubles and will be hated by Xianming sect. But it doesn't matter. It's just Xianming sect. Danta will not pursue a 9th grade alchemist who has done nothing wrong for a playboy. At night, the moon is quiet, in a quiet room. Master, what good is this copper piece for me? I can't see anything special standing next to Bai Ji. Looking at the copper piece in Bai Ji's hand, Xin Lan was still puzzled. Don't worry, let me show you its true face first. Bai Ji just smiled slightly at Xin Lan's doubts, and then turned the fighting spirit in his body into a fine needle. With fine control, he quickly removed the green rust from the copper sheet, then wrapped it with fighting spirit and suspended it in mid-air. As for the copper sheet, it was casually placed on the table. Master, did you make a mistake? You put the copper sheet down, but how did you collect the rust? Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Xin Lan's beautiful eyes widened, and her big eyes were full of confusion. This copper sheet is an ancient object. If it is the same as ordinary items, do you think it can still be in our hands? Don't worry, the secret of this copper sheet is hidden in these inconspicuous rusts. Glancing at Xin Lan beside him, Bai Ji said slowly. As he spoke, Bai Ji summoned the 8-color glazed fire and began to burn the green rust in the air. As the 8-color glazed fire burned, the green rust quickly melted and dissipated in the air, leaving only yellowish dust floating in the air, exuding a sense of spirituality. This is... When Xin Lan saw the extraordinary yellowish dust, she couldn't help but show shock on her pretty face. Master, what is this? It feels so special. This is the pregnant soul dust. As long as you integrate it into your soul, it can help your soul absorb spiritual energy and transform into the legendary spiritual realm, and then you can break through the 8th level. Although if you insist on practicing the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method I taught you, you can gradually transform in the future, but that takes a lot of time. If you have this thing, plus another opportunity, I estimate that you can complete the breakthrough in this conference. Bai Ji answered slowly while retracting the 8-color glass fire, and stretched out his hand to gather the pregnant soul dust in the air, put it into a small jade bottle, and handed it to Xin Lan. Pregnant soul dust. Taking the pregnant soul dust handed over by Bai Ji, Xin Lan couldn't help but be shocked. This treasure that can improve the soul realm is unique, and she has never heard of it before. Okay, you try it now, I will protect you. Looking at Xin Lan, Bai Ji said. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan nodded obediently, then walked to the bedside, got on the bed and pulled out the pregnant spirit dust from the jade bottle, and began to practice cross-legged. Bai Ji sat on a chair beside the bed and waited quietly. Under Bai Ji's perception, after integrating the pregnant spirit dust, Xin Lan's soul fluctuations began to rise sharply. This growth is not quantitative, but qualitative, just like a sponge absorbing water. Although the volume has not changed much, the weight has increased a lot. However, compared with the sponge absorbing water, Xian Lan's soul is now absorbing spiritual energy. From the mortal soul to the spiritual soul, the key is the transformation of the soul's essence. As time went by, after practicing in the middle of the night, Xian Lan suddenly opened his eyes and panted slightly. Master, I can't hold on any longer. After merging with the soul pregnant dust, I can actually absorb the spiritual energy in the air and strengthen my soul, but this consumes too much soul power. But just tonight, I have already spiritualized 5% of my soul. If this continues, it will take less than a month for me to spiritualize all my souls and transform them into the spiritual realm. Speaking of this, Xian Lan couldn't help but get excited. Being able to transform the soul into the spiritual realm is equivalent to getting an admission ticket to the 8th grade alchemist. And as long as you can become an 8th grade alchemist, you are an important figure even in Zhongzhou. Looking at Bai Ji again, Xian Lan felt extremely moved. She was able to transform from an ordinary 5th grade alchemist to what she is now, all thanks to Master Bai Ji. If it weren't for Master Bai Ji, not only would she not be able to become what she is now, she would probably have to marry Cao Dan and become Cao Dan's plaything, and her lifelong happiness would be ruined. Master, thank you so much. Looking at Bai Ji on the side, Xian Lan was so moved that she stood up suddenly, like a young swallow flying into the forest, and rushed into Bai Ji's arms with a gust of fragrant wind. Like an octopus, she hugged Bai Ji tightly, buried her head in Bai Ji's chest, and breathed Bai Ji's scent greedily. She really liked the man in front of her, and she wished she could have persisted at the beginning. She not only wanted to be Bai Ji's disciple, but also wanted to be Bai Ji's woman, even if it was just one night. But it seemed that the other disciples around her young master also had this idea. Counting herself, this was a group of rebellious disciples. Now only she and the master were together, but if she went back, there would definitely be no chance. Thinking of this, a courage surged from Xian Lan's heart. Xian Lan simply went all out, raised her head and kissed Bai Ji, and kissed Bai Ji directly on his mouth. Looking at Bai Ji's shocked eyes, Xian Lan secretly apologized in her heart. Master, don't blame me for going beyond the rules. Blame me for being so tempting. Xian Lan couldn't help herself. After all, Xian Lan is very greedy. At this moment, feeling the warmth on his lips, Bai Ji was confused. He seemed to be pushed back. It was reversed. A mere disciple, only 3 years, dared to bite the master. Although Bai Ji did not pursue the matter of men and women too much, as a man, he was pushed back by a woman. How could he bear it? So he felt that Xian Lan was still asking for more in his arms, and his jade hand went down directly. While taking a breath of cold air, Bai Ji was ruthless in his heart, and immediately hugged Xian Lan by the waist and walked towards the bed. Today, he must restore the dignity and majesty of the master. Chapter 991 Bai, am just an ordinary Dozun strongman. The next day, early morning. As the sun rises from the east, the golden sunlight shines through the window lattice and falls on the head of the bed, reflecting on the soft and pretty face that is still full of happiness in her sleep. Feeling the warmth on her face, Xian Lan can't help but open her beautiful eyes in a daze. But she subconsciously reached out and touched her side, but it was empty. Xian Lan couldn't help but wake up immediately, pulled the quilt, and sat up from the bed. Looking around the room, it was empty, no one was around. After feeling it for a while, she found that she didn't feel any discomfort at all. Xian Lan's pretty face suddenly turned very pale. Could it be that what happened last night was just a dream of hers, and nothing actually happened? But she finally mustered up the courage. Thinking of this, Xian Lan couldn't help but feel very sad. Everything that happened last night seemed to be real, but the more real it was, the more sad it made her. Just at this moment, the door was suddenly opened. What's wrong, Xian Lan, are you feeling unwell? But that's not right. When I got up in the morning, I remembered that I had treated you. It shouldn't be like this. Holding the carefully prepared breakfast, Bai Ji closed the door and saw that Xian Lan's face was pale and her expression was very depressed. He couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Did you treat me when I got up in the morning? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xian Lan couldn't help but look stunned. In her mind, a thought that made her extremely happy suddenly popped up. Master, did you sleep with me last night? Looking at Bai Ji, Xian Lan's face was slightly red, and her tone was a little shy, but she still asked with hope. Of course, you took the initiative last night, don't you remember? You were very brave yesterday, but it's a pity that your strength is not that good. Bai Ji smiled playfully and put the plate in his hand on the table. Okay, put on your clothes quickly, get up and eat, and you have to go to the assessment of the 5 major families later. Master, please help me dress, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Hey! I can't do anything about you. Dress Xin Lan. Although Bai Ji's skills are proficient, there are naturally some indescribable things during the period. Those who understand will understand. After a long delay, Xin Lan finally got up with a flushed face. After eating the breakfast carefully prepared by Bai Ji, she was ready to set off to the assessment site of the 5 major families. The assessment location of the 5 major families is located in a special hall in Shendan City. As a famous assessment of the 5 major families in Douluo, this assessment is naturally not held in secret, but open to the public. When Bai Ji and Xin Lan arrived here, the assessment hall was already crowded with people. However, there were still guards to maintain order, and a passage was reserved for people from the 5 major families. After Ye Zhong showed the special token of the Ye family, the 3 of them quickly entered the passage leading to the assessment hall. Compared with the various ridicules of the crowd outside the hall in the original book, after Xin Lan became Bai Ji's disciple, and Bai Ji's identity as a 9th-grade alchemist was spread. Although there are still discussions about the Ye family, no one ridicules them anymore. After all, someone in the Ye family has become a disciple of a 9th-grade alchemist, and becoming an 8th-grade alchemist is definitely a foregone conclusion, it just takes a certain amount of time. In all likelihood, the Ye family will rise again. Through the passage, walk all the way to the assessment hall. After finally entering the assessment hall, countless pairs of eyes suddenly looked over. When they saw Bai Ji, the people in the hall immediately stood up and saluted one by one, saying, "Greetings, Venerable Bai." For a moment, respectful greetings to Bai Ji suddenly rang out in the hall. For a 9th-grade alchemist, no one dared to disrespect him. While the people in the hall greeted him, Bai Ji nodded gently while observing the hall and the people in it. The entire assessment hall is not small in area and is luxuriously decorated. In the middle of the hall, there is a protruding high platform with 2 rows of tripods for alchemy. This is the alchemy platform prepared for the people from the 5 major families who participated in the assessment. And around the hall are seats, where you can sit down and watch the alchemist on the high platform in the middle making medicine. At this time, the seats on both sides are not bad, and many people have come. These should be the leaders of some powerful families and sects in Douluo. At the back seat, only Bai Kui, the elder of the Bai family, and 2 people Bai Ji did not know sat. Even if he counted his own side, there was still one family that had not come. "Venerable Bai, please come and take a seat." When Bai Ji looked around the hall, Bai Kui of the Bai family immediately greeted him warmly. As the 3rd family among the 5 major families, the Bai family was neither high nor low. Now that they saw Bai Ji, they immediately wanted to cling to Bai Ji's thigh. As long as they could let the disciples of the sect become Bai Ji's disciples. Whether they joined Bai Ji's Beidi sect or returned to Danta, their future achievements would definitely not be weak, enough to take the Bai family to a higher level. "Xinlan, go and prepare." Bai Ji did not respond to Bai Kui's words immediately, but gently touched Xin Lan's little head beside him and said. After watching Xin Lan go up to the competition platform, Bai Ji moved instantly, and suddenly turned into a lightning, and in the blink of an eye he came to the last seat. "Venerable Bai, please take a seat." After Bai Ji arrived, Bai Kui immediately invited Bai Ji to the middle of the seats, a seat that obviously looked more noble than the surrounding seats. The people of the other 2 families had no objection to Bai Ji's status. As a medicine refining family, they valued medicine refining. Although Bai Ji did not come to Danta to prove that he was a 9th-grade alchemist, the giants of Danta had already admitted that his medicine refining skills were not as good as Bai Ji's. Because even they could not refine a perfect 7th-grade high-level pill in more than 10 minutes. As an existence whose medicine refining skills were even better than their Danta giants, it was normal to enjoy respect. Yet, Bai Ji nodded calmly to Bai Kui's enthusiasm, which was even a bit flattering, and then sat in the middle. Ye Chong came here just after Bai Ji sat down. Seeing Bai Kui trying to please Bai Ji so much, Ye Chong's face was very ugly. Because in his opinion, Beidi sect was originally an opportunity for their Ye family, and now the Bai family wanted to interfere, he would naturally not be happy. But for Ye Chong, he was just a 7th-grade junior alchemist. Neither Bai Kui nor the people from the other two families took it to heart. From Bai Kui, the people from the other two families had learned about what happened between the Ye family and Bai Ji, and also learned about Bai Ji's attitude, and naturally knew that as long as they didn't offend Xin Lan, it would be fine. As for Ye Chong, the elder of the Ye family in front of him, it is estimated that this Bai Zun would like them to humiliate him severely. Who made Xin Lan, the disciple accepted by this Bai Zun, almost forced by this Ye Zhong to marry Cao Dan of the Cao family. Venerable Bai, let me introduce you. This is Elder Dan Jing of the Dan family, and this is Elder Chu Hua of the Chu family. After Bai Ji sat down, Bai Kui immediately introduced the other two elders of the 5 major families beside him to Bai Ji enthusiastically. I am Dan Jing, and I greet Venerable Bai. It is really a great honor for Dan Jing to meet Venerable Bai. After Bai Kui finished the introduction, Dan Jing, a thin old man in a grey-white robe, looked at Bai Ji and bowed to Bai Ji and said respectfully. I am Chu Hua, and I greet Venerable Bai. It is also an honor for me, Chu Hua, to meet Venerable Bai. The black-robed old man named Chu Hua also bowed to Bai Ji and said in a deep voice. You two elders, you don't have to be polite. I, Bai, am just an ordinary Douzun strongman. Thank you for your courtesy. Bai Ji just smiled faintly and waved his hand casually for the courtesy of the two elders of the 5 major families. Dan Jing. Chu Hua. Ordinary? An unprecedented Douzun strongman who has at least the strength of a half-step 9th grade alchemist at the Douzun level, you tell me this is ordinary? The two elders were simply powerless to complain. But Bai Ji was pretending, so they naturally couldn't spoil Bai Ji's fun, and could only smile reluctantly. Venerable Bai is joking. Although you may be just an ordinary Douzun in terms of Douqi cultivation, you are an unparalleled alchemist saint in the world in terms of alchemy, and you deserve our respect. Hehe, it's nothing, just practicing casually, and you have reached this level, don't be surprised. In response to the compliments from the two elders of the 5 major families, Bai Ji lay down on the chair, smiled lazily, and waved his hand again. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the two elders were stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. It was ordinary before, and now there is no need to be surprised. How can we keep up with your pace? However, Bai Kui secretly laughed at Dan Jing and Chu Hua's confusion. This Venerable Bai obviously doesn't want to talk to you, and doesn't know when to stop. Okay, Elder Dan Jing, Elder Chu Hua, Venerable Bai just rushed here from his residence, and he must be a little tired. Let Venerable Bai sit down. On the side, seeing Bai Ji's eyes on Xin Lan below, Bai Kui jumped out immediately and asked Dan Jing and Chu Hua to sit down quickly so as not to disturb Bai Ji. Hearing Bai Kui's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but give Bai Kui a satisfied look. Not bad, quite sensible. He just wanted to take a good look at his little Xin Lan now, so he didn't want to talk nonsense with the two old men. Chapter 992 The Demon Girl Cao Ying wants to become a disciple. Am I the kind of person who judges people by their looks? Hearing Bai Kui's words, Dan Jing and Chu Hua also realized something immediately, and couldn't help but sit down very depressed. No wonder it felt that this Venerable Bai couldn't keep up with the conversation. It turned out that he didn't want to talk to them at all. Just when the two were depressed. Outside the hall, there was a loud shout from the guards, the Cao family is here. Following the guards' words, the door of the hall was suddenly pushed open, and a tall and graceful figure suddenly pushed open the door, stepped lightly, and slowly stepped into the hall. This was a woman, wearing a black dress, with skin as white as snow, 3,000 black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was delicate with a hint of coldness and arrogance, but her temperament exuded a strange sense of laziness and a different kind of charm. In short, she was cold, arrogant and charming, and people could not help but be attracted by her at a glance. As the woman entered the hall, the eyes of the entire hall were immediately attracted by her, even Bai Ji was no exception. Although I don't want to admit it, the woman in front of me is indeed better than Xin Lan in both appearance and temperament. However, it cannot be said that the woman in front of me is completely better than Xin Lan, but the attractive aspects are different. Xin Lan's appearance is also very beautiful, but it is the kind of natural beauty without makeup, and her temperament is as gentle as water, the kind of temperament that makes people feel very cherished at first sight. The woman in front of him has a delicate appearance with coldness, and a charming temperament with coldness, and a lazy temperament with charm. Whether it is her appearance or temperament, the woman in front of him gives people a very complex feeling, and naturally can exude a greater impact. After all, big is good, and more is beautiful. It's her, the demon girl Cao Ying. As this cold, arrogant, and charming woman walked into the hall, the faces of the 4 elders of the 5 major families, including Ye Chong, beside her, were very solemn. As the saying goes, a person is the shadow of a famous tree. Cao Ying has been a legend in Dainu since she was born, suppressing the entire generation of young alchemists in Dainu. Even these elders can't help but be moved by her talent. Venerable Bai, your disciple Miss Xinlan's biggest opponent in this assessment is probably this demon girl Cao Ying. Looking at Cao Ying, Bai Kui said in a deep voice. You don't need to tell me, I have already told Venerable Bai about this demon girl. On the side, Ye Zhong clenched his fists and was so angry when he heard Bai Kui's words. These Bai family members really know how to take every opportunity to flatter. In addition to Ye Zhong, Dan Jing and Chu Hua couldn't help but sigh and shook their heads after hearing Bai Kui's words. This elder Bai Kui is really good at talking. He can seize the opportunity to win Venerable Bai's favor at this time. We didn't expect that. We are really inferior. We are really inferior. After Cao Ying walked into the hall, 2 figures followed him into the hall. One of these 2 figures is a young man in a black robe with a resolute and handsome face, and the other is a white-haired old man in a black robe. Venerable Bai, these 2 are Cao Zhu, one of the 3 geniuses of the Cao family, and Cao Yu, the elder of the Cao family. When he saw the other 2 people from the Cao family coming in, Dan Jing also imitated Bai Kui, stood up immediately, stroked his long beard, and introduced them to Bai Ji. Cao Ying and Cao Zhu, isn't Cao Dan here? Hearing Dan Jing's words, Bai Ji's eyes narrowed slightly and he touched his chin. In the original plot, the 3 geniuses of the Cao family, Cao Ying, Cao Zhu, and Cao Dan, were the ones who represented the Cao family in the assessment, but now only 2 of them came. However, Bai Ji understood the Cao family's idea with just a thought. Before, the Cao family came to the Ye family on behalf of Cao Dan and proposed to Xin Lan through Ye Chong, but who knew that Xin Lan worshipped him as her master? Now, it is probably because of him that they dare not let Cao Dan come, for fear of offending him. Thinking of this, Bai Ji's mouth corners could not help but curl up slightly. This Cao family is quite tactful, but they did guess his thoughts. In fact, Bai Ji has no opinion on the feud between the Ye family and the Cao family. It is normal for the strong to prey on the weak in the Duqi continent. However, because Xin Lan is from the Ye family, Bai Ji naturally planned to stand on the side of the Ye family at the beginning. Unfortunately, Ye Chong insisted on disgusting him and asked him to tear down the Ye family directly. And now, since the Ye family members of disciple Xin Lan have moved to Beatty City, Bai Ji will naturally not take the Ye family members in Yuchen too seriously. As long as they are not allowed to be annexed, it's fine. As for how they live, it's none of his business. At the beginning, it was the road he chose. Now he has to climb it all the way. However, although Bai Ji has no opinion on the Cao family, if he sees Cao Dan, he will definitely punish him. Who dared this toad to have thoughts about his woman? But this is something he would do if he saw it and it was convenient. Now he didn't come, so forget it. Bai Ji would not go to the Cao family to make trouble for something that hadn't happened yet. That would be too embarrassing. When Bai Ji was watching the people of the Cao family walking into the hall, the charming woman Cao Ying, who was walking in front, also felt Bai Ji's gaze. When she looked at Bai Ji, she immediately recognized Bai Ji's identity through his striking silver hair and purple eyes. A trace of curiosity and surprise flashed in her originally lazy beautiful eyes. She always had a strong curiosity about the venerable Bai in front of her. After all, this is the only 9th grade alchemist who may appear in front of the world. As for the stunning, it is because she is a person who does what she wants and does not care about the secular vision, otherwise she would not be called a demon woman, and doing what she wants means following instincts more. Since men are attracted to beautiful women, women will naturally be attracted to handsome men. Bai Ji is not only nearly unparalleled in appearance, but also extremely extraordinary and nearly unparalleled in cultivation strength and alchemy, which naturally attracts Cao Ying. Looking at Bai Ji, Cao Ying suddenly moved, suddenly turned into a stream of light, and flew to the end of the hall. This made the Cao family elders behind him a little shocked and stunned, and then there was a panic. What is Ying going to do? There is the Bai Zun sitting over there, so don't make trouble. This enchantress of the Cao family is the pride of the Cao family, but it is precisely because she is too smart and talented that the Cao family finds it difficult to control her. Cao family, Cao Ying, meet Venerable Bai. Before and after arriving at the seat in the back, Cao Ying immediately bowed respectfully to Bai Ji, then raised her head and looked at Bai Ji with curiosity and appreciation in her beautiful eyes. Seeing that Cao Ying actually dared to come to see him, and also looked at him with this kind of eyes that he looked at beautiful women, Bai Ji felt a little weird for a while. You dare to come to see me? Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? Being looked at by Cao Ying for a while, Bai Ji couldn't help but put on a cold face under the weirdness in his heart, sitting on the luxurious chair, and said very lightly. Don't be afraid, I believe in you, Venerable Bai. I have read the records of your deeds in Zhongzhou. I feel that you are not like those Dozun masters we know. On the contrary, you look like you, more like he more like a young man of our generation. And I think I am very beautiful. Many of the disciples you have accepted are not as beautiful as me, and I am not bad in cultivation talent and alchemy talent. Since you can accept Ye Xinlin from the Ye family as a disciple, why can't you accept me as a disciple? At the end of the conversation, Cao Ying raised her eyes slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked closely at Bai Ji. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face, and her smile was full of confidence. You which, Bai Ji, am not the kind of person who judges people by their looks. Bai Ji felt a little ashamed and angry when Cao Ying looked at him like this. But after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to be such a person, so it's okay. However, as a Dozun strongman, how could he be easily controlled by a junior in front of him, so Bai Ji's face naturally changed color and said lightly. You are indeed very beautiful and talented, but I, Bai Ji, have never valued this when accepting disciples. I only value fate. Moreover, why do you worship me as your master, and why should I accept you? Volume 10 Chapter 993 I can do what she can do, and the assessment begins. Hearing Bai Ji's question, Cao Ying couldn't help but frown, and her beautiful eyes closed slightly, as if she was thinking in her heart how to answer Bai Ji. But just a moment later, a bright smile appeared on Cao Ying's pretty face. My purpose of wanting to be your disciple, Venerable Bai, is very simple, because I, Cao Ying, am an ambitious person, but my ambition is not to gain greater power, but to become stronger. In the past, the strongest alchemist was in Danta, and only by joining Danta can one obtain more resources and foundation, and become a more powerful alchemist, so I chose to join Danta and wanted to become a giant in Danta. But now, the strongest alchemist in the entire Duqi continent is Venerable Bai, so I naturally have to change my goal, and last night I sensed a very special soul fluctuation, which is a fluctuation that can only be emitted by souls that have begun to enter the spiritual realm. Last night I was still wondering if this person was Dan Chen's sister from the Dan family, but today I found out that it was your disciple, Venerable Bai, Sister Xinlin. But as far as I know, more than 3 years ago, when Sister Xinlin was in the Ye family, she was only a 5th grade alchemist, but after only 3 years of following you, she has reached a realm that is not inferior to my current level. This is really incredible. Venerable Bai, you can achieve such an effect by teaching Miss Xinlin, so I naturally cannot remain indifferent, because if it was me instead of Miss Xinlin who accepted your teaching, wouldn't I have already entered the realm of an 8th grade alchemist? And Venerable Bai, you are on the side of the Ye family, because our Cao family and the Ye family have a grudge. No matter what you think in your heart, our Cao family feels threatened. But for a powerful existence like you, our Cao family cannot resist. If we want to protect ourselves, in my opinion, the best way is naturally to join your section. If you can't beat them, join them. Isn't that normal? Looking at Bai Ji, Cao Ying's cold and charming face was full of smiles. Then why should I accept you? Bai Ji still looked calm, seemingly unmoved. The reason is, of course, I, Cao Ying, have everything that your disciple Ye Xinlin has, and even better, and I, Cao Ying, can do everything that your disciple Ye Xinlin can do for you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Cao Ying took a step forward like an elf, then leaned down and put her head close to Bai Ji's ear, with a playful tone and a sweet breath. At the end, Cao Ying's words seemed to have some implications, and her pair of charming eyes blinked gently at Bai Ji. Bai Ji was shocked by Cao Ying's words and felt a little guilty. How could it be possible? Could she see it? But I clearly used the 9 spirit begonia to treat Xin Lan, it's impossible for her to see it. However, after speaking to Bai Ji, Cao Ying suddenly raised her body again, with a hint of smile on her delicate face, and then quickly stepped back a few steps like an elf. Venerable Bai, no matter what you choose now, I have decided. After this alchemy meeting, I will quit the Dan Tower, go to your Beatty sect, and join your alchemist academy. I, Cao Ying, am very ambitious, and I prefer to do challenging things. Compared to the Danta giants who have been here for who knows how many generations, I think the title of the second generation Dean of the Beatty sect Alchemist Academy is more attractive and more challenging. After saying that, without waiting for Bai Ji to answer, Cao Ying smiled brightly, then moved her body, and instantly turned into a beautiful figure and landed on the alchemy platform in the center of the hall. Damn it! This witch dared to steal my master. Standing on the alchemy platform in the center of the hall, Xin Lan saw Cao Ying fall from the seat at the back to the alchemy platform. She couldn't help biting her silver teeth, and her pretty face was slightly angry. She secretly made up her mind to defeat this demon girl in this test. After Cao Ying left, the elder of the Cao family came to the seat at the back carefully. After greeting Bai Ji, he sat down with some fear. Although he was an elder of the Cao family, he did not have the vision and confidence of Cao Ying. Now he could salute Bai Ji normally because of the conversation between Cao Ying and Bai Ji, which made him feel much more relaxed. Elder Sheng is here. After the people of the 5 major families, Cao, Yat, Dan, Bai and Chu, arrived, the guards outside the hall suddenly shouted again. The door of the hall suddenly opened, and then an old man in a white robe walked into the hall slowly with his hands behind his back. Meet Elder Sheng. Seeing the old man in white robe, everyone in the hall, except Bai Ji, stood up and bowed to Elder Sheng. Elder Sheng smiled and nodded slightly at the greetings of the people around him. After walking a few steps, he stepped forward and bowed to Bai Ji respectfully across the alchemy platform. Greetings, Venerable Bai. Although Elder Sheng is much older than Bai Ji in appearance, as one of the 8 elders of Danta, if Bai Ji was just a Dozun like Lei Zun, Elder Sheng could be on equal footing with Bai Ji. But unfortunately, in addition to being a Dozun, Bai Ji is also a 9th grade alchemist. As the top alchemist force, Danta's status depends on the level of alchemy. Although Bai Ji did not join Danta, Bai Ji's alchemy skills are so good that even the 3 giants of Danta dare not neglect Bai Ji. Alchemy is the foundation of Danta, and Danta naturally dare not ignore this rule. Elder Sheng is polite. I am just an ordinary alchemist. Don't be polite. Regarding the salute of the elder of Danta in front of him, which was different from that of the 5 major families, the person in front of him had a high status in Danta. Since the other party gave him face, Bai Ji naturally smiled and stood up politely and clasped his fists in return. After complimenting each other again, Bai Ji sat down again, and Elder Sheng prepared to start the assessment. Well, since the people from the 5 major families are all here, I will not waste any more words. This assessment will still be in charge of me, and I am very lucky to have Venerable Bai watching. Now, please ask the 5 major families to select your candidates for the assessment. After paying respect to Bai Ji, Elder Sheng Yao immediately looked around and said in a deep voice. In the assessment of the 5 major families, except for the Ye family, the Bai family and the Chu family, the Dan family and the Cao family sent more than one person to participate in the assessment. However, the assessment of the 5 major families only requires 1 representative to be sent, so naturally, the representative for the assessment must be selected first. Hearing Sheng Yao's words, the Ye family, the Bai family and the Chu family did not answer. Because the Ye family only had Xin Lan sent by Bai Ji as a representative, the Bai family only had Bai Ying, a 7th grade intermediate alchemist, to participate in the assessment, and the Chu family had an alchemist named Chu Ji, who was only in the 7th grade early stage. However, only the Cao family and the Dan family sent 2 people. The Cao family naturally sent Cao Ying and Cao Zhu. Cao Ying's alchemy skills have reached the 8th grade early stage, and Cao Zhu is in the 7th grade intermediate. And the Dan family 2 women are Dang Xuan and Dan Chen. Dang Xuan is also at the intermediate level of the 7th rank. As for Dan Chen, although she looks very young and is basically a little lowly, her medicine refining level is actually higher than Dang Xuan and has reached the early stage of the 8th rank. The 2 women are now better than Xinlan in terms of medicine refining level. However, after Xinlan absorbs the pregnant soul dust and completely spiritualizes her soul and is promoted to the spiritual realm soul, she can definitely surpass it with the various methods taught by Beg. Cao Zhu will conduct the assessment for our Cao family. Behind the medicine refining platform, Cao Ying said with a smile on her charming and delicate face after hearing Sheng Yao's words. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Cao Zhu, who had been silent all the time, stepped forward. I will conduct the assessment for our Dan family. Dang Xuan also said with a smile at his sister Danchen, who was lowering her head and not speaking at the side, who was at the Dan family's location. Well, in that case, the assessment is about to begin. However, let me tell you in advance that there are 4 items in this assessment, namely, testing the strength of soul power, testing soul control power, testing soul attack power, and the last one is the ability that the alchemist is most proud of, alchemy. If there is no objection, then the assessment begins. Chapter 994, Cao Ying's fighting spirit after passing 2 levels. In the spacious assessment hall. After stepping onto the alchemy platform, Sheng Yao, the examiner sent by Danta, immediately waved his hand towards the open space in the center of the alchemy platform. With a flash of black light, a half-man-high stone tablet that looked like it was carved from black crystal suddenly appeared on the platform. This is the tool for your first test. Do you see the raised disc under this crystal tablet? The 5 of you who are taking the test need to put your hands on this test disc and inject your soul power into it. This way, we can test the strength of your soul power. Your soul strength will be displayed in the form of a numerical value on this crystal tablet. The final ranking will be determined by the size of the test value. After taking out the black crystal tablet for testing soul power, Sheng Yao pointed at the crystal tablet in front of him and looked at the 5 players who were taking the test beside him, and said in a deep voice. Who will go first among you 5? I'll go first. Hearing Sheng Yao's words, the young man named Dan Xian from the Dan family smiled heartily, took a step forward, walked to the black crystal tablet, and then put his hand on the raised disc under the crystal tablet. Ha! With a low shout, Dan Xian suddenly calmed down and injected the soul power in his body into the test disc of the black crystal tablet in front of him. With the influx of Dan Xian's soul power, countless silver rays suddenly floated on the black crystal tablet. Countless silver rays of light continued to flow on the black crystal tablet, converging towards the area above the detection disc, and finally converging into a row of silver numbers, 903. Dan family, Dan Xian, soul power test value 903. After seeing Dan Xian's results, Sheng Yao immediately announced loudly, and looked at Dan Xian with a hint of appreciation. Although Dan Xian is still a lot worse than Cao Ying, he is still outstanding among his peers. With a soul power value of 903, it won't be long before he can enter the 7th grade high-level alchemist, and there is a great possibility that he will enter his current alchemist realm and have his current status. Next. After recording Dan Xian's soul power test data, Sheng Yao said loudly. After Sheng Yao's words, Bai Ying took a deep breath and walked up. As the most outstanding genius of the Bai family's current generation, he didn't think he would be worse than Dan Xian of the Dan family. Like Dang Xuan, after placing his hand on the protruding detection disc below the black crystal ball, with the injection of soul power, countless silver rays like lightning suddenly floated on the crystal tablet, and finally gathered a line of numbers above the disc, 789. How is it possible? When Bai Ying saw that the soul power value he tested was only this much, his face was a little ugly. Because although he also felt that he might be worse than Dang Xuan, he didn't expect that he would be so much worse, which made him a little unbearable for his pride. Because it is said that Dang Xuan is not the first genius in the Dan family, but he is the recognized first genius in the Bai family. Damn! Our Bai family ranks 3rd among the 5 major families, but as the first genius of the Bai family, I am not even as good as the 2nd genius of the Dan family. Although Bai Ying was very unwilling in his heart, after Sheng Yao loudly announced his results, he could only bear the unwillingness and walked down. The 3rd person to be tested was Chu Ji from the Chu family. However, among the 5 major families, the Chu family was only slightly better than the current Ye family, so Chu Ji's soul power value was not very good, only 707. After Chu Ji, the 4th person to be tested was Cao Zhu from the Cao family. Seeing Cao Zhu coming to take the test, Sheng Yao couldn't help but laugh. By the way, I forgot to say that the soul test tablet used for this soul power test is actually in our Dan Tower. It is also a tool for testing the soul power of alchemists. The person with the highest record among the younger generation is Cao Ying, who just came out of seclusion 2 years ago. Her test value is 976, which has not been broken yet. I hope someone among you can break this record. Although he said that he hoped that one of you would, Sheng Yao's eyes clearly stayed on Xin Lan. Because before coming, he got Xin Lan's test results in the sub-tower. Although Xin Lan only tested at the 7th grade intermediate level, it was only because the alchemist in charge of the assessment in the sub-tower was only at the 7th grade primary level, and could only conduct the 7th grade intermediate assessment. But according to the alchemist in the sub-tower assessment, the alchemy level of this disciple of Venerable Bai has definitely reached the 7th grade advanced level or above. And when Cao Ying came out of retreat, she only had a soul power of about the 7th grade advanced level, so at present, only this girl named Xin Lan is the most likely to break Cao Ying's record. Hearing Sheng Yao's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but move her eyes slightly. The highest record of this soul power test came from this demon girl Cao Ying, with a score of 976. Then I must break this record. Dare to snatch the master from me and say that you are better than me. Today I will prove that you are wrong. Thinking of this, Xin Lan couldn't help but look sideways at Cao Ying behind Cao Zhu, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in her clear eyes like autumn water. But noticing Xin Lan's eyes, Cao Ying smiled at Xin Lan charmingly, with a hint of interest at the corner of her mouth, as if she was not worried at all that Xin Lan would break her record, and even seemed to have a hint of expectation. At this time, Cao Zhu had already tested the soul power value, and the final result was 846, which was the second best among the 4 alchemists who had been tested. As Cao Zhu finished the first level of the test, Xin Lan was the only one left. Looking at the black soul testing monument in front of her, Xin Lan's soft and pretty face was not afraid at all. With her blue long skirt swaying gently, she walked a few steps to the soul testing monument and put her jade hand on the test disc. With a sigh of relief in her heart, Xin Lan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Bai Ji in the last seat, who still had a faint smile on his face. Xin Lan looked over, and Bai Ji gave an encouraging look while smiling. With Bai Ji's encouragement, Xin Lan couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She looked at the soul testing monument in front of her again. After her spirit was slightly focused, Xin Lan suddenly cried out in her heart, and then poured most of the soul power in her body into the soul testing monument in front of her. As countless bright silver lights gathered like lightning, a line of numbers suddenly appeared in the upper area of the detection disc, 1487. When seeing the data on the soul testing monument, whether it was Dan Xian, Bai Ying, Cao Zhu, or even Sheng Yao, they couldn't help but be shocked and took a breath of cold air. Because the data on this soul testing monument, 600-800 represents the 7th grade primary, 800-1000 represents the 7th grade intermediate, 1000-1300 represents the 7th grade advanced, and 1300-1500 represents the 7th grade peak. The Ye family's Yezinlan actually detected that the soul power value reached nearly 1500, which means that the soul strength of this Yezinlan has definitely reached the 7th grade peak. There are alchemists at the peak of the 7th rank, but there are basically no such young ones. Yezinlan is the same age as Cao Ying, but she is only 22 years old. Is there going to be another alchemy genius like the demon girl Cao Ying in Zhongzhou? In the hall, when everyone was shocked by Zinlan's soul power test results, many eyes also looked at Bai Ji who was sitting at the back of the hall. Because everyone knows that 3 years ago, Ye Zinlan of the Ye family was said to be only a 5th rank alchemist, and had not made a breakthrough for several years. But after following this Bai Zun for 3 years, he has now reached the peak of the 7th rank, which is really terrifying. The soul power test value is less than 1500. Did I perceive it wrongly, or did you actually hide something? It's really interesting. When countless people in the hall were shocked by Zinlan, Cao Ying still had an enchanting smile on her face, but her beautiful eyes were flashing instead, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but arouse a hint of interest. Last night, she sensed a fluctuation of a soul in the spiritual realm. Although this fluctuation disappeared quickly, according to the information she asked after finding the place, she found that the place where this fluctuation came from was exactly where Bai Ji lived. This soul fluctuation could not be from Bai Ji, nor could it be from the elder of the Ye family named Ye Zhong, so the most likely one was naturally Xin Lan. However, if it was a soul in the half-step spiritual realm, or even had been able to step into that realm, the soul power detection value should be at least above 1800 to be normal, which is really interesting. After the first level, the assessment went to the second level. The second level is to test the soul's carrying capacity. By using soul power to lift something called soul testing beads, the more you can lift, the higher the score. And the final result of this assessment is still that Xin Lan won. Although a strong soul power does not necessarily mean a strong carrying capacity, there is a positive correlation between the two. After the second level, it is the third level. The third level tests the aggressiveness of the soul, which allows alchemists to enter. The souls will clash, and the ranking will be determined based on how long they last. But before the third level begins, Cao Ying suddenly stepped forward, and when her beautiful eyes swept over Xin Lan, a smile appeared on her charming and delicate face, and then she said to Sheng Yao, Elder Sheng, can our Cao family change people midway? Chapter 995 Xin Lan vs Cao Ying, I'm determined to be her master. According to the rules of the assessment, the last champion family is our Cao family, and we have a chance to change people in the middle. Elder Sheng, don't worry about me doing something reckless. I just saw that Sister Xinlan is so powerful, and I'm itching to do it. If it doesn't work, Elder Sheng can just regard it as our Cao family giving up in the middle, which should not affect the result of the assessment. When the third level of soul attack power competition was about to begin, Cao Ying, who was wearing a black long skirt, suddenly stepped forward. The long skirt swayed lightly, outlining an attractive curve. A smile flashed across her charming and delicate face, and she said, Do you want to change people in the middle? Hearing Cao Ying's words, Sheng Yao couldn't help but frown slightly. In the assessment of the 5 major families, there is indeed a rule that the previous champion can change people in the middle of the next assessment, which is a small benefit for the champion. And with Cao Ying's strong character, seeing that the soul power value detected by Ye Xinlan in the first level has reached a level close to 1500, there is indeed a great possibility that she will take action. But the question is, if I agree to let Cao Ying join the assessment midway, will the White Reverend behind me feel that I am not giving him face and standing on the side of the Cao family? Sheng Yao was a little hesitant. But when he heard that Cao Ying actually wanted to join the assessment midway, while Sheng Yao was hesitating, Xin Lan took a step forward with lotus steps. As her delicate body moved slightly, a smile appeared on her pretty face as gentle and soft as water, and she said with a smile, Xin Lan actually made the famous sister Cao Ying want to help. This is an honor for Xin Lan. Xin Lan also wanted to try it out. How big is the gap between her and sister Cao Ying now? Hearing that Xin Lan actually agreed, Sheng Yao's frown relaxed immediately and said in a deep voice, Since no one has any objections, let Cao Ying take the third level of the assessment instead of Cao Zhu. After saying that, Sheng Yao immediately raised his wide sleeves, gently pointed his right index finger at the ground, and a finger-thick red douqi light column suddenly burst out and shot onto the ground of the alchemy table. Manipulating the red douqi light column, Sheng Yao drew 5 circles of the same size and 2 meters in diameter on the alchemy table, which were evenly distributed in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Okay, the 5 of you can each choose a circle to enter, and then prepare for the soul power competition. The longer you can hold on in the circle, the higher your ranking will be. Pointing to the 5 circles not far away, Sheng Yao said. In fact, the rules of this third level are also very simple, that is, 5 people stand in 5 circles, and then the soul power collides with each other. Whoever can't hold on will definitely be pushed out of the circle, and then he will be out. The first person to be eliminated is naturally the 5th, and then by analogy, the last one standing in the circle is naturally the first in this level. After hearing Sheng Yao's words, the 5 people who were taking the test on the alchemy table, Cao Ying, Dan Xian, Bai Ying, Chu Ji, and Xin Lan, all chose a circle and stood in it. Interestingly, the circles where Xin Lan and Cao Ying stood were exactly opposite each other. Then, the competition begins. After seeing the test contestants from the 5 major families enter the circle, Sheng Yao shouted in a deep voice. Following Sheng Yao's words, the 5 people in the 5 circles on the alchemy table suddenly shouted in their hearts at the same time, and released their soul power. In an instant, 5 powerful soul powers swept out. Although the soul power is invisible, as the 5 soul powers collided together, a strong gust of wind suddenly broke out and swept around. And the 5 people who were competing in soul power also felt a strong sense of oppression at the same time. In the soul power competition, as time went by, due to the constant collision and consumption of soul power, Chu Ji, who had the weakest soul power, began to lose his strength. Not only did his face become hard, his teeth were clenched, his face was red, and even his forehead was covered with sweat. Finally, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, Chuji was blown away and caught by Sheng Yao in the air. If Chuji had been allowed to fly directly, he would probably have fallen on the alchemy table. After Chuji, Bai Ying and Dan Xian also couldn't hold on one after another, and were finally blown away by the strong wind swept by the soul power and caught by Sheng Yao. Finally, only Cao Ying and Xin Lan were still competing in the third round. Although the previous collision of soul power had lasted for quite a while, Chuji, Bai Ying and Dan Xian had been forced to withdraw because they couldn't hold on. But whether it was Xin Lan or Cao Ying, it seemed that they had not consumed any soul power at all. The two women still looked normal despite the feeling of the speed. Even as the three of them withdrew, the two women seemed to show their true strength, and their eyes were shining with divine light. With a strong gust of wind and a strong pressure, everyone in the hall could feel that the soul power of Cao Ying and Xin Lan's collision suddenly surged, and the gorgeous long skirts worn by the two women were constantly swaying under the strong wind. And seeing the current appearance of Xin Lan and Cao Ying, feeling the strong soul power that was colliding, Dan Xian felt extremely bitter in his heart. Is the gap so big? In the previous competition between the five of them, the three of them were eliminated, and they didn't even force out the true strength of these two people. They are really two monsters. Thinking of this, Dan Xian couldn't help but turn his head and look at his sister Dan Chen, who was watching the competition between Cao Ying and Xin Lan without blinking. It is estimated that only his sister Dan Chen in their Dan family can compare with these two monsters. Sister Xinlan, you really had a trick up your sleeve when you took the test. Venerable Bai is indeed the only alchemist saint in Zhongzhou. He has promoted you to the level comparable to me in just 3 years. I am even more excited about Venerable Bai. Looking at Xinlan on the opposite side, Cao Ying couldn't help but smile charmingly while competing with her soul power. She stretched out her pink tongue and licked her tempting red lips. As she spoke, she seemed to be more determined to win Bai Ge. And the fact is indeed so. In Cao Ying's view, Bai Ge is definitely a person with a deeper foundation than Danta, who can promote a 5th-grade alchemist with limited qualifications to the level comparable to herself in just 3 years. Compared with Danta, in terms of alchemists, the Beatty sect, which has Bai Ge and Yeazun Yaokan, is not much inferior at the highest level. The only thing it lacks is the middle level, power and influence. But after forming an alliance with Huasong, Xingyun Pavilion and Fenian Valley, the influence and power have been made up. Now the only thing that Beatty sect lacks is the middle level. However, compared with power and influence, the middle level is not so important. Because the middle level can be accumulated, as long as there are 2 banners of Beg and Yeazun Yaokan, Beatty sect can always cultivate enough middle-level alchemists. In the future, it is entirely possible to grow into a top force like Danta and become the second holy land of alchemists. Cao Ying is a very ambitious woman. Although the family has influence in Danta and she has a good reputation in Danta, as she said to Beg, in Danta she can only become a giant of Danta for who knows how many generations, and stop at the peak of the 8th grade alchemist. But following Beg, she has the hope of becoming the second dean of Beatty Sect Alchemist College, and even other first-class positions. In the future, with Beg, a 9th grade alchemist, there is more hope of becoming a 9th grade alchemist. In the case that the Beatty sect has every hope of becoming a top force like Danta in the future, Cao Ying will naturally be able to show her courage and choose to withdraw from Danta and join the Beatty sect. Anyway, joining Danta now is only for her, Cao Ying. The Cao family is not the only genius. With Cao Zhu, the future of the Cao family is also booming, and if she succeeds, the Cao family will be even more glorious. But this was her previous idea. After meeting Baigyu, Cao Ying had other pursuits, such as pursuing this young, handsome, powerful and equally powerful Bai Zunzun. Women always admire the strong. As a top demon since childhood, Cao Ying's vision is naturally high. The man she wants to find must also be someone who can surpass her in countless aspects. Whether it is appearance, strength, alchemy, or achievements, he must surpass her. If she can't find it, she would rather be alone for the rest of her life, just like Xian Yi, one of the 3 giants of Danta. Xian Yi, one of the 3 giants of Danta, had a crush on Yao Chen, the medicine venerable, but Yao Chen was never willing to accept her. The Danta giant couldn't find anyone else he liked, so he has been alone until now. However, compared to the wooden Yao Chen, the young and handsome Bai Zun seemed to be much easier to deal with, and he actually ate his own disciple. Since he was a cat that would steal fish, Cao Ying didn't believe that the Baizun could refuse this piece of beautiful meat that was delivered to his mouth. Anyway, she has always been a unique demon woman in the eyes of others, and she doesn't care about other people's eyes. Since she has taken a fancy to him, she will definitely worship this master. Chapter 996 The Power of the Heaven-Changing and Earth-Strike Great Method. The assessment is over. In the assessment hall, everyone's eyes were focused on the alchemy table. Cao Ying and Xin Lan, who were still competing in soul power, their eyes were full of shock and amazement. Compared with the competition between the 5 people just now, the competition between these 2 people now is the real competition. Even the soul power released by the 2 of them now has surpassed almost all the elders of the alchemist family in the hall. After Cao Ying and Xin Lan both released their soul power with all their strength, the majestic soul power enveloped the entire hall, making the entire hall extremely depressing. Every time the soul power of the 2 collided, a gust of wind would be generated on the alchemy table, constantly whistling around. In the constant collision of soul power, the positions of the 2 in the circle were also constantly retreating. Sister Xin Lan, your strength is indeed amazing, but the real competition has just begun. Looking at Xin Lan in front of her, Cao Ying's enchanting face suddenly hooked her red lips. After she finished speaking, her pair of jade hands suddenly pinched a handprint, placed it on her chest, and then quickly formed countless complicated handprints in a dazzling manner. As her hands continued to form seals, in the strange soul fluctuations, the invisible soul power surrounding Cao Ying's body actually condensed quickly and finally turned into an invisible soul phoenix. Although this soul phoenix cannot be seen with the naked eye, the people in the hall are not ordinary people, but elders of many alchemist families who have the hope of competing for the title of the 5 major families, all of whom are at least alchemists of the 7th rank. Through the perspective of soul perception, everyone immediately saw a lifelike silver soul phoenix condensed around Cao Ying. After the silver phoenix condensed into shape, under the control of Cao Ying, its huge body kept flapping its wings, and the highly condensed silver soul wings were like sharp blades, cutting tiny black space cracks in the space. Soul power takes shape. Is this the legendary soul skill? Through the perspective of spiritual perception, seeing the huge silver phoenix in front of them, countless elders of the alchemist families around them couldn't help but take a breath. The legendary soul skills are extremely rare and difficult to practice. I didn't expect that the demon girl Cao Ying in front of me actually practiced such a secret skill. It seems that Miss Xinlan is in danger. Sister Xinlan, if you don't come up with some tricks, you'll lose. After condensing the soul power into a soul phoenix, Cao Ying manipulated the soul phoenix to hover above her head, while looking at Xinlan and said with a smile. Soul skills, just like the fighting skills performed by fighters, are special skills that use soul power. Although the amount of soul power does not change before and after the soul skills are performed, the power that can be exerted is completely different. If Xinlan uses the strength she has shown now, facing her soul skills, she will definitely lose. Then let me show you my strength. Xinlan's soft and pretty face suddenly condensed for Cao Ying's invitation to fight. After a delicate shout, she immediately used the means of using soul power taught by Bai Ji, the method of changing the sky and hitting the earth. The method of changing the sky and hitting the earth is not only a method of cultivating soul power, but also a method of using soul power. Practicing the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique to the extreme, one can make an enemy with lower soul power than oneself fall into an illusion with one glance, and even reincarnate for hundreds of lifetimes, unable to extricate oneself. Although the destructive power of warriors in the Tang Dynasty Twin Dragons series from which the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique comes is completely incomparable to the destructive power of fighters in the Douluo Kangsheng world. However, as a great achievement of the Tang Dynasty series, the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique can not only be used in many planes, but also in terms of mystery. It is definitely not inferior to any top soul skill in the Douluo Kangsheng world. With the use of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique, Xin Lan's soul power also condensed quickly, condensing a miniature mountain and river that seemed real around her. Although this mountain and river is a little unclear, the perception of the terrifying suction force it exudes on the soul still shocked countless people. This is definitely an extremely powerful soul skill. The essence of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique is to use mental power to condense such an illusory world, trap the enemy's consciousness in it, and let it reincarnate for hundreds of generations. For those with weak wills, it can even rewrite their memories, which is extremely terrifying. Sister Xinlan is really a hidden talent. Seeing Xinlan condense a miniature mountain and river, Cao Ying smiled charmingly. Controlling the condensed soul phoenix, it instantly spread its wings and flew high. After flying over Xinlan's head, it suddenly grabbed Xinlan with a pair of sharp claws. However, seeing Cao Ying's attack, Xinlan naturally would not admit defeat. Instead, she also manipulated the condensed miniature mountain and river, and while resisting the claws of the Soul Phoenix, she burst out a strong suction force, trying to pull the Soul Phoenix condensed by Cao Ying into this miniature mountain and river. In the competition between the two parties, if the Soul Phoenix crushes the miniature mountain and river, the final result will definitely be that Xinlan loses. But if the final result is that Xinlan's micro-mountains and rivers devour Cao Ying's Soul Phoenix, then Xinlan will definitely win. In the assessment hall, as the Soul Phoenix condensed by Cao Ying and the micro-mountains and rivers condensed by Xinlan collided with each other, the sharp claws of the Soul Phoenix tightly grasped. He tried to crush the miniature mountain and river, while the miniature mountain and river persisted tenaciously, trying to pull the Soul Phoenix in. During the stalemate between the two women, the eyes of the entire assessment hall were also attracted. However, when everyone was nervously watching the competition between the two women, secretly guessing the outcome in their hearts. As for the outcome between the two women, Bai Ji, who was at the back, had almost figured it out. In terms of the soul realm, Cao Ying, who has now reached the spiritual realm, is definitely better. However, because Xinlan was carrying the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method taught by him, and her soul had already stepped half a foot into the gate of the spiritual realm, her combat power was not inferior to Cao Ying at all. Although the two were evenly matched in combat power, it was a pity that Bai Ji had Xinlan fuse the pregnant soul dust last night. And the pregnant soul dust allows the soul to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and strengthen the soul's aura. The spiritual energy absorbed by Xinlan last night has not been completely digested. Now Xinlan's soul should still contain spiritual energy, which can make Xinlan's soul power recover faster. In the long duel, Cao Ying is definitely no match for Xinlan. And the final result was not unexpected by Beg. As time went by, Cao Ying gradually couldn't hold on. In the end, she chose to force a wave of soul power to break away from the stalemate between the Soul Phoenix and the Soul Mountain and River condensed by Xinlan, and then chose to admit defeat happily. Sister Xinlan, I lost. In the long stalemate, Cao Ying was already sweating profusely. After releasing the Soul Phoenix and taking the soul power back into her body, she looked at Xinlan, smiled freely on her charming face, and said she admitted defeat very happily. However, although she lost the competition, after seeing Xinlan's method of changing the sky and striking the earth, Cao Ying's heart was even more passionate about Beg. She had practiced in Danta for many years, so she knew how precious and valuable soul skills were to alchemists. And Cao Ying could see that the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique was definitely a top soul skill. Cao Ying couldn't help but be jealous. After Cao Ying chose to admit defeat, the results of the third round were immediately determined. Xinlan was the first, Cao Ying was the second, Dan Xian was the third, Bai Ying was the fourth, and Chu Ji was the fifth. However, after the third level, in the fourth level, Cao Ying directly chose to admit defeat on behalf of the Cao family. Elder Sheng, our Cao family admits defeat in the fourth level. Before the fourth level began, Cao Ying smiled and said, for the Cao family, because they were the champions in the last session, no matter what the ranking was in this session, they were not in danger of falling out of the top 5 families, so the ranking was naturally not important at all. Anyway, with Cao Ying and Cao Zhu, the Cao family would not have to worry about falling out of the top 5 families for at least 100 years. So Cao Ying didn't care about the fourth level at all. She had not planned to take the test, but she was excited to see Xinlan. Now that she had competed with Xinlan and knew what she wanted to know, she did not have to take part in the fourth level. Instead of spending time on the fourth level test, she might as well take this time to think about how to attack this Bai Zun in the next few days. Although she could join the Beatty sect and attack slowly, she was not familiar with the Beatty sect after all, so it was better to attack in advance now. Hearing Cao Ying admit defeat on behalf of the Cao family, Cao Zhu shook his head, but he was not surprised. For this unique demon woman in the family, she dared to communicate face-to-face with the Douzun strongmen who had a grudge against their Cao family when they met for the first time. What else could she not dare to do? The fourth level, the medicine refining test. Sheng Yao gave a very ordinary 7th grade intermediate elixir recipe and provided medicinal materials. The results were determined by the quality of the elixir finally refined by the 4 people. In this round, Xin Lan still won the first place, Dan Xian the second place, Bai Ying the third place, and Chu Ji the fourth place. As for the Cao family, they only got the fifth place because they gave up. After the assessment, the elders of the alchemist families around came to congratulate Ye Zhong. Ye Zhong's old face was as smiling as a chrysanthemum. But on the side, the elders of the four major families who vaguely knew the relationship between Bai Ji and the Ye family kept sneering in their hearts. They knew that this Bai Zun was a ruthless person who remembered grudges. He could destroy the Glacier Valley for a disciple, and let an elder of the Ye family who almost forced his younger brother to marry off benefit from it for no reason. How could this be possible? Volume 10 Chapter 997 The Visit of the Three Giants of Danta, the Danhui began. The assessment of the five major families ended. However, the Danhui has not yet started, but needs to wait for 10 days. The reason is that it still takes time for alchemists who have passed the inspection of the local towers to arrive at the Holy Dan city in Zhongzhou Danyu to participate in the Dan conference. During these 10 days, through the continuous use of the soul pregnant dust, Xin Lan's soul realm is steadily improving, but it still has not reached the 8th grade alchemist realm. Because the cultivation has changed the world, Xin Lan's manipulation of her soul power is extremely delicate, and she cooperates with the skills tailored by Bai Ji for her alchemist identity. Compared with ordinary alchemists, Xin Lan's success rate in refining pills and the quality of the final pills are much higher than those of alchemists of the same level. And during these 10 days, because of Xin Lan's reverse push, after breaking the last layer of window paper, the relationship between the two has also made rapid progress. Although Bai Ji is not particularly eager for men and women, he is also not resistant. However, because it is the first time to taste the forbidden fruit, Xin Lan is quite obsessed with it, and she pesters Bai Ji every night. And when Bai Ji suddenly got excited and used the double cultivation secret method Xian Yuan Yuxian Ju that he had obtained, he found that this could also improve his strength, and Xin Lan was even happier. However, for Xin Lan, although because of her first experience, she is indeed a little obsessed with this matter. But in addition to this, to a large extent, Xin Lan also feels that Bai Ji belongs to her only during the time of participating in the alchemy meeting. After returning, Bai Ji no longer belonged to her alone, so she made extra efforts to seize the time. But in these 10 days, the demon girl Cao Ying always came to her house every day to ask for advice on alchemy, disturbing her and her master Bai Ji's relationship. This made Xin Lan a little angry. However, this demon girl was too cunning. She actually let the whole Shendan city know about the news that she was going to ask her master Bai Ji for advice, and she couldn't stop it. Otherwise, she would definitely become a jealous person. This made Xin Lan a little powerless. On the last day after 10 days, the courtyard where Bai Ji was suddenly welcomed 3 strange visitors. Haha, rare guests, really rare guests. I didn't expect that the famous Danta Big 3 would have time to come to my humble residence. Feeling a space fluctuation coming, Bai Ji suddenly turned into a lightning and left the room and came to the yard. When he saw a middle-aged beautiful woman and 2 old men in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and said, "Your Excellency Bai is joking. The 3 giants of Danta are just empty names. In Danta, heroes are judged by their alchemy skills. The alchemist of Bai is far superior to us. We should call him Bai Ji." An old man in white bowed and said with a smile, "Don't call me Bai Ji, just call me Bai Ji. We are all people of status, so we can treat each other as equals." Bai Ji shook his head and said with a smile, "Haha, then, I am Xian Kongzi. Because of the alchemy meeting, the 3 of us are busy preparing for the meeting. Otherwise, we would have visited you, Bai Ji, a few days ago." Xian Kongzi clasped his fists and said with a smile, I understand, come and sit down." Bai Ji smiled and asked the 3 to sit down on a stone table in the yard. Then he took out the spiritual flower tea he brought with him, and after it was brewed like flowing water, he brewed it for the 3 people and himself. Good tea. Picking up the jade-like teacup, after taking a sip of the perfectly brewed spiritual flower tea, Xian Kongzi could not help but nod his head and admired it. "Bai Ji, you accompanied your disciples to attend the Danhui this time. Didn't Yao Chen ask you to bring any words?" After drinking the tea, Xian Kongzi could not help but look at Bai Ji and asked with a smile. Hearing Xian Kongzi's words, Bai Ji could not help but notice the beautiful woman with a slightly red face beside him. He could not help but smile. "When I left, he did look for me, but this guy stopped talking halfway, but I have sharp ears, and I heard that what he said seemed to be, let me go and see Xian what do you think he meant? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the middle-aged beautiful woman beside him could not help but brighten her eyes. There is a word Xian in her name. Does he mean to let this Bai Zun go to Danta to see how she is doing? It should be Xian Yi, right? Yao Chen is a taciturn person who doesn't like to speak out about anything, and he is also proud. He rejected Xian Yi because of his disciple, but he heard that Xian Yi was missing because of his disciple. Even if he regretted what happened back then, he must be too proud to admit defeat. He stopped talking halfway. It is indeed possible. Xian Yi couldn't help laughing. That's possible. Bai Ji also laughed. But in fact, he lied. Yao Chen didn't tell him about this at all. But Yao Chen didn't accept such a beautiful woman's love. Bai Ji couldn't bear to see Yao Chen, who was already old and alone, so he naturally helped him. By the way, Xian Kongzi, there may be problems with this alchemy meeting, because I seem to have found traces of the Soul Palace in Shendan City. As if he suddenly remembered something, Bai Ji gently pinched the teacup in his hand and said slowly. Soul Palace? Are you sure? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xian Kongzi's expression suddenly became serious. Xian Yi and Tian Lei Ziai, who were standing by, also looked serious. But why didn't I sense the presence of someone from the Soul Palace in Shendan City? Xian Yi's graceful and beautiful face hesitated. Since the Soul Palace dared to come to participate in the Dan conference, they must have made all the necessary preparations. If I didn't have a special secret method that gave me a strong sense of the soul body, I probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Bai Ji smiled gently. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the three giants of Danta looked depressed, and they thought so. The Soul Palace has always been mysterious and likes to plan before taking action. Since they dared to come to participate in their Danta, they must have had a way to guard against the three of them. However, this method was aimed at their Danta, and the Bai Zun in front of them was not a member of their Danta, but an outsider, so he could find it. Soul Palace must be here for our Danta's 3000 flames. Soul Palace is not an ordinary force. Apart from the 3000 flames, there is no other thing. It is still to attract them. Xian Kongzi put down the teacup in his hand, his eyes serious, and said in a deep voice. No. We must not let them get the 3000 flames. If the people of Soul Palace get the 3000 flames, our Danta will lose face. Tian Liza clenched his fists and said with a little anger. Don't worry, I am also here for the 3000 flames. My disciple Xin Lan can definitely win the championship of this Dan conference and get the 3000 flames. Seeing the three Danta giants who rarely get angry, Bai Ji smiled slightly. I also know your disciple Xin Lan. I heard that he can defeat Cao Ying. It is indeed extraordinary, but the people sent by the Soul Palace are definitely extraordinary. Whether it is your disciple Xin Lan or Cao Ying of the Cao family, they are still slightly inexperienced after all. Xian Kongzi shook his head and sighed. Bai Ji just smiled slightly and did not answer Xian Kongzi's worry. He was just giving a shot of prevention to the three giants of Danta in front of him. He knew the identity of the people sent by the Soul Palace and what level of elixirs they could refine. How could he lose? Hey! But no matter what, if your disciple Xin Lan, Bai Ji, can get the 3000 flames, that would be the best. Anyway, the Soul Palace can't get it. Xian Kongzi shook his head. Although Xin Lan has worshipped Bai Ji as his master and is a member of the Beatty sect, as a member of the Ye family, the Ye family still belongs to Danta. Xin Lan getting the 3000 flames is also their own business of Danta, which is always better than what the Soul Palace gets. By the way, Bai Ji, have you really reached the realm of the 9th grade alchemist? After sighing, as if remembering something, Xian Kongzi couldn't help but look at Bai Ji and asked hesitantly. Although according to the information from Burning Flame Valley, Bai Ji refined a perfect quality 7th grade high-level elixir in just over 10 minutes, which is something that even the 8th grade peak alchemists like them cannot do, it is still a bit curious whether Bai Ji has really reached the 9th grade. I haven't refined a 9th grade elixir yet, but you can feel my soul power. Bai Ji smiled slightly and released a powerful soul power comparable to the Emperor Realm Soul. As Bai Ji's vast soul power was released, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Liza could not help but change their colors when they sensed Bai Ji's soul power. This kind of oppressive force? Could it be that this is the legendary Heavenly Realm Soul? This is definitely not an ordinary heavenly realm soul, but it is very likely to have reached the peak realm of the heavenly realm soul. At this point, the three of them couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This soul realm, even if the cultivation level has not reached the Dosheng realm corresponding to the 9th grade alchemist, is definitely enough to refine some low-level 9th grade elixirs. In the future, if his cultivation breaks through to Dosheng, this Baizun will be able to directly become a top-level 9th grade alchemist. The soul power of Baizun is really shocking. This powerful soul power is completely enough to control the refining of 9th grade elixirs. Even if Baizun cannot really break through the 9th grade for the time being due to his cultivation, with such a soul, he will definitely be able to enter the 9th grade in the future. Looking at Bai Ji, because of shock, Xian Kongzi changed his name to Baizun again, with an extremely amazed tone. In his opinion, Bai Ji is already a half-step 9th grade, and is fully capable of refining some 9th grade elixirs that are not difficult. However, because of his insufficient cultivation, his body may be affected after refining, unlike a real 9th grade alchemist, who only consumes soul power but his body will not be affected. After complimenting each other, the three of them were ready to say goodbye and leave to check the traces of the people from the Soul Palace in Shenzhen City. However, Bai Ji was not optimistic about whether the three of them could find out. However, Bai Ji did not remind the three people of the identity of the Soul Hall. Because this is easy to cause changes, for the sake of safety, it is better not to affect too much, otherwise his plan may also be affected. Venerable Bai, I heard that Ying'er wants to worship you as a master. In fact, I almost accepted Ying'er as my apprentice back then, but unfortunately, I accepted her as my goddaughter. Ying'er has always been strong-willed. Her dream is to become the most powerful alchemist in Zhongzhou, although you, Venerable Bai, already have a disciple, but if possible, please accept Ying'er as your disciple. Before leaving, looking at Bai Ji, Xian Yi said with some complexity, and bowed slightly to Bai Ji, saying, Ying'er, is it Cao Ying? Hearing Xian Yi's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But for Xian Yi's words, Bai Ji did not hesitate, but smiled. If you Denta are willing to let her go, I don't mind if she wants to go back to Beatty sect with me. Bai Ji actually admired Cao Ying, a demon girl who was not bound by worldly affairs. In his previous life, Bai Ge's favorite martial arts character was Wan Wan in the Legend of the Twin Dragons of the Tang dynasty. Although the Ye family had a grudge against the Cao family, it was not a blood feud and could be resolved. Just accept it. Anyway, it was also a face giving to the Danta giant in front of him, Yao Chen's future wife. Chapter 998 The Alchemy Meeting begins, Cao Ying and Xin Lan. 10 days later, the alchemy meeting officially began. Unlike the sub-tower test, the sub-tower test only tests the alchemist's alchemy level. As long as the alchemist meets the 5th grade or above, he can pass the pre-selection and officially register for the alchemy meeting. But even if the requirement is to be a 5th grade alchemist or above, the alchemists who can participate in the alchemy meeting are from the entire Zhongzhou. Although 5th grade alchemists are rare in various places, if the scope is expanded to the entire Zhongzhou, there are tens of thousands of them. It is naturally impossible for so many people to participate in the alchemy meeting at the same time for the alchemy competition, so several rounds of extremely strict screening must be carried out. Only the last few dozen or hundreds of people are left, so the competition will look brighter. And because they are the most outstanding group of alchemists who have been selected through layers of selection, the competition will be more exciting and will not lose the name of the Alchemy Association. On this day, in the early morning, the fiery red sun just rose from the eastern sky, shining through the white clouds, casting brilliant golden morning light on the earth. In the northern district of Shenzhen City, the place where the first level of the Alchemy Association is being assessed is now full of dense crowds, and it looks like a sea of people from a distance. At this moment, everyone is looking at the vast and boundless square opposite the endless deep purple space in the distance with fiery eyes. That is the end of the first level of the assessment. According to the Alchemy Association process announced by Danta, the first level of the Alchemy Association is to pass through the deep purple space from here to the opposite square. This level is called the illusion level. Among the people waiting for the assessment to begin, Xin Lan is also among them. However, Xin Lan did not stand with the people in the crowd. She was wearing a dark blue dress, standing on a big tree, leaning against the trunk, looking at the square in the distance, and her soft and pretty face was full of tranquility at the moment. But just when Xin Lan was quietly waiting for the test to begin, A black figure suddenly passed by the big trees around, and finally landed on the big tree where Xin Lan was, and landed beside Xin Lan. It was Cao Ying, a demon girl wearing a black long dress, with a delicate and beautiful face, a noble temperament and a charming temperament. Sister Xin Lan, the first level is about to begin, why is Venerable Bai not by your side? After landing beside Xin Lan, looking at Xin Lan beside her, Cao Ying's beautiful eyes swept around, and a hint of playfulness appeared on her delicate face, and she said with a sweet smile. The master was invited away by the 3 seniors of Danta, and is now waiting for me across the square. In addition, please stay away from me, I don't want to see you. Looking at the figure beside her, a trace of anger flashed in Xinlan's clear eyes, and she said in a slightly cold tone. Sister Xinlan, don't be so cold. We will be fellow disciples soon, and we should get along well. Although we have many senior sisters, we are the only 2 who are learning to make medicine. Logically, we should be closer, so that we can exchange experiences and insights in making medicine in the future. For Xinlan's resistance, Cao Ying couldn't help but have a hint of teasing in her beautiful eyes, and the charming smile on her pretty face became more intense. Master only accepted you as a disciple at the request of Senior Xuanyi. Don't be too proud. I know you are powerful, but Master will not buy into your tricks. In addition, I am also your senior sister. Even if you have entered the sect, you should call me senior sister. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Xin Lan gritted her teeth and became even more angry. When they first met, she saw that this witch wanted to snatch her master from her. Later, she shamelessly came to the master's house every day to ask for advice on alchemy, which was actually to seduce the master. I thought that if I could just blow pillow wind every night, the master would not be influenced by this witch. But who knew that this witch actually persuaded Senior Xian Yi, who was friends with Senior Yao Chen, to plead for her. She was so cunning. Xin Lan was not jealous. It was just that she had heard about the various amazing deeds of this witch every day, and she couldn't help but envy her. After all, she was also responsible for the hope of revitalizing the Ye family at that time, naturally hoped that I have higher talent. But unfortunately, because of my mediocre talent in alchemy, Xin Lan is getting more and more frustrated. Feeling that the attitude of the elders who had been expecting me was gradually changing, Xin Lan was sad and could only beg her father to send me to Canaan College far away from Zhongzhou. As a result, by chance, I met Master Bai Ji, and my life reached its peak. Now I finally surpassed this demon girl in front of me. But this demon girl also wants to worship Master Bai Ji as her teacher, so won't I be suppressed by this demon girl again in the future? This made Xin Lan feel very unfair. But in fact, in terms of talent and qualifications, after Bai Ge's various enhancements, Xin Lan is absolutely not inferior to Cao Ying. It's just that Xin Lan had heard too many amazing deeds about Cao Ying before, and she had formed a fixed mindset psychologically. That is, she felt that she was not as good as Cao Ying, so she was naturally worried about gains and losses. In addition, although there were senior sisters Yafei, Xiao Yuxian, Yun Yun, and Qinglin in the past, these 4 senior sisters had their own things to do, and they were basically not around Master Bai Ji. And it just so happened that because of the preparation for the alchemy meeting, Bai Ji's energy was basically used on Xin Lan in the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, Xin Lan can be said to have almost dominated Bai Ji, so naturally she didn't want another junior sister who was also learning to refine medicine to compete with her for the master. If it was before, it would be fine. But now, the relationship between her and her master Bai Ji has undergone subtle changes, so naturally she doesn't want another person to come in. Senior sister? I heard our master doesn't judge seniority by the time of apprenticeship, but by strength. Sister Xin Lan, maybe at the beginning, you are indeed my senior sister, but when I surpass you, you should call me senior sister. Looking at Xin Lan, Cao Ying's enchanting and beautiful face showed a confident smile. For the woman named Xin Lan beside her, even though she lost to her in the soul power competition during the previous assessment, Cao Ying was still full of confidence. Although she was lucky and worshipped the Bai Zunzun as her master, she was still far behind herself in wisdom and character. Although he didn't know how his miraculous master, who was about to become his apprentice, could surpass him in just 3 years, as long as he could get the same conditions, he would never lose again. Compared to Cao Ying, Xin Lan was still a little behind in personal confidence. Ding! At this moment, a crisp bell sound suddenly rang out, and the mighty bell sound spread out in almost the blink of an eye, instantly resounding through the world. For a moment, even the deafening noise of the crowd waiting for the test was covered up. The first level of the test is about to begin. Hearing the bell sound, Cao Ying couldn't help but look at the deep purple space in the distance, and the vast square opposite this deep purple space. Sister Xin Lan, this time, let's see who passes the first level first. When the crowd under her feet began to stir, Cao Ying couldn't help but smile charmingly, and while speaking, she looked at Xin Lan beside her. Just then, Xin Lan seemed to unconsciously stretch out her jade hand and touched a strange red ring on her right hand. Hey? What kind of ring is this? A red ring, so special? When she saw the red ring on Xin Lan's hand, Cao Ying couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This color of ring didn't seem to be plated. It was really the first time she saw it. Humph. Then give it a try. But just as Cao Ying was about to ask, Xin Lan said coldly after hearing Cao Ying's words, and then moved her body, instantly turning into a blue shadow and bursting into the deep purple space in the distance. Forget it. It's not a big deal. Seeing Xin Lan leave, Cao Ying also swallowed the words she was about to say. Thinking about it, she also followed Xin Lan and burst into the deep purple space in the distance. Last time in the soul power competition, she lost to Xin Lan. This time, she wants to compete again. On the other side, on the vast square opposite the endless deep purple space, countless stone platforms were suspended in the air of the square. And at the back of the square, on a huge floating stone, 4 gorgeous thrones stood on it, and 4 figures were sitting on the thrones, looking across the square at the deep purple space. Hehe, Brother Bai, who do you think can pass the first level first? On the 4 thrones, Xian Kongzi smiled and asked Bai Ji beside him. Brother Xian, shouldn't you know my answer? Bai Ji smiled softly and said to Xian Kongzi's question. Xian Kong, is this question still worth asking? Brother Bai's answer must be the little girl Xin Lan from the Ye family. Brother Bai is now famous in Zhongzhou for his pampering of his disciples. For that little medical fairy, Brother Bai did not hesitate to offend the Tian Yao Huang clan and destroy the Glacier Valley. On the side, Tian Liza laughed said. However, after hearing what Tian Liza said, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a little guilty. He did pamper his disciples, but it was more of a possessive desire. After all, this was his goddess in his previous life, and for Xin Lan, he now pampered her to the bed. Ahem, I just have confidence in Xin Lan's strength. After all, she was trained by me, and I have some idea of her strength. Bai Ji coughed a few times and said. Why do I think Ying'er will be the first to pass the first level? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the dignified and beautiful woman Xian Yi smiled and gave her answer. Since we have different opinions, why not make a bet? Bai Ji smiled. How about this, if Cao Ying passes first, I will find a way to bring Yao Chen to Danta headquarters, but if my disciple Xin Lan wins, then you will come back to Beatty sect with me to see Yao Chen, how about that? That's good, we agree to this bet. Regarding Bai Ji's bet, Xian Kongzi and Tian Lizi on the side couldn't help but clap their hands and laughed. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xian Yi's beautiful face couldn't help but blush, that was shy. However, after a while of entanglement, she finally couldn't refuse, but forced herself to be dignified and nodded calmly. Let's bet, I, Xian Yi, am not afraid of anyone. Hearing Xian Yi's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Xian Kongzi and Tian Lizi, and the 3 of them laughed at each other, making Xian Yi both embarrassed and annoyed, but full of expectations in her heart. Through Xian Yi, after using Yao Chen to brush the favor of the 3 giants of Danta again, Bai Ji sat on the throne with great satisfaction, quietly waiting for the people in the first level to pass. Chapter 999 Entering the Dan Realm, Becoming a Ring Grandpa from Today. Sitting on the throne, while quietly waiting for the alchemists in the first level to pass, Bai Ji's eyes swept across the floating stone platforms in the vast square in front of him. These stone platforms are where the alchemists who pass the first level of the illusion level will be teleported out. And after being teleported to the stone platform, these alchemists who pass the first level will be randomly given a pill formula and a list of medicinal materials to collect. Then they will be sent to a special world Dan realm owned by Dan Tower to collect medicinal materials, and finally come out to start alchemy. This is different from the original plot. In the original plot, the first level of the illusion level and the second level of the Dan realm level are connected, but now, the two levels are separated. And it is not just the first and second levels that have changed, the entire Dan meeting has changed to a certain extent. But this is also normal. The Danhui has been held in Zhongzhou for many years. It is no longer a grand event for Danta alone, but a grand event for the alchemists of the entire Zhongzhou to show their strength to all the forces in Zhongzhou. If it is the same level as the original plot, it is impossible to accurately select excellent alchemists in different levels. However, if every level is selected once, it can be more accurately selected. In the quiet waiting, the first figure who passed the first level finally appeared on a stone platform in the square. It was Xin Lan. But at this moment, Xin Lan's face was slightly red. After looking at Bai Ji, he lowered his head quickly. The second one, of course, was Cao Ying. Just a few seconds after Xin Lan passed the first level, Cao Ying passed the first level assessment. But seeing that Xin Lan had come out, Cao Ying's smile on her charming face, which was full of confidence, suddenly disappeared, and her pretty face became a little angry. But in fact, when passing the first level, although Xin Lan passed the space maze faster than Cao Ying, Xin Lan almost delayed time when facing the illusion. At the critical moment, Bai Ji secretly helped Xin Lan break free from the illusion. If Bai Ji did not secretly help, Xin Lan would definitely be overturned when facing the illusion in the last level. Although the bet made by Bai Ji before, regardless of winning or losing, was aimed at bringing Yao Chen and Xian Yi together. But it was really troublesome to bring Yao Chen to Dan Tower, so it was better to bring Xian Yi back to Beatty Sect directly, so Bai Ji would definitely win the bet, and naturally let Xin Lan pass the level first. Anyway, this time's Danhui. At the last level, Bai Ji is likely to help Xin Lan cheat, so it doesn't matter if he familiarizes himself with it in advance. After Xin Lan and Cao Ying passed the level, as bursts of light flashed, figures began to appear one after another on the stone platform suspended above the square. In less than half an hour, the thousands of stone platforms suspended above the square were already full of people. There was no specific time limit for passing the first level of the alchemy competition, but it also tested the speed of passing. Because as long as all the stone platforms suspended in the square were fully occupied, even if only 10 minutes had passed, the remaining alchemists who had not passed the first level would also be declared failures. See you again, Xiao Yanzi. Sitting on a throne on the floating stone at the back of the square, looking at the figures constantly appearing on the stone platforms in front of the square, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes, which made Bai Ji couldn't help but evoke a playful smile. This person is none other than Xiao Yan. Seeing Bai Ji, Xiao Yan's face was a little stiff, but soon returned to normal. Xiao Yan actually had a complicated heart for Bai Ji. He originally thought that this monster who had been suppressing him since he was a child would be his lifelong enemy. But he suddenly found out that this guy was a Douzun strongman who came to attack him. No wonder he had never been able to beat him before, this guy was just a Douzun. He used to tease him deliberately, it would be strange if he could win. Knowing Bai Ji's true identity, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little unfair, but he didn't hate him. After all, he had heard from his father Xiao Zhan that this Douzun strongman had saved their Xiao family, and the other party had only teased him before and didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, it was because of him that he was able to always maintain an attitude of hard work and practice, and not be arrogant. He should thank him. And because of him, the Xiao family was also greatly protected, and now it is developing better and better. Although Xiao Yan was unwilling to submit to anyone because of the arrogance of the time traveler, he would not be stupid. Although sometimes, he would inevitably think in his heart, if there was no Bai Ji, would the figure that he was dreaming of belong to him? But after learning the true identity of the blue lotus-like figure from the head of the alchemy department of his master, Xiao Yan could only say, "Excuse me." As a time traveler, Xiao Yan is indeed arrogant, but he is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very clear-headed. There are so many beauties on the Duqi continent. Since they are not from the same world, Xiao Yan put down his delusion. Perhaps, it is that fairy-like woman who is destined not to belong to him. I just hope that this Bai Zun can treat her well. For some reason, Xiao Yan seemed to feel that he had lost something, but he just laughed at himself, thinking that he was too greedy. This time, he saw Bai Ji again. For some reason, Xiao Yan felt his heart skip a beat again, and felt uneasy for no reason. He felt that every time he met this Bai Zun, nothing good would happen. In the last Sifang Pavilion conference, he was almost slapped to death by someone. This time, it would not be bad again, right? Bai Ji naturally didn't know what Xiao Yan felt at the moment. But this did not affect Bai Ji's continued smile. After guessing that Xiao Yan had another extraordinary opportunity last time, Bai Ji had his eyes on this son of luck again. Although he had robbed Xiao Yan of many opportunities, it seemed that this pig's foot was still extraordinary, and he had to continue to get the wool. When we enter the Dan realm later, if we can meet this son of luck, we will take Xin land to follow this son of luck. Maybe we can intercept a lot of top-quality medicinal materials. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh in his heart, feeling that he was so evil. But the feeling of playing with these sons of luck is really cool. Bai Ji didn't have any psychological burden about playing with Xiao Yan. He felt that he was still kind. In his previous life, the reputation of this Yan Emperor on Earth was not very good. Fortunately, it was him who traveled through time, otherwise if it was someone else, this Yan Emperor might have been tortured to death. Seeing that the thousands of stone platforms suspended above the square were already full of people, Xian Kongzi couldn't help but take out a token immediately, first sent a message to let people finish the first level, and then stood up. After standing up, Xian Kongzi clapped his hands lightly. Although the sound was not very loud, the clapping sound strangely reached the ears of thousands of contestants on the stone platforms, making the entire square suddenly quiet. Well, the first level of the assessment is over. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first level. Being able to pass the first level of the assessment, I believe you are all the leaders in the alchemy world, but the alchemy meeting is far from over. I hope you will not be proud and complacent. Next, please look under the stone platform to see if there is a raised disc. If there is, please press it. Hearing Xian Kongzi's words, the alchemist standing on the floating stone platform leaned over curiously and pressed a raised disc above the stone platform. As the disc was pressed, a square area suddenly opened below the disc. Then, with the sound of a mechanism operating, a box was gradually lifted up, and the square tray under the box just closed the opened area again. Okay, have you seen the box? Pick up the box in front of you and open it. There is a pill recipe, a list, and a space stone inside. Your next task is to enter the Dan realm and search for the medicinal materials needed on the recipe and the list, and this space stone is your means of escape when you encounter irresistible danger. As long as you crush this space stone, you can leave the alchemy world, but you will also lose the qualification to participate in the competition. Standing on the floating stone, looking at the many participating alchemists in front of him, Xian Kongzi said in a deep voice. But Xian Kongzi changed his tone. But in the alchemy world, you'd better find as many medicinal materials as possible, because in the last stage of the alchemy meeting, you will refine the recipe you prepared yourself. No matter whether the medicinal materials in your hands are ready, if you want to ensure a better result in the last stage, the more medicinal materials you need, the better, so as to avoid mistakes. I hope you can achieve good results in this stage. This level lasts for 10 days, and the exit of the Dan realm is in the north. After saying that, Xian Kongzi immediately stretched out his hand and took out a token. With the injection of Do Qi, a red light suddenly burst out from the token. At the same time, Xian Yi and Tian Lizi on the side also stood up, took out a token, and after injecting the Do Qi in their bodies into the token, 2 more red light beams burst out. The 3 light beams merged in the air, and suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. In the dazzling golden light, a dark space wormhole slowly twisted into shape. Everyone, go through this space wormhole and enter the Dan realm. After opening the wormhole, Xian Kongzi shouted loudly to the square in front of him. Hearing Xian Kongzi's shout, the participating alchemists who passed the first level woke up from their dreams. One after another, they jumped from the floating stone platforms, or spread their wings of fighting spirit and flew up, or flew directly into the air. For a moment, thousands of alchemists turned into countless streams of light, and shot towards the space wormhole leading to the Dan realm. In just a few breaths, after all the participating alchemists entered the space wormhole and arrived at the Dan realm, the 3 of them stopped pouring fighting spirit into the token. As the golden light column dissipated, the space wormhole also slowly disappeared in the sky. The second level has begun, but it will take a long time to pass the second level. Venerable Bai, today's alchemy meeting ends here. See you in 10 days. After opening the space wormhole leading to Danja, Xian Kongzi and Bai Ji said goodbye after sending all the participating alchemists who passed the first level out of the wormhole. Haha, I'll go back too. The assessment will end in a few days. But after the Danhui is over, Swanyi, don't forget to go back to Beatty sect with me. Bai Ji smiled, looked at Swanyi on the side, and said jokingly. Don't worry, even if we don't remind her, she will definitely not forget it. Xian Kongzi smiled. After bidding farewell to the 3 Danta giants, Bai Ji leaped up and instantly turned into a ray of lightning and rushed into the sky, but he was ready to return to his residence in Chendan City. On the other side, Danja, an endless forest. Along with a ripple in the space, a woman in a blue dress with a soft face suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Xin Lan. Is this Danja? It looks no different from the outside. He stepped on the sky and looked at the endless primeval forest below. The monsters were rampant, which was almost the same as the monster forest outside. This made Xin Lan talk to herself and was shocked. Is this the legendary world that only Dosheng strong men can open up? However, after being shocked for a moment, Xin Lan came back to her senses, as if she remembered something, and immediately looked at a red ring on her right hand, and said happily. Master, we are in the Dan realm. Chapter 1000 Crazy Wool Pulling Xiao Yan Wool, the news of the Earth's soul. Dan realm, a vast wild forest. After being teleported here through the space wormhole, after checking the surroundings and finding no one, Xin Lan couldn't help but use her left jade hand to gently touch the red ring on her right hand, and said happily. Master, we are in the Dan realm. Are we there? Hearing Xin Lan's words, a spiritual wave suddenly emanated from the ring, vibrating the air and making a lazy sound. Then, a stream of 8-colored fire like glass suddenly rushed out from the red ring, and quickly condensed into a young man in white clothes, with long silver hair and purple eyes, and a handsome face beside Xin Lan. It was Bai Ji. Since he knew that there was an old monster from the Soul Palace mixed in the Dan Association, Bai Ji naturally couldn't let his beloved disciple enter the Dan realm alone, which was too dangerous. So Bai Ji had someone make a special ring early, relying on the ability of elementalization, hiding in the ring, and then followed Xin Lan into the Dan realm. As for it, the Bai Ji who was standing beside the 3 giants of Danta before was naturally Bai Ji's 3000 Thunder Illusion body. Xinlan, when you passed the first level, what about the recipes and herbs you need to collect? Show them to me. After coming out of the storage ring, Bai Ji said to Xinlan beside him. Although Bai Ji had already hidden in the storage ring before the start of the alchemy meeting, he also helped Xinlan in the first level of illusion. But after passing the first level, on the stone platform in the square, facing the 3 giants of Danta, Bai Ji still chose to be cautious and restrained his mental power. So Bai Ji didn't know the recipes and herbs that Xinlan needed to collect for the second level test. Here, Master. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xinlan immediately took out the recipes of the pills and herbs that needed to be refined in the third level test from another storage ring on his hand, and handed them to Beg. The elixir that needs to be refined is the 6th grade elixir Bingzhen Qing Shandan, and the herbs needed are Bingzhen Jade Fruit, Fantasy Mist Grass, and Ice Mysterious Cold Marrow. The herbs that need to be collected are Julia Jade Root Fruit, Dragon Heart Red Flame Fruit, and Wanzai Kongqing Ivy. After taking the elixir formula and a list of herbs that need to be collected from Xin Lan, Bai Ji's eyes, like purple gemstones, moved slightly, and his sight quickly scanned the contents on the 2 pieces of magic beast skins, and he slowly recited. While Bai Ji was looking at Xin Lan's second level assessment task, Xin Lan sweetly stuck to Bai Ji, hugged Bai Ji's arm, and leaned her head on Bai Ji's shoulder. As long as the master is here, everything will be left to the master. Well, you need to collect a lot of medicinal herbs in this Dan world, and many of these medicinal herbs are very precious. It is estimated that there will be powerful monsters guarding them. This level should eliminate more than 70% of people. After looking at the elixir recipe and the list of medicinal herbs to be collected in his hand, Bai Ji touched his chin and said. But you can rest assured that I am here. From here to the exit of the Dan world, you should be able to collect them all on the way. If you can't collect them all, I will find a way. With just a glance, Bai Ji completely memorized the recipe and the list of medicinal herbs. After returning the recipe and the list of medicinal herbs to Xin Lan, Bai Ji immediately took Xin Lan and flew towards the exit of the Dan world. Although the Dan world is an independent small world, it can be considered vast, but it is only a small world after all, with a limited area, and it is not as good as the Magic Beast Mountains of the Jiama Empire. With Bai Ji's current strength, when he exerts all his strength, his mental power is enough to cover the entire Dan world. However, because this trip was smuggled in after all. Although Bai Ge dared to come out, relying on the sky snake breathing method, no one could find him, but this Dan realm belonged to Dan Tower after all. Bai Ge was not sure whether he would be discovered if he covered the entire Dan realm with his mental power. So for the sake of safety, Bai Ge only covered a small area with his mental power, about 100 miles around, and began to collect the necessary medicinal materials for Xin Lan. Headed all the way to the exit of Dan Tower. Although the area of Dan realm is completely insignificant compared to Deki continent, it can even be said to be a drop in the ocean. But for Bai Ge and Xin Lan, this small world is still vast enough. It took more than an hour to fly all the way. Bai Ge maintained a mental power coverage of 100 miles, but he only found less than 10 contestants. And along the way, because of Bai Ge's help, Xin Lan has collected 50% of the medicinal materials. However, for Bai Ge, this trip to the Dan realm was not just about passing the level. What Bai Ge wanted to do was to get the Earth Soul essence that Xiao Yan got here in the original plot, to help Xin Lan's soul enter the spiritual realm and break through to the level of an 8th grade alchemist. However, in the original plot, the place where Xiao Yan got the Earth Soul essence was a desolate plain. But the place where Xin Lan was randomly teleported to the Dan realm was in a wild forest. At first glance, there was no sign of a plain. If Bai Ge wanted to find the plain where the Earth Soul essence was hidden, he would probably need to spread his mental power and search with mental power. But this was the Dan realm. In order to avoid being exposed, Bai Ge was still ready to look for it again. However, while Bai Ge was looking for the medicinal materials Xin Lan needed in the target plane, he accidentally found a very familiar figure. Xiao Yanzi. When the mental power actually discovered Xiao Yan's existence, Bai Ge was stunned for a moment, and then a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. I didn't expect to find Xiao Yanzi. With this son of destiny, the Earth's soul marrow is definitely safe. Master, what did you find? Why are you so happy? Seeing the smile on Bai Ge's face, Xin Lan asked curiously. But when he heard Xin Lan's words, Bai Ge immediately took the beauty beside him into his arms and kissed her hard. He smiled and said, "Lucky, your master just found a living treasure." Living treasure? Xin Lan was still a little confused when she heard Bai Ge's words, and didn't understand what Bai Ge meant. But Bai Ge didn't explain, but smiled and hugged the beauty in his arms, and directly cast 3,000 thunder movements, instantly turning into a lightning, and rushed behind Xiao Yan in a few minutes. Following Xiao Yan from a distance, in the direction of Xiao Yan's advance, Bai Ge used his mental power to sweep, and immediately found a lot of extremely precious medicinal materials, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Xiao Yanzi! Xiao Yanzi! Your current strength is too low, these medicinal materials are all guarded by powerful monsters, for your safety, I will help you take them away in advance. Don't thank me, helping others is the basis of happiness. Purple-veined 9-leafed Ganoderma, crystal 8-petal orchid, mist-colored condensed green grass. Dragon blood jade eye fruit, illusionary night-blooming flower, azure Bodhi vine. Resurrection demon fruit, yang shen flower, yin-yang resurrection grass. Using his mental power to search for medicinal herbs, Bai Ge intercepted them all the way, and was amazed all the way. This little Yanzi is indeed a son of luck, just like a treasure-hunting rat. He intercepted all the way, and basically all kinds of top-quality medicinal herbs have never stopped. Unknowingly, Xinlan's medicinal herbs are almost all collected. However, although Bai Ge felt very comfortable in his heart, it was very depressing for Xiao Yan. Obviously, he could often find various medicinal herbs before, but it took a lot of effort to defeat the monsters. How come it has been several hours now, and he has not found any medicinal herbs? Of course, it is not to say that no medicinal herbs have been found, but the ones found are basically some medicinal herbs that Xiao Yan does not like, which makes Xiao Yan very depressed. Did all the luck run out? Following Xiao Yan, they moved forward in the Dan realm. Unlike Bai Ge, because Bai Ge could directly use his mental power to scan a large area around him, Bai Ge went directly to the exit of the Dan realm and looked for medicinal herbs on the way. But Xiao Yan couldn't do that. So in order to find the medicinal herbs needed for the second-level mission, Xiao Yan traveled through mountains and rivers, looking for medicinal herbs everywhere, and just headed in the general direction of the Dan realm exit. Following Xiao Yan, after walking for several hours, Bai Ge's mental power suddenly detected a desolate plain. This made Bai Ge smile immediately, and finally found the target. Because Xin Lan had almost found all the medicinal herbs that she needed to pass the second level with the help of Xiao Yan. Bai Ji would not torture Xiao Yan, and the main thing was to quickly get the Earth's soul essence. If it was in the outside world, in an unfamiliar area that could be detected by mental power, Bai Ji would definitely tear the space directly to go there. But this is the Dan realm, and it is not known whether tearing the space will easily expose it, so Bai Ji still took Xin Lan and used the 3000 thunders to hurry on. Master, where are we going? Being held in Bai Ji's arms, Xin Lan was hurrying on the road, looking at the scenery that kept flying around, and she couldn't help but be very confused. Go to a place to get something that can help you break through to the 8th grade alchemist. Bai Ji replied with a smile while hurrying on the road. However, halfway through the journey, Bai Ji couldn't help but frown suddenly. Because of the exploration of mental power, Bai Ji found that a battle was actually taking place on the desolate plain. And the purpose of the battle seemed to be for the Earth's core soul that he was looking for.